All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2025 La Sportiva Vic Boulder State Titles. I'm joined with Angela. Angela, how are you going?
I'm good, Trent. Thank you so much for having me. Hey, what a day.
What a day. Tell me, what's the atmosphere been like? How are we feeling?
Well, so this is day 2. We are on day 2, and the atmosphere this whole weekend, I love coming down to Melbourne. Honestly, the atmosphere in Melbourne is always the best. Today, this morning, day 2, we started off with the youth C and D kids. And, geez, have you seen them crushing the boulders this morning?
Oh, yes. I will take some credit for coaching a couple of those kids and say that I know they're crushers, and they're doing really well. And it's really exciting to see the youth C and D kids because they're practicing in the Boulder Jam format. They're getting ready in future years to come into the 5-on-5 format, which is really exciting for them. And lots of big smiles today, which was really happy about. Tell us about the setup as well. What's going on at the front of the facility? Who have we got at the front? Sponsor-wise, who's here with us, Angela?
Okay, so our big sponsor, obviously, is La Sportiva. Bogong is up at the front, Stacks. Stacks isn't here physically, but they're one of our sponsors. And then we have Happy Beaner. They have a stall at the front. So does 5 Foot, Chalk Up, Climbing Gems, and Tension Grip. And then we have additional sponsors. We have Cliff Bar, we have Bird Dog, Red Cameras, Netgear, and Angel Bird. So without these guys, we couldn't run these competitions, could we?
You're absolutely right. And a special shout out to the media and the broadcast team. The broadcast would not have been possible without the supporters that we just mentioned. I'll put them through again, which is Bird Dog, Red, Angel Bird, and Netgear. The team at Robot have also generously loaned us a powerful and reliable setup that has made our team's job so much easier. So special thanks to Quinton over at Blonde Robot. That's really awesome. So what you can see on the screen is just a bunch of people lined up, ready to watch the finals. We're really pumped to get into the youth finals at the moment. So what we'll be watching is the youth B male and female climbers. So they're going to happen simultaneously as they come out, and they are operating under the 5-on-5 format.
Yeah, and we've got some out-of-staters and even an international in here. I'm not quite sure whether Poppy Park, who is mentioned in here as an international, if she is actually living overseas or if she is from Melbourne. Do you know, Trent?
I'm not actually sure. I mean, when I see the Poppy Park name, for whatever reason, it seems like a Melburnian kind of name, which is quite interesting. But you've said that you know some of the Queenslanders in finals. I bet you're psyched to have them here.
Oh, absolutely. I actually was amazed with how many Queenslander we had this weekend. So this is the first comp that I've been to Melbourne where we had that many Queenslanders in the comp as well. And now quite a few have made podiums. I know some of the youth C and Ds have made podiums. And now we also have them in the youth B finals. Interesting to see how we're going with the open A's. I know I saw Malo competing, so maybe he made finals too. So, but yeah, definitely shout out to the Queenslander, Nikki, Jack, Ethan, and Otto. So will be awesome to see, hey?
I must say that Nationals a couple of years ago, it was my first time up at Nationals in Queensland, up at Core Climbing, and I must say the Queensland team certainly has a really good energy to them. It's so nice to have them down. They're a really psyched bunch of climbers, which is great. So I'm looking forward to seeing them again. Actually, special shout out to a young Jack Pierce from Queensland. I had a great chat with him after his qualifier round. He had a really good energy and presence about him, and I just saw him really showing up to the comp today, which was great. And so I'll be really interested to see how he goes in finals today.
Yeah, I mean, Jack is a kid that is his dad is an absolute trad dad. Jack is about to spend his Queensland winter up at Frog Buttress trad climbing, so he's an absolute climber kid. You know, like he's not a sport competition climbing kid. He isn't just a outdoor climbing kid grown into an outdoor climbing company family. Like his dad is into climbing, and so he is a well-rounded kid, and it's awesome to talk to him.
Yeah, that's a great shout. And interestingly, Jack was talking to me about how when he finishes a competition, it's important for him to get outdoors, step away from a comp, be able to reset himself and then come back to a difficult training period. He was conveying that he's coached by Matt Chapman from the US, which is pretty interesting, and it's done so remotely. But yeah, we'll see how the other athletes go today. I'm not actually very aware of some of the other Vic climbers. There's only a couple of them whose names I recognise, which sounds bad of me as a Victorian here and not actually knowing who's in front of me, but we're going to figure out as we go along and understand these people more as we go.
Well, you are a coach, right? So I was actually wondering whether any of your kids that you coach are in there, but you just answered that question.
Yeah, so I'm a state coach as well, and it takes a long time to remember all the names of these kids and be able to put a face to it, because there's the names I recognise, but it's the faces I can't put to it. But a lot of the kids I coach are from the youth D and C categories, so I'm certainly very passionate about pushing the under 12s programming in Melbourne and trying to make a more professional landscape for young kids to enter the sport. Had a bunch of kids today who had their first time on the mats in a competition, and it was nothing but smiles and seemingly a really good experience for them to build resilience and build confidence. So I'm really proud of them, which is fantastic.
That's awesome. I always love seeing the little kids, like the youth D kids. But talking about it, I think we have not started talking about what's actually going on the screen, because I can see somewhere down on the blue volume there is our first competitor climbing. So this must be, is this Ailish? He is with the number 292. So
I think this might be our male boulder.
Yes.
Oh no, you're right. Yeah,
so
you're
we
right.
have way more males than females. So we have 10 males and 8 females. So I'm assuming what's happening is that the first 2 males are out by themselves, and then all the girls are joining in. So yeah, so we got a little bit excited, everyone. I'm sorry. Just because Trent and I, we haven't met yet. So we're getting to know each other as you getting to know us while we're on this live stream. But we'll see how Eilish Dunstan is going with this. Do we know anything about Eilish? Have you met him?
I don't know this character, and I'm going to call him a character because he feels like almost a movie star to me right now on the television. But we've got some little notes in front of us to try and figure it out. But
we don't have any notes from him.
He's done well, and he's made the zone here, but the transition to the last part of the sequence looks quite tricky. He's not going to have time to do that, so we're on to the next person. Coming out next, we'll have Josiah Wilson from Victoria. He's just standing on the mats there.
So actually, I found a note on Eilish, and his favorite climbing style was static. And now we get Josiah, whose favorite climbing style is dinos. So
well, we're not in dino territory right now, so poor Josiah might have a hard time here. This kind of climbing is very high risk, so the setters are wanting to put the climbers in uncomfortable positions. They want to make you second guess every movement that you make, and of course it's going to be tricky to stand on all these little footholds and make your progression across. It has this kind of World Cup style kind of aesthetic right now, moving left to right and really sweeping them across. And I know that last white panel is pure slab, so they've kind of got this technical vert climbing and pressy climbing, and then just a bit of trust your feet at the end. So we'll see how Josiah goes. I guess he's trying to beat a zone right now, right?
yeah, absolutely. It will be interesting to see. Do you do route setting yourself? I know you are one of the coaches. Do you do route setting yourself, Trent?
Yes, I'm a route setter and a coach at Boulder Lab, so I'm setting 3 days a week at Boulder Lab, and I've been doing so for the past 2 years. One of my set days is actually especially in an under 12 climbing area. So I set very specific boulders for the kids. It's something a little bit missing from the climbing market. It's really good for Boulder Lab investing in the future of the climbers. So big shout out to Pat Klein on that note, who's put the facility up for use for this competition. It's incredible to have so much space, and a big shout out to Alex touches on this comp, so fast becoming a really popular in Australia.
So can you give us a little bit of insight? They are going to do 4 boulders, right? And I know that we're not just looking for technique and strength and climbing style. We're also basically looking for their mental capacity. We are testing, like these route setters are not just testing their physical skills, they're really testing their mental skills as well. So psyching them out is part of the game. how do you coach through that?
That's an awesome question. And just quickly on the point of what the route says I want to challenge is that when you get to finals and you get through qualies, typically you can have a qualies round that has more simplified boulders, right? And then you come to finals and then you're going to get intimidated, like you say, the psychological element of having to be on the slab wall, be balanced, be very technically gifted in your climbing, and then be on a power boulder. You're always changing up the styles, and the 5-on-5 off format actually makes it really intimidating to know whether you're making the right decisions because you want to do it fast. Now, the best way to coach athletes through this thing is simply by simulating the experience. So often when I'm coaching kids, we will do like a flash the set day. So if we have a new set, you only get one attempt on the boulders. So they slow down. A lot of people who climb in commercial gyms probably have this perception of kids that they just go crazy and they just climb all over the boulders and they use different footholds and all the rest of it. But focused attempts where you only have one go makes you plan everything really efficiently, and you actually are choosing to handle that pressure in a different kind of way. So really it's just trying to simulate the competition experience in different kind of ways. It could also be setting up a bit of a dynamic climbing workshop where you try to get the athlete to continue to do a dynamic coordination style movement and do it as many times as you can until you fall off. And you can play little games of elimination with other kids like that as well. So just finding fun ways to engage them and put soft pressure on, I think, is the best kind of approach.
And you touched on something really important here, how the qualies are generally, at state titles, the qualies are generally a more simplified route. And the reason for that is, and I've had this conversation downstairs in the past 2 days with some of the competitors, because we have some of the seasoned competitors and they were going like, some of the boulders were way too easy. And you kind of need to explain to them, yes, I understand, but there is others that have joined Youth B and they've only been climbing for 3 weeks and they were game enough to come into a competition, and we can't completely destroy them when they've just paid $100 to come into a competition, right? So it's a really, I actually always am amazed about the route setters, like you do, you're a route setter, I do some route setting myself. It's such a tough balance to get that everyone gets something out of it. You want to spread the field, you want to have them so that we have, in this case, we have the top 10 simply because we've got of the amount of competitors we have. But you also want the ones that are going to be set to come in the bottom field, that they have a feeling of success as well and wanting to come back. Because we can't run these competitions when we no longer have any competitors to do them, right? That's
a great shout, actually. You make a really important point, and you point to a really interesting space in which climbing in Australia is at right now, where we're not like football or swimming or cricket where there's thousands and thousands of participants Australia-wide. We're actually smaller than that. So there's this really important role that Sport Climbing Victoria and more broadly Sport Climbing Australia plays in advocating for this to be a legitimate sport. And that is about buy-in from a whole lot of diverse peoples coming into the space. So, it's interesting. Some of my kids said that today. They were like, some of the boulders are really easy, but I had to remind them that it's like there's kids from our squad who are having their first time at this kind of event. So participation becomes important, but competitiveness becomes more a part of the competition at the national level. And I think it's a good way for us to be heading. What are your thoughts on things happening at the local level? So if we think about a state titles event, what's going on at the local level? Are we missing something there, Angela, in terms of running more local comps? I'm not sure what the scene's like up in Queensland. Maybe you can comment on that.
Okay, let me answer that in a moment, because we've actually got our first female Youth B female competitor, which is Oti, is on the wall, and with her next is Ethan Chan. We can see him there in the bottom. We can see him. You and I can see him, but the audience on the live stream can't. So we've got Ethan from Queensland as well. I'm sure the cameras will go to him at some stage. Do we know anything about Otil?
We do. So interestingly enough, she's cruising up this slab, and her favourite style of climbing is slab climbing. Yeah. So we're looking at her progressing through, smearing on this foot. Okay, and she's got a top. Nice one.
There we go.
And so she's her biggest climbing achievement to date was going to nationals. She also really likes baking. That's her favorite thing to do outside of climbing. And she's an athlete from Urban Climb. So it's really nice to see athletes write down their favorite climbing style, but actually be good at it. Because it's also common for people to like a particular style, but actually not be as proficient at it in these specific high pressure situations. So really good job there from Ottilie. That was really impressive.
And now we can see Ethan on the screen. So Ethan actually, he prefers overhang and power climbs, and his home gym is Urban Climb in Milton up in Queensland. It's kind of funny that his favorite style is overhang. Urban Milton actually has my favorite slab wall there. So I'm not a slab climber. I don't like slabs, especially the stuff that I can see what he's doing right now. I'm always a little bit scaredy cat. I mean, I'm heading towards my 50s. I'm 47 this year, and I only started climbing about 4 years ago. So I'm very new in this sport in itself as well. And so I always look at these slabs and I'm scared that I'm scraping my whole face open while I'm standing on it, right?
I find it interesting that a lot of youth competitors I coach are more intimidated by an overhanging section, but they don't necessarily have a whole lot of fear on the slab. And I think it's because they're able to get their, they're typically very flexible and very mobile younger kids, so they have more trust in being able to push that knee over their toe and really apply a lot of pressure to the footholds they're standing on. As you can see here, Ethan's just kind of moving over to the right, and this next foot is quite technical. You've got to use the outside edge of your shoe, and you've got to commit to the right point on the volume, ideally probably on a wider part of the volume. Very scary.
He's just done my biggest nightmare. Come on. Tell me that's not scary. Like, I mean, I admire these guys and these girls, how you all can just throw yourself on the wall. I mean, he's just pretty much scraped himself off there and he'll start again.
And you know what, to that, I actually think there is an art to falling. And some kids, their reflexes and their coordination is actually really good. They're like cats. They're always going to land on their feet or safely land in a way for themselves. So I always trust in this idea that kids are more reactive than we assume, and they actually have a lot more body awareness than we can probably assume as well. So wow, just missing that foot there, poor guy. I saw he got a bit of the shaky leg there on that little foothold too. So important to have a really strong posterior chain on a climb like this and trust in that sort of ankle stability as you're moving along. And you're trying to find the balance between, lowering the ankle if you're smearing, but then making it go a little bit higher when you need to work on some smaller footholds. This seems like a great challenging climb. It's been working really well so far.
And I mean, he's being put to the test there, considering he's like me. I like overhangs. Give me an overhang anytime, right? So, yeah. But now, to go back to your question about the Queensland scene, you were asking something.
Oh, sorry, I'm interrupting you. I wonder if you got the top there. That was so close. He's got a big grin on his face. So the athletes have to finish the climb within their 5-minute time limit. So if he was on the wall and the time ran out, he's off and it doesn't count. But he was so close then. I have no idea if he did that or not. Next up on the slab wall from the females, we have Paki Singh, and then we are moving over to Tyson from the men as well. Okay.
So let's see how these guys are going. But yeah, okay, Queensland scene. Okay, what was your question?
My question was thinking about, so for a lot of new kids who went to the competition today for me, from my squads, I mean, it's like their first really big competition. And I always think there's a lack of local competitions happening by even just singular gyms, like putting things on. And I wonder if gyms in Queensland are actually providing that space for local competitions to help you understand what it's like at the state level. Is there a bit of that going on? What's sort of the scene looking like?
So I'm local at the Gold Coast, where we've got 3 Boulder gyms. We've got Alpine, we've got Core, and now we've got Cut Loose. They are actually putting on the very first Gold Coast Boulder League. So there is going to be a 3-part competition to it, where one comp takes place in each of the gyms. I haven't seriously not had the time to look into it, whether they are allowing kids. I hope they do, considering the core climbing community has a huge amount of youth climbers. I myself work up at the gym in Toowoomba, so I actually drive 2 hours so that I can go route setting. But I just love it so much that I don't mind. And I know that the owner there is planning to have a competition towards the end of the year as well as core. They always have the Boulder Mania on in September, which actually, just so in case you don't know, I think is one of the highest prize pools in Australia. So I think the winners of the Open A equivalent, they are winning I think it's $2,000 or $3,000. So it's a huge prize pool, but they always have the kids there as well. So I think it is improving. Look, I'm coming from a complete different background. So I grew up in Europe, which is, even when it comes to climbing, completely differently set up than Australia is. But also, it's funny that you mentioned swimming before, because I actually was a swimmer. And, the big difference in swimming is it's a metrics you can measure very easy, and you don't have the dynamics of what we have here. Otilli currently is on a overhang boulder, and if she goes to the next comp and it's an overhang boulder, no 2 boulders are going to be the same. Whereas I jumped into the pool, and it doesn't matter what the surrounding looked like, it was always the same 50 or 25 meter pool.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And you're pointing towards the complexity of climbing, and often we need to think about the constraints in which the route setter is putting on us. So on the men's boulder here is, I believe it's pronounced Eilish from Victoria, pulling hard on the left hand on this crimp, hopefully making a big rollover move here, and just missing it, probably needing to power a little bit more through the legs. We've had some really good chats, understanding each other. Maybe we'll get more focused on the climbing now, Angela. We're enjoying our social climb too much, maybe a little bit.
Social chats.
We've got Packy coming across here on the slab. Interestingly and a bit cheekily, the question asks, "What's your favourite climbing style?" And Packy says, "Jugs." So Packy is maybe not in their most preferred climbing style right now, being on really smeary volumes. But nonetheless, you're given what you're given, right? You just have to work through it and try your best. Packy's out of Hard Rock, Nunawading in Melbourne. Their biggest climbing achievement today is the same as one of our athletes before, which was going to Nationals. She really likes science, and she also runs track. So she runs the 100 and 200 meter, which I actually think has good connections to, not completely to climbing, but training those fast twitch muscle fibers certainly can help with powerful coordination moves, where you need to really focus on the... Yeah, that's right. Definitely.
Like, I feel it myself. When my climbing slacks off, I jump into the pool and start training on swimming again. We're going back there to Otil, is still struggling with the overhang. And I think she actually said she prefers slab anyway, so...
Yeah, that's a good call. It's going to be a bit of a challenge coming through this roof. It is a bit of a technical roof sequence here. Everything's a little bit hidden. It's not so clear about how you're meant to climb your way through it. And you still have to get to the head wall, where it looks like you've got a bit of a powerful sort of pumpy route. So it's nice to see the challenge for the athletes being on the slab wall, and then getting the new challenges coming through on something more powerful and demanding from them. All right, up next for the women, or for the Youth B females, we have Lucy Carr, just taking a look at the slab, trying to figure out a way through. And there we've got Jack Pearce. So yes. Jack Pearce, who I was given a shout out to before, he's a really calculated climber. He's giving everything a good brush. He has a really good energy to him. I loved his energy, the way he was communicating with the judges, the way he was holding himself. So keep your eye on the blue shirt and the beige pants. I'm sure we'll see some good climbing from Jack here.
Sometimes I am honestly so mesmerized by these climbers. it doesn't happen often, but I lose my words. Like, I can talk for days, right? And it seems you can too. But sometimes I'm just in absolute awe watching them, how they solve that puzzle. Even my own kids, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, look, again, it's when you get into the experience in training and you're putting yourself through the simulation of putting your headspace in a competition and then also putting your body through what that feels like. So these kids did their qualifiers yesterday, so hopefully they went home refreshed, got ready for today. And then are ready to just sort of dive in and try really hard. I always think it's really interesting being thrown in the slab wall first. Our isolation area is closest to the slab wall, so it makes sense for them to come out there. We just saw Jack take a little slip. He's going to give that hold a brush. You've got to be really thoughtful about where you place your foot. It's great practice for these athletes to be on the outside edge of their shoe. It's typically the riskier sort of part of the foot in which we use when we're on the slab wall. So it'll be interesting to see how Jack responds to that. He climbed the start of that route really fluently, but just needs to sort of pull that last move out. I think if he can make the transition to the volume, he's probably going to go to the top. Jack jumping up on the slab again for his second attempt. It'll be interesting to see if he has learnt the moves efficiently and has put them in his brain to cruise through now. He looks a little bit more comfortable and calculated now he's coming through. I like his beta here of this this foot through. It sets him up for a good position to just drop the left and get it back really quickly. And here's the technical part for him, just needing to trust that outside edge, opting for a foot swap potentially. Wow, okay. Now,
is this now where he set himself up a little bit to fail because he needs to get that right Oh, it's just, we on the other screen can see Jack actually just fell off. So
it seems like that beta wasn't quite the way, and you're right, Angela, that he was trying to see if he could switch his foot on that lower red jib that's on the corner of the volume, but unfortunately that jib is actually pointing back to the left, so it's actually pushing him away. So stemming between the last blue volume and going up to that red hold would have been really hard. But we're back on Josiah Wilson now, who is not a huge fan of slab climbing and probably prefers something a little bit more powerful like this. A boulder like this, you've really got to put all your energy into. So this is his third boulder now. And so you don't really have to think so much about conserving any energy. It's kind of just wanting to throw yourself at it. So we'll see how he's going. We can see Lucy Carr in the top right of our screen, just going slowly up to the top.
Yeah. Nice.
Looking
one.
really good. A Boulder Lab athlete who's also a ninja specialist too. So she started in ninja and made a transfer to climbing. Yep.
That's
So
awesome.
she loves her coordination, loves the jumping, and Josiah just got a top as well. Nice job. Really gave it to her.
Really good. Really good. Jack just got under a minute left there. So let's see how he's going to go. He's the last one on the wall, it seems. Let's see. So, he's still committing with actually the foot swap there.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to just sort of lower himself into the blue volume a little bit more delicately, but I think it just shows the efficiency, or sorry, more the proficiency of the route setting, where the angle of those red jibs in the middle that you can see on your screen there, they're angled in a way that forces you to use them for particular feet. So using your right foot where his right foot is now, getting the left foot through, and then trusting, he didn't weight his foot appropriately there. He needed to bend a little bit more in his knees and make sure it was weighted.
Yeah.
I think Jack will be a little bit disappointed with that one, but otherwise climbing really well and setting him up for success here in this round.
Well, and that's just what we were talking about, right? This is where we start separating them. So he needs to be able to shake this off and be able to attack the next three boulders without worrying about what just happened on the first one. In case you have joined in, you have never seen any of these Boulder finals, Jack has no idea in this case how anyone in front of him has done. And I don't actually think we have seen a top yet on that Boulder one from the boys.
We actually missed one. We missed one. We've gotten one top, and I believe it was a flash as well, which is really impressive. And something I'll add to what you were saying, Angela, about Jack not knowing whether the other athletes have succeeded on that boulder. They also don't know anything about the boulders that are coming forward to them. They're just being thrown out, it's there in front of them, and then they just have to do it, which is really impressive. I really like this format. On the screen right now, you can see Eilish in the bottom left. We've got Ottilie over to the right, and then I believe that's Ethan in the middle there in the green.
Yes, Ethan from Queensland.
One of your favourites, perhaps, Angela?
Well, I actually have never really met Ethan, so I do not know nothing about Ethan. So, sorry, we're just playing around with some difficulties with the microphones here, so hence why we kind of interrupted. I do like that light blue snap. Actually, I love those holes. Looking at those holes, I just want to set with them. I don't want to climb them. I just want to set with them.
So I have had the pleasure of setting with these holes. So they're from a brand called Snap, which Stacks have provided for the event. They're looking gorgeous in that mint color, and they are one of our main sponsors for this event. If you didn't hear me then, I'm going to jump on again and just say that the mint holds in the middle that you saw before, the boulder that Ottilie is climbing on, it's kind of a pressy technical sequence. Those holds have been provided by Stacks Climbing. The brand are Snap, and they're these awesome like bubble shapes where when you use them for route setting, the way in which you can change their orientation, you can give the climbers a really good edge to stand on, or you can choose to make them suffer a little bit and have to smear and trust those feet in these holds. Equally so, when you can mount them on a volume, you get some really cool compression with them as well. But I agree, Angela, they look stunning. They just pop, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love the colors as well, so that helps. Now, one question I have, looking at these, were you here yesterday for the Youth A finals?
I was here for the Youth A finals.
So far, the Snap one that we just talked about, and I can also see the Slab one at the back. They look very similar to yesterday's boulders, right? They obviously are different. The route setters changed them up a little bit because it is a different category. But anyone who would have watched because you were saying Jack didn't know what kind of boulder he's getting thrown at, essentially. He's just going to come out of isolation, or these kids are coming out of isolation, and they look at their first problem, and it's the first time they see it. But my question to you is, if they would have watched the live stream yesterday, they would have already kind of gotten an idea that this could potentially be what it's going to look like tomorrow.
Yeah, you're right. So if the athletes were in fact watching the finals last night, they would get some idea of the holes that are used. Something that's really interesting that I talk a lot about with the athletes that I coach is understanding what holds feel like by looking at them. And so, yes, they might have seen them. The sequence is a little bit different. For example, with the Youth A boulder, we had a really pressy, risky finish up to the top. Obviously, these Youth B climbers are not doing that because the route setters have changed it. And further to that note, the route setters are playing it smart to be really efficient with their setting this weekend. So we're doing two major events in Victoria this weekend, which is the Open State Titles and the Youth State Titles. I don't know whether that's actually ever been done before for the Boulder event. So a big shout out to Pat Klein, who is willingly given up the facility and put his time and energy into making something like this work.
And if you have never been to Ferntree Gully, right? Ferntree Gully Boulder Lab. If you ever are visiting Melbourne from out of state, make your way into this gym. It's an absolute gorgeous gym and some good walls, clearly some good holds to climb on. It's absolutely worth it.
Yeah, we're really blessed. Pat's obviously a bit of a hold freak as well, and loves buying new holds. So our route setting team is pretty lucky to always have new materials to work with. So we're transitioning through now. So we've got Jack on Boulder 2 now, which is a bit of a power block on those green long holds. Again, some really nice holds from Expression. And then out on the slab wall for the boys, is this a Queenslander?
This is probably...
No.
No, it would be Otto, and also with him is Nikki, who's also Queenslander. So she's actually gonna finish up the competition today, and then tomorrow she's hitting up the snowfields going snowboarding.
Oh my gosh, all these kids have so much energy these days. I don't know how they do it. But over on the slab wall right now, we've got some good Queensland energy. I'm sure those kids are going to feel really happy to be next to each other. We just see Otto lunging himself into the wall, looking really confident on his leap up in there, and then making this slow transition over to the volume below. Just managing to stay on there. Got to go really slow here. He's actually opting to... Okay. Made a bit of a mistake by going high on the volume there. It was probably better if they transitioned straight down to the jib in the bottom corner, because on the slab wall, you want to try and stay on the corner of the volume so you can lean your hips closer into the wall. So trying to smear on the top of that blue volume is actually putting you in quite a risky position. So it'll be interesting to see how he responds on this next attempt.
Yeah. And we can see, is that, it's not Eilish, is that Josiah on the yellow one?
No, that's actually, I believe that's Lucy. So we've got Lucy Carr cutting off the crimp there, and we've got Jack Pierce making his first top.
Yeah, I meant this yellow.
I see. We're sneaking around the corner. We keep missing Josiah right at the top. He's had a pretty good round.
I mean, Trent is having a bit of a squeeze over our monitors down the stairs and having a look if we actually can see the walls. I can see how Nikki is slowly edging her way up towards on that slab, trying to trust her that foot. She's doing pretty good. I mean, it's exciting to see the Queenslanders here, absolutely. And there we go. We've got a top from Queensland.
That's a really great way to start your round, especially when you're flashing a boulder like that. I'm pretty sure it was a flash. I didn't see any flailing around in the middle of the boulder. Yeah. Interesting that it takes over a minute to get up this boulder. So typically the slab boulders, you have a very limited amount of attempts unless the start is really risky. So that's Nikki's put herself in a really good position to go into the next boulder, because the less attempts you give it, the more energy you're saving for the next one.
Yeah, and I had a quick chat with her dad yesterday. I didn't manage to get a chat with her yesterday, but I had a quick chat with her dad, and I go like, how did she go? Is she happy with her result? And he goes like, no, she's so absolutely frustrated. And I go like, but didn't she make finals? So it's interesting how the perception is of themselves and their climbing, even though actually she made finals. And in the end, it doesn't make a difference if you are in the finals in first place or in last place, right? Like, you shake off your qualifiers and, like, okay, now finals is on. This is where it counts.
That's a great way to put it, is just shaking off qualifiers. So even in the Boulder Jam format that the younger kids were a part of today, if you're struggling on a boulder and you're really fighting against it, that stepping away from it and forgetting about it for a moment and attacking some of the other boulders is a really good tactic to take and carry into that kind of competition experience. We can see Lucy now finding this like cheeky little knee bar. I don't know that it's going to help, because I don't think she can extend all the way to the crimp from the knee bar, and she's opting for a toe, but it's really hard to make that toe work when the body's not as extended going out to the crimp. So I believe the route setters are intending this to be a really powerful sequence, and you can trust in that given that you're literally climbing in a roof and through this volume heavy sequence. So it'll be interesting to see how she attacks it after.
Yeah, absolutely. Ethan, I think getting slightly frustrated there on the blue volumes. What do we know about Ethan?
Not sure. I think it's actually Otto, isn't it?
Otto, not
Otto. Yeah.
Sorry.
Ethan's a little bit further down the track.
I wonder actually whether they are brothers, the two of them. But I don't think Otto has filled in a little
Well, it's funny you say that. They both have the same last name.
Yeah, that's why they both have the same last name.
And they're both from Queensland.
I mean, maybe they are.
I think you might be onto something.
Yeah, they both have similar hair.
They do, don't they? I think Ethan's hair's a little bit longer. It's a little bit more wavy as he's coming down off a climb.
There we go. Otto has opted to give up on it and moving on. I mean, he has only had 10 seconds left anyway, so that was pretty much a given there.
Next out for the boys, the youth beam males, we're going to have Elliot Beer, and then from the females, we've got Poppy Park. So this is our international climber. Not sure where Poppy's from, but maybe New Zealand. Maybe. We'll see.
I mean, if you're watching the YouTube channel, let me log in. If you know anything about these climbers, please put it into the chat. I'm going to go and have a little squiz on the chat and see if anyone knows anything about these climbers that we don't know. So it would be awesome to see.
We're just taking a quick look at the scoreboard here. So we can see that Josiah is up in first place on 84.7 points. Ethan is behind by at least one top to reach him. And then it's a little bit closer over with the female climbers. 34.9 are the points to beat right now, although I think Ottilie has one more boulder to go, which she's on right now. Opting to squeeze into the start position and move dynamically up into the Gaston position, but just not making that work there.
Oh, and I just actually finally logged in, and I can see Yvette has been commentating. So Campbell's mom is commentating from home, and she is telling us that the blue slab has been done before. Sorry, Yvette, that we missed that. Trent and I just got a little bit too excited chatting.
And remember, we're not professional commentators. We're simply just being psyched on climbing who can talk a lot, and maybe sometimes we're talking too much. But back to the climbing right now. So it's looking like Poppy is getting close to the top of this boulder. No one's dropped it from this part. Just got to go slow and steady, smearing on the volume, and looking down at the judge and getting the confirmations. There's another top on the slab. So it's looking like the female slab is getting a higher percentage of tops from the competitors compared to the male climbers, which is interesting. Typically, I find that female athletes can enjoy slab climbing a lot more. There's sometimes that increased mobility and flexibility. Equally so, we're getting a top, I believe, on the men's slab right now.
Are we?
Yep, you can't see that on camera, but Elliot's just topped the slab. He's jumping off, coming back to earth.
Okay, so Ottilie is on her last boulder, I think. She's just about to jump on. Together with Ethan. So this is Ethan.
This is Ethan down the bottom left. So Ottilie opted for the double hand catch as opposed to going up with the left hand. She's got a big lunging move out here where you have to really pull through the foot, not quite able to get that knee over the toe and really lunge into that zone. Interesting, the zone is so close to the top. The athletes can probably expect a really tricky sequence to get up to that very last hold. Typically, you'll see the zones sort of coming through in the middle part of the climb, but there's obviously a bit of a fight to go for that one more move to the top. And making light work of that move again over getting up to the top. And here we have Packy making a move to that second last hold with the mint holds.
So, you were asking about the Queensland scene and how we working it with getting more training happening. So anyone watching, we do have all of these competitions, the state competition nationals, they are all run by the sport climbing bodies within the state. So Sport Climbing Victoria here, Sport Climbing Queensland up in Queensland, and New South Wales in New South Wales, and then we have the overarching body, Sport Climbing Australia. I don't know how it is in Victoria. I know that in Queensland we always need more volunteers. We always need more people that can get involved in the sport and that can volunteer their time. If you have the capacity, the skills, or the know-how to gift some of your time towards any of these organizations, I know they would be incredibly thankful, because only that way at the moment we can further this sport. And we absolutely, I mean, if anyone watches the international competitions, we still in Australia, we're getting so close, like we're getting there, right? We just need the help of the community. This is what Trent and I are doing. We're just putting in our time for the community, and if you have some extra time, please put it in so that we actually can further this sport for these kids as well.
Yeah, great shout, Angela. And that probably puts us to a great point to say a huge thank you to all the volunteers today. Again, a huge shout out to the broadcasting team bringing this to you live in your house. Maybe you're on holiday and you're able to watch the finals as well. And we've got a bit coming up as well. We'll also have the Open B finals and then Open A finals happening later today, and you'll have some different commentators coming on also. So just taking a quick look at the scoreboard, Josiah's still sitting up the top, so is Ottilie, but they've obviously finished all 4 boulders right now. Obviously, Nikki's only done the 1 boulder, and they're moving on to their second boulder right now, and they'll be hoping to sort of give themselves not a lead as such, but solidify a really good point on those first 2 boulders, and then hopefully try and top the last 3 and 4 to push them up into the top 3.
Now, quickly, do you see how we have these scores on there next to their names? So we can see Ottilie has 34.9, Nikki and Poppy both have 25. Can you give us a rundown on how these scores work?
Yes, I'll do my very best. So essentially when you're going to the top, following along with the new World Cup format, you get 25 points for a top. So observing on the left, you can see, we'll make an example of Nikki again. They flash the boulder so they get the full 25. I believe that on their second attempt, that's when they only get the 24.9. So you can see down the track, you've got Lily O'Hare, who's at 24.9. And then Lucy Carr at 24.8. So you lose that 0.1 based on the attempts to there. And so you're also getting 10 points for a zone. So if you only got a zone, you're getting 10 points. If you're going to the top, you're getting 25.
And we just got a shout out to Laura and Jonathan from Southern Australia. I think Laura is currently, or was just on the boulder. She must have already finished it. Ryan, if you can tell us a little bit about Laura and Jonathan, put it in the chat. I'll keep an eye on it. We would love to hear what they are up to. Where are they climbing and stuff like that.
Here's Jack, male 3 boulder, going for the double catch there. It's probably a really difficult one to statically move to the second black hole that you can see in the top left part of your screen. And then we've got Lucy on, again, the ever beautiful mint snap holds provided by Stax. Thank you, Stax. Looking fantastic.
I mean, I got to meet interestingly enough, I got to meet some of the Stax team. I've met some of the Stax team, but I've only ever met them overseas. I have not yet met them inside Australia, even though they are an Australian company. I've met some of the team over in Germany, and then I just recently met some of the team over in Kuala Lumpur, and I got to see some of their holes up on the wall that they displayed. So, yeah, Stax having Stax as a sponsor is an awesome thing to have. Maybe I need to chat with them to get them as sponsors up into Queensland. Funnily enough, Jack Pearce's dad is actually the guy that organizes all the sponsorship for Sport Climbing Queensland.
Jack is seemingly a well-connected young man. A father connected to the industry, a father connected to the rock. He's got a bit of everything. We just took the camera away from Nick, who got really close on making the transition to the last move on the slab. He's back on again. Just needed to trust those feet. He went a little...
Step through.
Step through looks good. His hips got a little bit too far away when he made this transition, so his main approach right now should be trying to stay close to the wall, which he's done. Whoa. And just managed to hang on. He's got this technical little heel hook to top. holds you in space in the no. Yeah, nice job. Well done, Nick. Just got a replay before from Poppy that just jumped off again. We'll be giving you some of your last looks at the slab as we transition into the other boulders. I believe we've got...
Nikki still trying that second boulder. She's got 30 seconds left.
Seemingly a hard one, hey. I can't actually see where the zone is. Okay, zone's quite far away.
Yeah.
We've still got a couple ways to go for our athletes to get there. So Nikki's really going to want to make a good effort to get to the zone. Another really important tactic as that young climbers should be adapting to is if the top is seeming out of reach, when you've got only 10 seconds left on the clock, it's probably the case. So we just got to try and get to the zone, but probably a little bit too powerful for Nikki right now, looking a little bit defeated there.
Knowing Nikki, this is now going to be the thing of, is she going to be able to shake this one off and move on and not worry about it? Because again, have we seen a top on that boulder yet? We haven't. We have not, right? So, but she doesn't know that. And this is some of the things that the coaches are working on to coach these kids through. Because sometimes there is a point, especially if it's a super powerful one and you have no chance, even in this case, of getting the zone, sometimes it's just worth it to sit down and have the 1 minute left to just rest so that you can worry about the next two boulders and just take the risk of, if it's that hard to me, maybe it has been that hard to everybody else and no one else has gotten it.
And I think playing your own game is really important. So just trusting in your own ability and what you're capable of, it actually creates a more positive and open mindset to what's coming up as your next boulder, or even what's coming up as the next move on a boulder that you're currently on. We just saw Paki Singh just falling off on the transition to the zone. I think that move's going to be splitting a lot of the athletes. And here's our last female athlete coming out, the only athlete I know actually. We've got Alyssa, who's a climber from Victoria, previously a climber. Actually climbs at a whole bunch of different gyms at the moment, which I think is a really good place to be at, is going and testing different boulders at different gyms and being around different kinds of route setting and different kind of wall angles. Making really good work getting to the zone here. Just got to sort of hold it together and get to the top.
And we've got some info on the chat for Laura and Jonathan by Ryan. So he coaches both of them, actually. So thank you so much, Ryan, for tuning in and watching your climbers climb on the wall. So Laura, he reckons she's got a big future ahead of her, a huge talent, and she's a very hard-working athlete, which actually brings me to something not long ago. I listened to this amazing podcast, right? And the person being interviewed was asked, who have you seen, is the best athlete or the athlete that stood out the most? And it was with an IFSC person. And the guy goes like, look, I have not seen a harder worker, oh God, can I say it right? A harder working athlete than Nyanya. So he said that when she's in the gym and he's watched her train, every boulder she attacks is an IFSC final boulder in her head, right? So
we've just seen a top there from Tyson. Sorry to interrupt you, Angela. But speaking about trying hard, we just saw Tyson tapping into his inner Yanya, getting to the top of those beautiful Squadra holds, the big yellow one at the top left of your screen. We've got another top as well on youth male B, boulder number 3.
So yeah, Ryan, like having that quality to work hard is definitely a quality that can set you apart. Would you agree?
I would absolutely agree with that. I think a high work ethic allows athletes to really try hard on boulders. So I'll just switch back to the climbing now. Alyssa actually made use of the small little in-cut part of the hold on the left there and got her way to the top there. So interestingly, I feel like if she found the top left part of that big yellow hold at the top of this slab climb, that she probably would have done it on her first go, but just didn't quite make it. So we're back over to Jonathan Mason, who's our last male climber out. Alyssa was our last female climber out. So making good use of crimping hard on the edge of the volume, keeping it together now and smearing his way up this volume. And then we've got the no hands finish here where you just got to need a tap. That heel did not look like it was locked in, but it looks okay. He'll be really happy with that, setting himself up for success this round. It's been such an awesome atmosphere all day here. There's so many youth competitors and parents who have all hung around to have a look at the climbing here today. The route setters in the background are hard at work, setting up some more boulders. We're loving it.
We can see Lily is making, or no longer making her way up on the snap holds there. Now about Jonathan, he has made huge progress this year and has been climbing great in the lead up to this event. I love seeing how these kids are training for interstate comps. I've seen that with the Queensland kids because they climb at some of the gyms that I climb at. So they've been training hard to come down here. It has been, for some kids, I spoke to one of the mothers from ACT that made their way over here. It was her son's first time ever in UC, so he hasn't had the chance yet in ACT or New South Wales to actually climb in the UC category, so having this as their first go is good. I can see Jack being on his final climb there, so he is currently brushing the climb. Can you tell us, there is this rule that they can only use the brushes from the gym. Why is that?
That's a good question, actually. I'm not actually entirely sure why they can only use their own brushes. Are you able to answer that? My only thought would be that if you you were being a little bit nasty and you sort of played a hard game and were using something bad on the end of the brush and using that on the holds, but I don't know if I would expect that from a youth climber or any climber in general.
That's the only thing that I could come up as well. So maybe, I don't know, Yvette, if you're still watching, maybe you can answer that question for us and put it into the chat, because I actually am curious as well. Why is it that they can only use the brushes supplied to them?
Interesting, on this big purple boulder you can see in the middle here, Lucy's having to rock up deep over her knee, but her head's getting a bit stuck. I actually think the beta is trying to find a more swinging position to get you momentum, to put yourself in between the position of the zone and the first catch hold there. So it'll be interesting to see if Lucy picks that. She's actually really good at lache movements, so I believe you're trying to use the first left hold in an underclinging position and swing yourself through to the zone and then kick your foot out to that black Vesi hold there.
So Jack is going past the zone there, and so I guess being a hard worker has just paid off for Laura. That was awesome to see.
Yeah, well done from Laura. She was so pumped about getting to the top of that boulder. She did the little pull-up finish, which youth climbers love to do because they see it on the World Cup circuit all the time.
And Jack has just finished boulder number 4 as well, so we just got another top there. So from what I can see, we've got 3 climbers left on the wall. We've got Lucy, we've got Otto, I think that's Otto, and Nikki.
Nikki's just wrestling over on the right side with this really pressy move. It's looking really tricky to sort of get your body and your hips above your hands to start progressing through. And Lucy just falling short of this zone hold. I mean, it's so funny how your hands can make all the difference between the distance. Her left hand looks like it's probably a little bit too far on the left side, and she's grabbing her wrist there, which points to me that she's probably feeling a little bit sore now after a big weekend of climbing. Poor Lucy actually is very injury prone. She has a lot of bad luck. She's told me about a lot of her bad luck in her climbing and her ninja life, so I feel for her, probably pushing through a little bit of pain here.
And Ryan's just put into the chat for Laura that she's a bit of a weapon on a crimp. Jeez, I wish I could be a weapon on a crimp. I don't know, maybe I need to go over to Southern Australia and see if Ryan would coach me. Ryan, would you coach me?
Honestly, it's kids are good at crimping. Just the general size of their hands allows them to be able to crimp really hard. It really humbles me a lot when I'm testing boulders in the under 12 section that I set in, and I think, yeah, these crimps are hard, and then I get the kids on them, and it's just happy days for them. They're just they're jugs essentially for the kids.
You can tell me about it because, you know, like I went outdoor climbing in the Blue Mountains and I tried this 19 that my then 10-year-old son put the rope up for me. He put the rope up, and between the second and the third clip, I could go nowhere. And I was like, how on earth did you do that? And he goes like, you've got two amazing handholds right in front of you. And I kid you not, they were smaller than a bolt hole. Like I could get half my fingertip in, and I'm going like, and that's it. There was no feet, nothing. So
the optimism on our young youth climbers these days is it's a testament to their hard work, like you're talking about before. We're back on taking a look at these beautiful mint or teal coloured snap holds. Beautiful rounded shapes, cool little bubbles as the feed and the big macros, which the best part of these macros is deep in the back of the hold. It's actually a little bit misleading if you can't see the edge. So you can see the really shadowed area. You really have to get your hand deep behind it. It's more of a wrist-oriented position rather than it being about your fingers. So we just want to see Nikki rock deep into that spot, but just not quite able to get there. Probably need to power up a little bit more to get her hips over to the left.
Yeah, and I have a feeling Nikki hasn't quite been able to shake off the defeat from boulder number 2 and let it get a little bit to her head, and is now gone past boulder number 3. So
I believe we've got Elliot Beer on the third boulder for the boys, and then we've got Poppy, who's our international climber, on those snap holes, those mint snap holes provided by Stacks, and then we've got Jonathan from South Australia all the way over to the right, and then Alyssa doing her thing on the roof climb right now.
And it looks like Alyssa is cruising through that section and onto the zone hold. It looks like she is a weapon on a crimp as well. Look at her go.
Alyssa's quite strong generally, ex-gymnast as well, so she's got that body strength for sure. Well done,
There we
Alyssa.
go.
Made light work of that. I think if Alyssa had to choose what her style was, she'd probably say it was an overhanging climb.
Let's have a look. Maybe we have an answer from Alyssa.
Jonathan making light work of that boulder as well, so really quick flashes from those two climbers. Poppy's just starting this mint-coloured snap climb again, getting that press up. Really important to have solid tricep mobility and tricep strength to really rock over. But honestly, I think a lot of this just comes through the arms, and you need to just like Gaston really hard into that hold and just trust that you can move the feet over to that second spherical hold over to the left.
And, you know, when you were saying about Alyssa, she actually was going her favorite climbing style, crimpy and static moves.
Well, that boulder was literally perfect, and I think we've just seen Hudson get to the top of the last boulder for the boys, which is really impressive. Poppy's just shaking out here. She will have been awarded the zone for this hold, but just not quite making it. I mean, it's interesting to see that from her there because she's quite a tall competitor, and I think you would have picked or tried to pick whether you could span that kind of distance, but it looks like you need to match the zone and be in this really pressy position before you actually make your transition out left. Interestingly, she looks very color coordinated with the boulder right now.
She is. I'm going to go just based on her top of what she's wearing. She's going to get that top.
So like I was saying before, she managed to really go deep into the hold now and get really close to the wall. It's really important. So just pulling in deep into the back of that hold, just trusting the feet, and then making the movement to the zone. So she knows this movement now. It's about trying to relearn the position that she was previously in. So she can't do the span. She's going to have to find a different method of matching the zone, I believe, and then going out left.
So I mean, that start looks like a really powerful start on its own. So it would burn through Poppy. And we've got a top here.
I think that was Elliot. I think that was Elliot Beer who topped that third men's boulder. We're really fixated on wanting to get this top on this beautiful looking boulder. Now that I look at the last move, it almost looks like you're pressing into the zone, and then you might pounce out of that position and almost do a double catch on the last, on the top hold and the second last hold. It just looks like you're going to fall out, going out left, and then trying to smear on the volume. Yeah. You have to be quite strong with the left hand. So it'll be interesting to see if Poppy can get to that position again. It's really important that she finds this flow to this section and actually has a plan to commit to something here. So she's wrapping on the left, maybe coming in for the double wrap.
Go. Oh.
Up left, and just looking like lacking the energy a little bit. She looks tired. She looks fatigued. You know, there's been a lot of climbing on her third last boulder, so probably wants to save a little bit for the fourth boulder, which is actually quite physical. We've seen no one get to the zone on the fourth boulder for the women, which Lily is on right now. So Poppy opting to step away from that boulder. It's obviously becoming very tiring for her. It's looking like Lily's going to get the shoes off now and step off the mats, and then we transition through the climbers. So we've got Laura coming back on the wall. It'll be interesting to see how Laura can really work these body positions. Typically, people who are good at crimping are really good at manipulating their hip position and their foot position to really move through statically. So I have high hopes for Laura on this one.
It's actually quite funny. If there would be a camera on us watching Trent explaining it with his whole body moving and his hands and arms moving, he is climbing a boulder as we are talking.
Well, I mean, it's the whole visualizing experience, right? And it's a hard one to teach. I feel like I'm lucky that I've played a lot of sport growing up, so I love this process of visualization and trying to imagine yourself in positions and feel what they're like before you even get there. So even this jump here that we see at the start, you want to try and think about your hips and how your hips are going to move and where they're going to end up and how you put that whole sequence together.
Yep. We've got the two Queenslanders on their final boulder. It's also the two last Queenslanders in here. So it's Otto and Nikki.
You can hear the Queenslanders. Nikki gets the catch on that, and all the Queenslanders are going crazy for her. So here she is. Can she get this zone hold? It's such a tricky move. And we're getting a top as well from Nick there. This is going to be a tight round, I think. I'm really excited to see what the end results are.
Come on, Nikki. Come on. Oh.
And for those at home who are new to watching, there was a white hold in between what Nikki was using there, but she can't use the white hold. It's a down climb jug. It's simply for safety. It's not for use.
Yep. Poppy having a little bit of trouble with that move across as well. So getting out of the zone. Not Poppy, Laura. Did I just call her Poppy?
You did call her Poppy. We want to bring Poppy Laura back because she's got the same coloured T-shirt on. We needed to get back up that boulder. So Laura moving really well through the start of this boulder and needing to probably be just a little bit more powerful. So her foot position on the...
Come on, Nikki.
Wow, Nikki's really close to that. I think maybe getting the left hand to the other side of this hold is really going to help, but it becomes more risky as it's sloping away from the way that you catch that jug. But you have to trust that your right hand is going to really hold you into that zone. You've got a nice deep in-cut purple jug there that can pull you in.
We've got Otto making his way up there. Yeah.
Nice job. Great catch. Such cool holds, those big squadron ones. You've probably seen them at World Cups.
Yes.
If you're watching and keeping up to date with that. We're kicking back over to Laura now. Really needs to pounce out of this position. Be really powerful. And she slaps into it. Left foot's going to come up and smear on the volume. Switch to the right perhaps. Bang.
There we go.
And just get the foot up. Keep it steady. Keep it steady. Maybe a left heel. Yeah. Oh, yeah, she's climbing so well. She's pumped. She looks like she's got a lot of energy as well. I'm really impressed.
She is just bouncing off the wall. It's awesome to see, hey? So we've got 2 minutes left, and the only person on the wall, here's a replay from Otto jumping up onto those squadron holds.
Shout out to the broadcasting team to show such a cool replay like that. That's awesome. Nikki's looking tired now, I think.
I think this is now also the time where this is the experience going to come in. She's got 1 minute and 35 seconds left on the clock. She knows that she can do that first move, right? But she now, I mean, it's her last climb, but if she's getting close, would it be advisable if she just takes a little breather to really shake out, because that next move is the killer?
Yeah, I think you're right. To be honest, she's got 1 minute, 10 seconds on the clock. If I was her coach and I was able to coach her through this right now, which I couldn't because she's on the mats, and you're not allowed any coaching advice right now when they're in 5-on-5 off, but I'd be saying take a 30-second break to give it one last attempt. So to finish a climb and then only give yourself 10 or 15 seconds, it's not a lot, and giving yourself that extra 30 seconds can go a long way. Even a quick sip of water, getting the chalk in the bag, really trying to shake the pump out a little bit. So let's see how she goes.
And I mean, we've got a shout out on the live stream by Ava for Nikki. Ava actually just won the Youth C this morning. She's also a Queenslander. She's probably one of them that we could hear screaming down there.
The Queenslanders, it seems, are doing expert training in cheering on teammates. There's a certain camaraderie going on there that I think is part of the training. I'm impressed.
And I have a feeling Nikki is done. She is sitting at the edge of the mat having a drink. So, yeah, shaking her head. She is done.
She's breathing heavily. She's tried really hard. She's had her best crack at it.
Well done, Nikki.
Yeah, she did really well. I liked her energy. I liked her commitment to all the movement. It's something that's really important, is not going half-heartedly into the boulder that you're doing, is committing all your energy to go forward. So we're getting close to the end of our round now. We've got Poppy on the fourth boulder for the Youth B females.
And Elliot.
Nice.
Which means Jonathan and Alyssa would be on the blue, black, and the teal one.
Shout out to the route setters for making some really aesthetically pleasing boulders that are also seemingly climbing really well. I always feel like when I'm commentating that I actually really want to climb. You're trying to make the decisions for the athletes. You're putting yourself in the athlete's shoes, and you can't help but want to get out and climb.
Yeah, I always go like, oh my God, when I'm commentating, I go like, please leave them up so that I can go and have a go at climbing. But no, we will have the open Bs coming up after, and then after that, the open As. Definitely. Is this a flash?
Alyssa is cruising through this boulder, just struggling to find this. Oh, there she goes. She's got the top as well. Well done. She pinged off there quite fast. And she definitely was in a controlled position, knew it, and then just popped the heel out.
Yes, and I think Jonathan just came off as well. I think Jonathan just got that top too. Yep, looks like Jonathan got that top as well.
So the order that you qualify in for these events as well is based on your score in the qualification round. So Jonathan and Alyssa would have had the highest scores in their respective categories to come into the comp today. Interestingly, it doesn't necessarily give them any advantage because they don't get to see the climbers ahead of them or anything like that. But I actually feel like there's a slight disadvantage because things can get really chalky, things can get really messy. So when you're coming out last, you probably want to focus a little bit more on your brushing and making sure that you're getting the boulder best prepared for you to attack it. So
that's an interesting point you are actually touching on with all the chalk, right? So, and you know what? For me, I always get distracted by the chalk. I go like, oh, there's so much chalk on this side. I need to move to that side. And it's just that everyone has already moved to that side. And no one's brushing it off anymore because that's not the side you need to touch. So I actually prefer when there is no chalk on the holes at all.
So what you're saying is people can lead you astray with their chalk marks around the boulders.
honestly, people can lead me astray with any of the things on the boulders. I always end up in the wrong position. I nearly decided that I compete yesterday in Masters, and then in the end I decided, no, I'm not going to do it because it will be me watching me trying to establish 5 times, and then that would be it.
I have faith in you, Angela. You would have had the Queensland crew behind you. You would have found this energy that you've never found before, because someone like Ava would have been shouting out for you.
There was no Queenslanders watching yesterday.
Oh
in
no!
the crowd.
So it would have been
the only one
in the trenches. You would have been, I imagine.
Totally.
Poppy's looking quite tired here. And naturally so. So the 5-on-5 off format is pretty unforgiving. Again, you're on for 5 minutes, you're off for 5 minutes, and then you're straight back on. So you finish your boulders in quite a short amount of time. And so managing your attempts and managing your energy output is really, really, really crucial to getting a good score in this kind of format.
And at this 4th boulder, I mean, watching these climbers, it looks brutal. So this is where, I mean, I love route setting, right? And I love setting hard stuff. I just can't climb it. And thankfully, I route set with a guy called Nick and a guy called Tim. Tim is about my age. Nick is I call him a young baby. He says he's not. He's in his 30s. But they're both ultra strong guys. So I set it, and then I look at them and go like, here you go. Please test it for me so I can adjust it accordingly.
I mean, and you're pointing to the importance of having like a really good team approach to route setting. I certainly would never regard myself as the strongest person on the route setting team here at Boulder Lab, but what I can bring is a good energy and a good vision for something that's really tricky or something that's really new. And in the end, we want to figure out what's the best thing that we can produce for the customer or that we can produce for the athlete as well. We just saw Poppy popping off. Oh my God, I'm not going to use that. Poppy's just punting off there, but she needs to be more dynamic and move into her knee and get really over the top of her toe, because she's reaching the hold. She's just not latching onto it.
Yeah, but she had such a good go. I think she didn't even take a breath to throw herself back on it. Yeah, but I think that's it. Well done, Poppy. I mean, you were saying, you know, the thing bringing to the route setting team. It's interesting that some of the days, the guys are just walking in and go like, yes, Ange has been setting because I put movements on the wall that, sorry to say this in a way, the strong boys just don't think of, right? I can't do these movements, but I can think of movements that I could do, and then I just make them so hard that I can't do them anymore, and therefore challenge the boys to do them.
I like that. I think that, route setting is a creative process. And so we need to start not visualizing the impossible as such, but certainly visualizing something that's really enticing because you're not so sure about what you're meant to do. So typically at our gym anyway, this can come through really wacky sort of dynamic coordination movement. Boulder Lab's kind of known for this sort of style, so we're always putting big volumes on the wall, big, hopping and cross-throughs and all these sort of wacky ways that we can move on the wall, and I think it's a great way to think about our position as route setters. Oh, Laura just exploding up to that first hole. I have high hopes for this move. Oh, wow. The lock-off looks so strong.
Cruising through this.
I said this might be a tricky finish, but...
No.
Oh, she's cruising up. What a cool angle there in the shadows there. Looks great. She's pumped.
She's absolutely pumped. Oh, my God. Ryan, you must be stoked watching this. This was amazing.
And then we just got another top from Nick Ray as well. So we've only got 2 more competitors to go on these last boulders, which will be Alyssa and Jonathan.
So we actually have 3 minutes to kill, because there is not going to be a single climber on the wall, because we obviously have to wait off the 5 minutes so that Jonathan and Alyssa, they still have their 5-minute rest. So
I'm therefore going to give a bit of a shout out to the principal sponsor of this event, which is La Sportiva. And then our platinum sponsors, which is Bogong and Stacks. Again, Stacks provided our beautiful mint snap holes that you've seen in the middle part of the comp walk here. And then our other sponsors include Happy Beaner, 5 Foot, Cliff Bar, Chalk Up, Climbing Gems, and Tension Grips. Another really specific shout out to our broadcast team. It's not been possible without the support of Bird Dog, Red, Angel Bird, and Netgear. And the team over at Blonde Robot have been really generous in loaning some key equipment. So special shout out to Quinton from Blonde Robot. We really appreciate you. Really quickly, Angela, tell me about Climbing Gems. What is the vision? What, for people who don't know, what are you trying to achieve with this creation of yours?
Okay, so Climbing Gems started when I started climbing about 4 years ago. I was one of those people that started climbing. I had sparkly long nails because I like sparkles and I like long nails, and obviously they came off very quickly. But I wanted something sparkly, and the only thing that accessorized, my climbing would have been a chalk pack, but they were either boring colors or fluffy monsters. That's all I could see. And so I created a chalk pack out of sequins. And every girl in the climbing gym and at the crack wanted to have one of those chalk packs. But then I didn't want to create more. We have a huge amount of textile waste. We buy clothes. Actually, the biggest amount of waste we have in clothes is jeans in this country. We throw away jeans at a daily rate that's insane, right? And so I started to create chalk bags out of upcycled materials that would go to the op shops, and the bargain bins are the ones that are just about to be thrown out and going into landfill or being sent overseas to be in landfill overseas. And I started to collect the materials from there, and it came from Climbing Gems. Obviously is the gem, the sparkly part, but my logo in itself has the little goat in it, which is called a chamois. In German, so I'm from Switzerland, it's actually called a Gems, which is spelled exactly the same way. So I started creating this with upcycled material. I wanted to have fun chalk bags. Eventually I came across this magnetic opening with the help of another person, which it actually is the only functioning magnetic chalk bag in the world. And I am not making this stuff up. I've just had a good sit down with Alex from YY Vertical, the owner of YY Vertical. I met him in Kuala Lumpur, and they used to have a magnetic chalk bag, but it just wasn't working that well. It was called the chalk stopper, I think. And he came back to my booth playing with my magnetic opening and go like, we need to sit together because I've invested so much time and money to create a magnetic opening, and here you are, and you've perfected it pretty much. So look, what I want is having these chalk bags created sustainably, but also with a social impact. I want this to be a community effort, not a factory-produced product in the end.
That's awesome, Angela. I really appreciate your words there. It sounds like you're achieving that vision. I can see the colors, I can see the excitement, I can see the community getting behind it. You're obviously creating things for athletes for specific events. I think there's something really special in that, so we really appreciate it. So again, a special shout out to Climbing Gems. We've got Angela, the creator and owner of Climbing Gems, with us, which is fantastic. So we're back to the boulders now. Alyssa making light work of this jump. She's looking really strong on this next move.
So Alyssa making her way to the top there and getting that top as well. Well done, Alyssa. Hey, have you heard of the term snap the banana?
I've never heard that term.
So Ryan actually put that into the chat when Laura came off. Jonathan from Southern Australia, also one of the kids that is being coached by Ryan. So he's put in that he's been working with Laura a lot on those dynamic movements, and the snap the banana cue on full display here. So
I need to go back to my climbing dictionary to understand this. I'd love to hear a description of that, because there's not a whole lot I feel like I can make sense of with the snap the banana. The only thing that comes to mind is if you're snapping a banana, it's just you do it fast, you do it quickly and intensely. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it. Jonathan getting the final top on the men's boulder, made really light work of that one. So a really interesting round. I think the setters have done an amazing job at splitting our athletes here today. We will confirm that later once we see the results. However, stick around. We're going to be channeling into our Open B finals a little bit later, and then our Open A finals. So you can see a whole bunch of material just before on the floor that our root setters are going to be putting back on the wall.
There you go.
It's been a bit of chaos, but we've managed quite well. So big shout out to Alex Poborozovsky, who's been an absolute champion today, running around like a madman. I think he's had about 500 milligrams of caffeine today, so no sleep tonight as well.
Do you know those red and white holes that we can see in the top right-hand side? Because I saw them on the wall today, and I love them. I want to see them in the final.
Yeah,
please,
so
please.
we got them for Lab Masters, I think, 2 years ago. So they're the Illusion. I don't think they're called the Illusion targets, but we call them the targets. They look like a bow and arrow target.
Yeah.
You know, and they're a really great one for comp climbing because it's not so clear where the good part of the hold is to use. So for athletes who haven't jumped on those specific holds before, you can always manipulate the movement and make it really tricky to figure out because you're kind of wrestling and hugging those holds all the time. But they're really useful for setting fun, easy climbs as well. It's so nice to give beginner climbers big fiberglass macros to climb on. They're beautiful feet. They make you feel like an absolute legend climbing in these 3D positions. So yeah, you're right. Really, really cool holds.
I actually have managed to message Illusion Holds a while ago about some of their holds as well, and I am trying to tee up a route setting workshop with them close to Vertical Pro in November when it is happening over in Germany, because I want to get into some route setting workshops over there, but it's such a far way for us to travel that I'm really hoping there's going to be some setting workshops happening at that time over there. Hey, want to come with me?
You can see us in the camera. We're in the camera. Where's the camera? I think it's down right at the top there. So we're in the top right of the screen. We've been parked up the top here.
Here we go.
Thank you. A bit self-absorbed there. I think I am. We got a bit excited.
And we're getting a close up now. Here we are. Hello.
Thanks so much to everyone for tuning in. I believe we'll be seeing some podium action coming up. We may even cut across to a bit of footage from the event earlier today and then on Saturday. But Angela and I are going to take a quick rest now, and we will revisit you shortly.
See you soon.
My name is Stanley Browning. I am the head route setter for the open category for Vic State titles this year. I think my big focus this year was giving everybody who's coming to the event a really good opportunity to do a lot of climbing. In previous years, I think it's been quite hard. We've sort of set for the top end athletes. For me, I think it's really important to set for all the athletes. So giving the people who maybe it's their first event, maybe they're trying a harder category this year, maybe it's their first time competing, whatever, giving everybody an opportunity to do a lot of climbing. So maybe a little bit easier this year and more boulders so more people have that opportunity. That was my big focus. So far, it's been going pretty well. I'm very nervous. I personally think that watching people climb the boulders that we've set is harder than the setting itself. It's been really challenging, so I've been really, really happy with the results so far. Very pleased. I think more than anything, I like watching people climb really hard. I've got a lot of friends who are competing. I'm just excited to see them pull really hard, have some cool moments, create some memories.
Y'all ready for this? Yeah. Yeah.
Been volunteering for the last 6 years.
I've been volunteering for about 10 years, so there's lots of roles I've had.
I tend to volunteer as a role of a judge or just any other roles that need to be done.
Yeah, so generally first aid and physiotherapy, otherwise sometimes general dog sporting.
I've done a bit of ISO stewarding, looking after the kids before they go into their final climbs, making sure that they've got everything they need. Seeing kids at their first comp and they're so excited and like nervous, but and they're also supportive of each other. It's really nice to see.
I started off just being around and being an usher, helping with timing, being assistant judge, but now, yeah, belaying's my favourite role.
We need the volunteers to kind of just be seamlessly float in and out and help us execute it as best as possible.
Just, getting used to that comp vibe and settling in and doing your job well.
Whether it's a timer or just a isolation manager, whatever it happens to be, I'll be there just to help out and make sure everything goes smoothly.
Judging at a climbing competition is a learning curve, but there's excellent resources to help and also help with other volunteers that are more experienced than you in most cases.
As an athlete, it teaches me the things that I should be looking out for myself when I'm actually competing.
Oh, it's such an exciting day. Yeah, turning up and meeting all the new people, finding out your role and where you're going to be.
Dean will run around, bring snacks to you. That's fantastic.
Usually it's a bit of like social catch up with all your friends that you see at these competitions.
The things I enjoy most about volunteering is probably the people that you get to meet.
I enjoy that there's that whole social community around the volunteering part.
I love the friendships that I've got from volunteering. I've got some friends that I've had for over 10 years now.
I just enjoy being in the thick of it, I guess. Like the comps are so much fun and just the vibe and the enthusiasm and just feeling like you're a part of something.
You know, and you meet coaches, you meet route setters, you meet a huge cross-section of an industry that is still growing.
And I love that we can take this to another level, so you can do your state volunteering, but you can go right through the IFSC on that World Cup level, which would be amazing.
All the events I've done have been like really excellent experiences.
It's a way that I can really contribute with my skill set, so I can give back to the community and use my skills to the best of my ability.
I think the big thing for me when it comes to volunteering is giving back to the sport that gives me so much.
Who are we and what do we do? We study walls, we train, we dance, we climb, we fall, we laugh, we fall, we celebrate. No matter how small or tall the wall is, we all live and breathe this process. How are we able to keep trying again and again? Because of you. We gain courage, psyche, and energy from the people around us that empowers us to be better. This is who we are, and this is what
Adaptive Climbing Victoria is a group that was formed originally under Sport Climbing Victoria to promote adaptive climbing, to give opportunities to people with disability to participate in climbing, and to advocate for paraclimbing with gyms, with outdoor agencies, and through competitions.
Climbing's for everybody, like anyone who is a mover can climb. Because there's no one way to climb, it's freeform, you can do it however suits you best.
There is a specific dopamine, I guess, that comes from, like, I think a lot of people with disabilities, you don't often get to be in the, from the perspective of like being up really high and being able to look down on people. You're often looking up. So like that's a really unique perspective that you don't really get a lot of the time.
So being a below knee amputee, I guess, you know, feel a little bit wobbly sometimes on the ground, and walking is sometimes really difficult, but being able to move with my entire body, it's a really kind of freeing experience for me. I just love the movement of it.
I got into paraclimbing through a friend. I met everyone in the para community and I just got hooked.
A friend of mine said to me one day, "Hey, will you come climbing with me?" And I was like, "Oh, I don't know, it sounds hard." She was like, "What if we get cake after?" And I was like, "Okay, I'll come." So I went, I came down, couldn't feel my arms. She was like, "This is great, let's do that again." And then it just became like a regular part of my, I guess, personality.
I love the physical aspect of climbing. It's just really, really fun.
Adaptive climbing more often refers to, it's more of an umbrella term for any sort of rock climbing for people with disabilities, and paraclimbing is often used more specifically to refer to the competitive sport.
Internationally, we've just hit the Paralympics, so there will be paraclimbing at LA 2028, which is very exciting.
My goals for climbing is just competing at World Cups. I've already done 2 World Cups and I'm aiming for silver or gold next.
More locally, there are national events and state events as well. So plenty of comps for everybody. So Adaptive Climbing Victoria run quarterly come and try days, and anyone's welcome. And we also run casual Mondays. So if people just want to go for a climb and have been before and are keen to continue with that, we're aiming to give them the opportunity more frequently.
So if anyone's looking for more information on paraclimbing and adaptive climbing, it's pretty easy. Obviously, you come to Adaptive Climbing Victoria. We're on social, so you can look us up on Facebook with Adaptive Climbing Victoria. Instagram is @Adaptive Climbing Vic.
Or the Sport Climbing Victoria website has our webpage, and they're also very welcome to email.
Climbing is fun, even if you're not very good at it. It's fun to just try, it's fun to fall off, so I think it's really great for everybody to try.
All right, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Although Angela is no longer Angela, it's actually Angus.
Hello, I'm back.
How are you, Angus?
I'm doing extremely well. How are you?
I'm good, man. It's feeling really nice to be with you. A long-term friend.
Yeah.
Although we've never really had the chance to properly work together, but here we are.
I've actually never met you in my entire life.
Interesting. Well, it's time to get to know each other. So what's been your role today, man? How's the vibe been? What's been going on?
So I've been here coaching some of the pump fests that we've had this morning, or Boulder Jams, should I call them. So with those, we have big groups of kids between the ages of about 7 years old to about 13 in categories C and D. So with their format, it's a bit different to what we have for the other youth competitors. With those competitors, instead of having like a 5-on-5 off, so the competitors sort of like come around the gym climbing the boulders in a sequential order, they're sort of led off into a zone where there's a bunch of boulders all over the gym. And sorry, we just had some technical difficulties. So yeah, there's a bunch of boulders all around the gym, and they can choose when to climb them. So we've actually just got our first competitor out for our Open B males and females. So we have Oren. That is who our camera is on at the moment with the stripy shirt. He's on this yellow Open B male 1 boulder.
This guy looks tall. That's all I'm going to say first up.
Is that the first thing you noticed?
That's the first thing I noticed.
What do you notice about me?
Tall and really strong.
No. It's just because I'm tall.
Interesting. Well, hopefully Oren can use his strength because he's tall. Okay, he's off. Great to put the competitors out on a slab boulder first. I think this is the way of like comp climbing, is like putting the competitor in a situation where they feel really uncomfortable and they're second guessing themselves. I don't know what your thoughts are, Angus. Is it give them the burly boulder first, or is it give them the technical sort of second guessing?
First off, what I want to point out is for this entire Open B round, it's set over on the slab wall with a few boulders set over on the island. So I believe there's going to actually be quite a few slab boulders in this round, which is going to be really interesting. In terms of the boulders that they usually like put out for first, I've had a lot of conversations with setters, and a lot of the time they say that it's really interesting to challenge competitors with the most physical boulder to start with, because it really challenges them. It actually challenges them in more ways than just their like climbing ability. If you put them straight out with a physical boulder, what it means is you've actually just said to them that, do you know how to warm up properly? Like, do you know how to get into fighting shape the moment you walk onto the mats? Generally, and especially with youth athletes, the answer is no, most of the time. Like sometimes, like Trent and I, we had a bit of a situation earlier, right, with a super final. Yeah, so with the super final, we had a few competitors come out, and they had to do like a sort of 1v1, and their warm up was lackluster, wouldn't you say?
I would certainly say that. So essentially, it was Angus and I as the coaches, and we had our athletes fighting it off in the super final. So it was mostly friendly.
Mostly friendly.
Mostly friendly.
I think we were fighting in the background mostly.
Correct. Yeah. Lots of physical contact going on whilst the athletes were going at it. But anyway, we're gonna get back into the serious of it now. So Oren's just topped the first boulder
in 2, I believe.
But I think your call about the actual terrain of what these climbers are going to be on is a really great call. For myself, going into a finals that is predominantly on sort of like vert panel or slab panel, I know that's not going to be something that suits me as much. So it'll be interesting to see how the athletes adapt to this. We're at the Open B level, so it's going to be really, for me, I actually don't really know this level really well. I'm more understanding of sort of the youth level. So I'm quite eager to see how these climbers adapt to the boulders that they've got coming for them.
Mm-hmm. I tend to notice that a lot of the Open B competitors, like they're obviously doing it for a bunch of fun. Like they're not trying to really like push to an international level or anything like that. But with the Open B competitors, I'm always stunned by their physical strength. they are always extremely strong. So you know what's interesting is the fact that they've put them on slab.
No, that's a great call. It's going to be one of these rounds where it might be anyone's game today. I don't think it matters where you're coming in and qualifying.
Yeah.
And in terms of the order that these athletes are coming out, essentially the person who qualifies in last place comes out first. Is this true?
That is true.
So we've just had Oren coming out. We should have, I believe it's pronounced Farhan, coming out next for the male climbers. And then we have a slightly less number of female climbers, so we should have a male and female climber coming out onto the mats in just a moment. While I'm at it, I'll give a quick shout out to our sponsors of the event today. So our main sponsor is La Sportiva. The event is in fact called the La Sportiva Victorian Boulder State Titles. We have Bogong and Stax as the platinum sponsors for the event today. Stax has provided some really nice mint-coloured snap holds on the comp wall. And then the other sponsors are Happy Beaner, 5 Foot, Cliff Bar, Chalk Up, Climbing Gems, and Tension Grip. So a lot of those secondary sponsors have had some stalls up around the front, so lots of people engaging and getting to know different gear and equipment. It's been a great atmosphere.
So in 10 seconds, we're going to have Farron come out and Shauna. Oh, sorry, Shani, not Shauna.
All right, some fun facts about Farhan. Loves dynos and powerful movement. It's his favourite style. So my guy has already got it up against him coming in.
He's in the wrong category.
His home gym, he lists 2 gyms. He's over at Up Climbing. He's also at Urban Climb Collingwood. His biggest climbing achievement to date is the Vic State Finals in 2025. So he's back with a vengeance. I wonder what he placed in 2025 and whether he has a bit of a maybe a goal to try and beat his score from last year.
For sure. And with Shani, she's actually an old. Well, I think she's still in the Bayside youth squad, but yeah, I used to coach her down at Bayside a little bit. It's actually very interesting to see her in the beads. I think she might have competed in Youth A last year. But yeah, I haven't seen her in quite a while, so it's interesting to see her on the stage at the moment. She said her favorite climbing style is everything. I like to see that. And what is your home gym? Bayside, so she's still climbing down there. She says she has no fun facts about herself, but I'm sure there's plenty. I do know that she is not ex-gymnast, but she has been doing gymnastics since she was extremely young. She still does that along with climbing, which I think obviously would attest to her climbing ability as well. I think that would make a huge difference in her confidence in the air.
Yeah, we just finished watching the Youth B finals. We had Alyssa, also a previous Bayside climber, who did really well in the finals, and I was explaining on the live stream that she is also an ex-gymnast. There's this body awareness and this general body strength that you can't really get. Well, you can get it from other sports, you can get it from other specific training, but there are a lot of gymnasts that come into climbing and vice versa, climbers who transition into gymnastics. But honestly, if you're out there and you're watching this and you're doing gymnastics, make the transition. Like, it's time to get away from single apparatuses and understand that having different constraints, like through the boulders that are set by people, there's something so interesting about that.
Interesting take for sure. There's been a little bit of a push in recent times with chaos spaces and sort of like gymnastic style training for all athletes at a young age, because they've noticed that the sort of like fundamentals in tumbling and things like that kids do when they're really young in gymnastics seems to translate to high sport performance later on. So all the gymnasts come into climbing, that's what we're saying.
Angus, do you want to tell us a bit about your uni background and where you're sort of pulling that knowledge from? I think it's worth saying because we can trust in who you are as a person, but do you want to tell the audience just like where you sort of sit in your career as a climbing coach and what that's been informed by?
Yeah, I did a degree in sports science when I was out of high school. I also I started with a degree in osteopathy because I was really interested in anatomy and I was looking for kind of a pathway to like put that information into practice. And then I got into sports science when I sort of was like a fair way through that degree because I thought it would be more translatable into my passions around climbing coaching. in all honesty, it was something that like I used quite a lot of to get myself kicked off into the fundamentals of coaching, like understanding the body, how it reacts, how development can be influenced by sports and things like that as you age. But later on, I think once those fundamentals kind of come, I really noticed that like just understanding climbing as its own sort of unique thing and not necessarily comparing it to other sports all the time was actually a key to really breaking through to new coaching levels. And I think you have some thoughts about that for sure.
Definitely. But I kind of want to go back to you and ask, like, what is it about climbing that is so truly unique, right? Like for me, I really do feel it's like the element of route setting and the unpredictable nature of like what's coming at you as a competitor. But I wonder if you have any takes, maybe specifically on like physiology or anything like that you find is different for climbing.
Physiology. Oh, so you specifically want to know about what I think physiologically makes you a really good climber?
Yeah, perhaps this, and like whether because like growing up for me, there were lots of sports that I was really good at, right? And then there were specific skills that I needed to adapt to be good at that sport. However, it was less. I mean, maybe I was a little bit blessed with an average sort of, let's say, strength or endurance or coordination that I had through my physiology. But yeah, do you feel like there's a certain characteristics that make someone a good climber, or is it something that you can actually like just work through?
Yeah, just before I answer that question, we have Ferren getting quite close to the top on this boulder here. He's made a few really good attempts in the past, and he's made it to the zone already, but he's only got 2 seconds left. And it doesn't look like we're going to get any sort of buzzer beater. So don't think we're doing plus time, are we? We're not doing time on.
My understanding is that we have no plus time. So I think people are celebrating a little bit earlier, and we actually have a bit of a discrepancy with the judges right now. So that was actually transition time. Ferren won't be awarded the top for that. I think he'll be a little bit disappointed, but that's how it goes.
Bugger. So we have Joel Turner stepping onto the mats along with... now it's Shauna, I believe? Shauna?
Yeah, Shauna sounds about right. And then we've got a bit of an OG Bayside competitor here, 366, Mr. Joel Turner. Sounds like that beatboxing guy, Joel Turner, you know?
Turner. Wait, there's a beatboxer that's named Joel Turner.
Yeah, I remember him being on like Australia's Got Talent or something like that years ago.
Oh wow!
And then it got me into my beatboxing. He was elite, but and now he's a climber and he shaved his head and he's number 366 right now. He's going.
Confirmations from the media team that yes, this is the guy. I will get to that question in a moment, but we are having some action on the wall right now. We have Shauna getting a little bit further than our first competitor on this red, although she does slip off this interesting looking transition here. Joel fancies himself as somebody who is very good at slab climbing. He always talks about his slab prowess, and it's kind of showing at the moment. This would kind of be a round for him, isn't it?
You might have noticed it on the boulder to the right, the red one, we've had a change of starting position. So originally the hole that Shauna's left hand is on, there was 2 points of tape on there, but they actually had to start in a press position. So it'll be interesting to see if the competitor before has some extra time. We'll see how we go along with that. So Joel, I believe, just topped that boulder. He made light work of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's opting for the chalk on the back of the hands method, which I don't know is helping him, but if the energy is right, I think it's going to prove him well.
Makes him look like he's wearing gloves.
Certainly does.
Yes, so the physiology question about climbing. The more I coach and watch climbing, the more I realize that, yes, I think physiology plays a part, but I think, I really think, especially in these sorts of levels, your competitiveness and ability to sort of like recover from training and your ability to sort of deal with like competition adversity is a lot more important than your physiology. I mean, obviously everyone probably listening to this right now would probably say, yes, finger strength is important, yes, mobility is important, yes, pull strength is important, but I've seen some damn strong competitors compete really poorly. I don't know about you.
I think that's a great call, and I think it's not enough to say that if you're super strong, you're going to become a really professional athlete at whatever level that is, whether you're an open athlete or a youth athlete or whatever that might be.
We have Shauna near the top.
just stretching up. I love those
And
little
she's
finger
got
grabs.
Awesome job from Shauna. Sorry, what were you saying?
I was just saying that I'm in agreement with you to the fact that climbing for me is a mind game more than anything. And I think that even athletes at the top level, you kind of need to have this unrelenting confidence in your ability, right?
Yeah.
And kind of like forgetting about sort of profiling anything in front of you, that be a boulder or a competitor or an environment or how you are, and just kind of like submitting to this flow and like finding your space in the space, you know? So I think you make some good calls about maybe physiology not being the be all end all, but playing a key factor in it, sort of like pushing your performance in years to come.
Yeah. I really do agree with like the mental side of things. I think a lot of people out there would maybe disagree that mindset is like a big part of it. But the thing that I've noticed with such high level athletes over the years is that they just have an uncanny ability to take the learnings from every competition, be optimistic, know what they need to know, constantly be like unrelenting in their push to get better, and then also having the ability to regulate their daily lives to be able to actually improve at the sport and make sure that every training session is as high quality as it could be, essentially. And every athlete that's done that, I've noticed, has improved a lot. I've certainly seen athletes come through who have not had a absurd amount of like the characteristics that we consider to be really important to be a good climber, and they've ended up being really, really good just because they have not given up and been able to learn about themselves and learn how they compete best and just keep pushing in the sport. So you could almost say that your brain is of high importance for the physiology aspect, right?
100%, mate. That's a great call. Again, we've got Mr. Angus Cameron and myself, Trent and Johnson-Boe, commentating with you here today. There's still quite a bit going on down here at Ferntree Gully. We've got the setters on the competition wall, setting things up for the Open A finals. We find ourselves over on the slab panel, or sort of the flat wall that we like to call it, where we've got the Open B finals running. I'm looking forward to it. Oren's doing really well. He's come out strong and got up the first two boulders. So it's kind of, not that the other athletes know, but it's kind of putting the pressure on everyone to make sure they get up those first two boulders now. Given that the athletes coming out later have qualified in a better position, essentially.
I've missed Oren's boulder. It must have been that purple that you see in the split screen right now. We have Shani back on the slab. Over here we have another slab, so two slabs in the same round. We don't usually see that, hey. So over here we see Shani. She's getting her redo on the boulder after they changed the start tapes. Do you think... Actually, I was going to say, do you think that that's a bit of an advantage? But I don't think it would be, because she didn't really make much progress with the old start. So maybe it does really feel like a new boulder to her.
I mean, if anything, maybe there is some slight advantage, but then you could also take it the other way and think that they spend quite a bit of time wrestling with that start move and putting their wrists in quite uncomfortable positions where they had to pull quite hard.
Yeah.
So perhaps it's a fatigue element coming into play here, where you're doing like 5 boulders now.
Yeah.
Like you're having that time on.
I mean, the way I see it when I'm like climbing in a competition, just about every pull-on is about 3 times as taxing as a normal pull-on in a normal gym, just because of the amount of like pressure and nerves that you're feeling. It just doesn't feel the same at all. It never feels the same.
We've got Bowen on the first boulder, just brushing up on that delicate foot placement there on top of that rectangle volume. Bowen's a bit of a board style climber. His home gym's over at Urban Climb Collingwood, and one of his favourite things to do is travelling to different climbing gyms, which is a very broad one. So yeah, let's see how Bowen goes. I've seen him around Boulder Lab a couple of times, typically not on the slab, so I'm excited for him to get this challenge. For those at home, dorsiflexion plays a really big part on this boulder. So it's
physiology.
Your physiology. It's your ability to. Well, maybe you want to talk a little bit more about it, Angus. So we've got the expertise.
Dorsiflexion is the ability for your basically feet to flex upwards. Plantar flexion is the opposite. I don't know how much plantar flexion has to play in slab, but actually probably plantar flexion strength probably has something to play in. Yes. Probably steep climbing. As Bowen gets the top of this, I think he just tickled the top.
We've had quite a few of those types of finishes, even in the younger kids round this morning. And then just on the finals before in the Youth B, I love the no hands finish. When I'm setting slab, I'm always opting for doing something where you don't get your hands and you have this uncomfortability at the top of the wall.
Yeah.
Of course, you got to balance that out with safety and make sure you're not putting anyone in danger. But in finals, it's time to fight, right?
Yeah.
People are going to try much harder than they would at a commercial gym or when they're having a casual climbing session. So it's something that as a route setter at a competition format like this that you've got to consider is how hard are these climbers willing to fight for their position to get on the podium?
For sure. Seems like we have had a top of men's 3 as well. Don't see anyone climbing on it at the moment. We did have, I believe it was Ferrin on it a little bit earlier. So would that mean he's got 3 tops so far? I saw him on it earlier, but I don't know if he definitely topped it.
I think Oren has 3 tops then.
Oren.
Ferrin just missed out on the first top on the boulder because he timed out. So hopefully we'll get a score check soon, maybe at the end of this this minute in this round, and we can take a look at where everyone stands at the moment. So again, it might be a bit of one of these sort of flash rounds that your attempts really count, and you've got to really prioritize focusing up on every single attempt. And we just see our competitor falling off the wall there, not quite able to trust standing over that dual text volume.
Happened as soon as the 1 minute beep happened. I can't help to think that that's what spat her off the wall. It would spit me off. It's really like hearing the beeps and everything. Oh, it's stressful.
Yeah, there's this like triggering element to time and feeling that pressure. I had a conversation with Angela on the live stream before, talking about how you prepare athletes for a high pressure situation like this. And I might put that to you, Angus, like when you're in training with athletes, how are you trying to, I'm kind of giving you what I sort of do, but how are you sort of creating an environment where you're sort of simulating the pressure and how important is that, do you think, in training?
Are you asking me to give away my secrets?
I'm asking you to give away the secrets, and I'm saying that everyone on the YouTube should donate to your GoFundMe and put the thousands of dollars in to get the secret knowledge of Gus.
Well, I mean, you kind of said it. I think importantly, it's to like host comp sims and then be able to place the pressure or like place the onus on the athletes to take it as seriously as possible. It's all well and good trying to run a comp sim, but it's also really important to make sure that the athletes understand that when you run a comp sim, they have to take it as much as a simulation as they possibly can, and that's something that's really hard to sort of like teach children to take seriously, because they don't really often shy away from those situations, but they've got to understand that, like, and we're talking about kids right now because we both coach high performance kids more than we coach high performance adults, but yeah, it's hard to get kids to sort of like buy into that sort of thing because they don't want to feel that, but then when they come into states and they're faced with it, it's the ones that have been in that scenario a lot. We also just want to mention we have Sin come out for Boulder #1 for the men's. He is part of our media team. He's actually volunteered, been here on a voluntary basis every single time so far on the camera. But today he is not behind any of the cameras because he is on this yellow boulder right now. So well done, Sin, for making it to finals.
This guy is an absolute legend. I feel like every event I go to that's hosted in Victoria, he's magically there and he's just doing his bit and he's volunteering. And it makes me just want to give a shout out to all the volunteers that have come here today. The parents, just the casual climbers who are from Boulder Lab, all the casual climbers from other gyms, anyone who's not even, there's people here who don't even know much about climbing and who have volunteered their time to make events like this run. So Sin is kind of a leader in that space, so it'd be such a big effort for him to get up a couple boulders here in finals. It'll just top off the day for him, I'm sure.
He's been here all day, both days as well, just volunteering and competing, which is just... Like, for me, I've been here a lot these past 2 days, and I am exhausted, and he's been climbing.
This guy just comes off volunteering, gets a measly warm-up in the isolation area, and he's on the boulders. And he's looking pretty nice here, actually. He's actually climbed this really fluently. Trying to point that heel down to lock himself in, tickle his way up to the top, hopefully.
I've actually spent a little bit of time coaching Zin in the past. He's relentless. That's the one thing I've got to say about him. He's been injured a lot while I've sort of like had him in some of my sessions. Like, he'll always come in and be like, oh, you know, my back's a bit bad, I need to lay off these or whatever. But he's just always keen to improve, always. So I'm really excited to see him in a final situation and just see the sort of training and relentless attitude pay off, I think.
It's interesting seeing him in this position because as a bit of a shorter climber compared to someone like Oren who was first out, it's looking like staying low on the volume stack here and then having the high right heel, you actually end up far away and it's hard to like lean into that position. I wonder if that's like a bit of a hip mobility thing and it's hard to sort of lean out and high to the right.
We have certainly worked on hip mobility in the past with Sin.
For the women, I believe we've got Dana going up the red boulder now, which actually looks like just a class. Oh, and Sin getting to the top. He's got the top. We love that. The King volunteer, he's done it. He's psyched about that. He's back to isolation and then going to get ready for the next.
Volunteers, isn't he? So we've actually got our boulder number 4 out at the moment. So Oren's now on this red climb, which is on one of the islands, I believe. Super powerful. Really cool pink holds. I can't remember what brand they are, but I've seen them in a lot of competitions in Boulder Lab before. I love grabbing those.
Neo. The brand is Neo. And if
Neo.
you're going to see me in the background here. I'm going to get in this. Oh, now I'm going off. I'm going to hang around the stairs and
Trent's
hopefully the camera
ditched
comes
me.
back and I'm in.
For all of you listening, Trent has left the commentary box and he's about to go on a bit of a walk, a bit of a roaming Brian moment. I might just leave the stage up for him and I might mute my microphone for a little while.
I don't know what's going on with the team right now, but sometimes when you're out back with the homies and you're commentating, you're putting all the hard work and you just want to be noticed, you know? So I'm just sort of putting myself in between the action. I'm having a good time.
So we've got Dana on the red at the moment. Still sort of struggling through this initial section. She's making a little bit of progress. It's slow, but she is making steady progress through the boulder. She's got 5 seconds left. I don't think that's going to be enough to make the zone here, unfortunately, as Trent joins me back in the commentary booth.
We're back. And just to confirm, everyone, you only get the 5 minutes. So if you're on the wall, time runs out, you're done.
Where were you?
I was just hanging around the stairs trying to put myself in the camera and it didn't work. And we're going to do it later so you get to see what Angus and I truly look like, which is very strong and very smart and very much like we enjoy climbing, you know?
Speak for yourself. I'm wearing a baggy hoodie right now. I'm just tucked in.
We're going well. We're looking at the scores right now. Shauna's got the only top at 24.6. We've got Joel Turner at 50 points. Oren close behind at 49.9. So 50 points equates to 2 flashes. And then we lose points. We lose 0.1 points for our attempts going to the top.
Yeah, now this isn't something to necessarily look at if we want to know who is sort of like winning at the moment, but it's something to just like keep us in touch with who's in the lead, because we obviously have a lot of athletes who haven't come out, and it's really important to consider all the other boulders to try. So like for instance, Joel hasn't tried the 3rd boulder yet. Oren has tried the 3rd boulder. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the splits are what they say, but it just gives you a bit of an idea here.
On men's first boulder in the white t-shirt you can see there, I believe this is Mr. Richard. He's an up-climbing fanatic. I can see his shirt on there. He likes super technical, crimpy, lock-off, high-feet climbing. So if you can set a boulder with all those things, do you reckon you could set a boulder like that, Angus?
Yeah, that's all I like as well.
You guys would be good mates.
Absolutely. And we have Sarah on the women's boulder at the moment. We haven't seen anyone kind of get close to that top of that boulder. Wait, did we see someone top it?
We only seen one top.
We did see a top. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we only saw one top from
Shauna, right?
Shauna.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Shauna's been the only one to top the red boulder. Down to the bottom left of your screen, you can see this sort of compy it's not necessarily high steppy, but it's kind of this like funny body position sort of boulder. Really got to trust these feet on sort of smeary, technical little jibs, making good progress here.
We've got Shani on that right now. It's definitely closer to the slab that gets set at bayside quite a lot more often, a little bit more crimpy, a little bit more like body positional. A bit more pulling involved than the voluminous one that you see on the right. So we'll see how Shani goes because that is her home gym. We have Bowen on the black climb. We haven't seen this one on our screen yet, so it'll be interesting to see how Bowen can do on this one.
This boulder looks great, and this is a nice angle to see these other boulders. It'd be nice if we stayed here. I like this kind of boulder where you're forced to balance and step as powerfully as you can. You're smearing on this black volume that you can see right in the bottom middle of your screen right now, and you have to trust this rock over. It's a very basic coordination movement, but it requires a lot of like accuracy, which I really enjoy.
Super technical dyno. Yeah, I agree. I really like how you've kind of got nothing in the hands department to generate with. It's all generated by confidence.
Interestingly, though, your hands actually play a key part in balancing you out here. So we're going to watch Bowen like spreading his arms out now, and there's ways in which he can use them to create momentum if he swings them back over his head and uses them to propel himself out left. So, again, slab climbing is a full body experience. I think everyone simplifies it and says, oh, you know, if you're good at your footwork, you're good at slab, right? But realistically, there's a lot going on in your body that you're having to coordinate at all times. It's not traditional coordination, but it requires a lot of you and your body.
I think, personally, I believe that slab might have the most to be explored in route setting. Would you agree with that, as a route setter yourself?
I actually think that's a good shout. I think my understanding is that in Australia we're typically not as good compared to other countries at slab. So the French are renowned for being pretty incredible at slab, and a lot of European countries as well. But we're sort of known for our burly, powerful climbing in Australia here. So I think you're right, Angus, that the types of movement that are trending in slab are never the same as what they are for overhang climbing. You know, everyone wants to see the paddle, everyone wants to see the lache, everyone wants to see, you know, double catch dynos, all these sorts of things, and typically they're found on overhanging sections of the wall. It'd be nice to see more of a slab-oriented sort of trend, if you like, on Instagram. But I don't know, everyone has a reluctance to enjoy slab, and I'm kind of one of those people, but I love setting slab.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that. Have some progress being made on this pink climb, looking a little bit disappointed. Just to confirm, that was Ferren. We were just double checking the running order. In terms of the slab climbing, yeah, I think just a quick tangent on that, quick tangent, I'll emphasize that word, is that I actually spoke about this last night, saying that Australia was a bit behind, so it's interesting that you bring it up as well as a coach and setter yourself. But I think something that I noticed with the French team is if you ever watch like Manu Cornu or something like that, some like an older competitor who, you know, posts a lot of his like training, the slabs look disgusting that he climbs. They look so experimental and like I would never want to climb that in my life. And I think that's really what it takes to build good slab climbers. It's to experiment with the movement a lot more. I feel like we've done a lot of that experimentation on the overhang. Plenty more to be done, but with slab, I've seen some truly unique things come out of training videos from France.
That's a great call. I love how analytical you are as a coach and a route setter, Angus. It's a testament to the way that you've been able to coach your own athletes and also go through the coaching experience for yourself as well. You know, because you get gifted all this knowledge and you start doing all this thinking, and learning to apply it to yourself becomes a really interesting process.
Yeah.
We've got Lucy over on red slab, making really good progress. Just got to trust this foot going out into the zone and just hanging on, so she'll be awarded the zone. I love these. I mean, it's interesting seeing the zone so close to the top. You're literally getting the zone and then you've got one more move to the top. It must be a decently difficult move to go up there. Otherwise, you might see the zone a little bit further back where that other crimp is. And there you go. She's fallen off.
We also have Elliot Tay on the yellow boulder. Elliot is a former youth competitor. He's been to nationals. He was at nationals this year. Pretty sure he's been the last 2 years before that as well. So really seasoned competitor. I'm sure he's in the Bs at the moment to sort of like have his go at open climbing to see where he's at.
What are your thoughts on, putting yourself in a category and wondering whether a category is right for you? So, for example, like, I feel like I'm not going to sit here and say that, if I went in Open B, I would win Open B. There's no way. But I probably would want to put myself in Open A for the challenge and to understand that level if I have sort of an intention to coach athletes through that space. What are your thoughts on how you sort of put yourself in the right category for yourself, and are there different kind of mindsets you need to be in terms of either wanting to challenge yourself or just have a fun experience? Like, what are your thoughts?
I think it depends what the kind of experience that you really want to get out of it. So if I'm an athlete who might question my ability to get into the Open A space, but I know I could probably make an Open B final, and I'm actually just looking to get some comp experience, I'm probably going to go Open B. If I'm an athlete who is moving through the youth circuit, has been absolutely crushing, and like I'm really pushing myself to try to improve, I probably won't go into Open B. I'll probably jump into Open A, because being smashed in that category, if you're a well-seasoned athlete, is something that could actually be valuable for you. So I think it really depends what kind of experience you're looking for. Like for myself, I've not competed in a fair amount of time now, and I keep having lingering thoughts about wanting to do it. But weirdly, I keep warming up to the idea of being like, I've done Open A heaps in the past, but it would be really interesting to just do Open B and get into a finals and try and like, learn what that kind of requires before I really step into a harder category. So I think it takes humility. It depends on where you're at. It depends on what you're trying to learn. Because Alia is a person that definitely could have chosen to be an Open A if he was really trying to push himself, because I've seen him climb very well in the past. So it really depends on what you are looking to gain from your climbing. And to be honest, if you're a really gifted climber and you just love the sport and think it's really fun and you don't really care how you go, Open B is a great category. Like, it was so competitive. The boulders were so sick yesterday in the Open B qualifiers, and in the finals that we're seeing here today. I was really motivated by what I saw. So I think it just depends what you're looking for.
It's nice being on the sideline. Oh, I say it's nice, but like when I'm on the sideline watching climbing all day at these kinds of events, I always have this unrelenting urge to want to get out and do all the boulders. Even the youth D and C boulders I was seeing today, I was like, I just want to know what that feels like. It's, for me as a coach and as a route setter, so much of it is like, I want to understand that level. Like, what does that level feel like? Because as a coach and a route setter, it's so important that you get that right in training. Those are some good words on how people should put themselves in a comp. And honestly, like, to keep this sport growing, there's so many categories for everyone. It's really important that we get more and more people to these types of events, and you don't have to take it seriously. Like, there's a lot of people that are probably in these finals and they're like, I don't know how I got here. I'm just like rocked up and rolled into finals, and I'm just going to have a go and just see what the experience is like.
Youth C is even, Open C is a great category as well. And it's great to see people literally just rocking up here, jumping into Open C, probably having climbed for 5 months and just having an absolute blast in that category, because maybe one day they are excited to compete at a higher level.
Taking a look at our crowd right now, which is sure to build up as we get closer to Open A finals. We've got some really strong climbers that are going to be showcasing their skill set tonight, as we are seeing in the Open B category right now as well. Like I said before, it's feeling really busy in the space still. There's a whole bunch of route setters just working, trying to get the level right for all the boulders that are going to be coming out for our athletes later on. But overall, it's been an incredible day here at Boulder Lab. Thank you to La Sportiva for being the primary sponsor of this event. We've had Bogong and Stacks sponsoring the event too, and Happy Beaner, 5 foot, Cliff Bar, Chalk Up, Climbing Gems, and Tension Grips.
So we've just had Leo come out, and we have Shadia coming out for their first boulders.
I think it actually might be Kana.
Sorry, it's Kana. Sorry,
Kana.
everyone.
I think we're pronouncing that correct.
We must be 2 behind in the women's, I believe.
Yes.
So Leo is an urban climb kid, also transitioning from youth competition. So there we go. We've got 2 kids. They usually do come in pretty high in the Open B categories, since they're such seasoned competitors. They usually know how to compete quite well. Leo's a bit more of a lead climber, though. He's very tall. He's taller than myself.
We just got to see an awesome fall from Ferren there, just going to the top. So he's going to be really hungry to get back to that position and make a more considered effort going to the top. We can also see Bowen in the very back right getting that jump move, which we haven't seen anyone
Shani
hit.
Absolutely cranking on the blue in the back as well. It's going off now as the music kicks up in the venue. All the athletes on the wall at the same time, just about. Shani is still absolutely battling with this blue in the background.
What's your favourite boulder by the looks of things right now, Angus?
I liked that pink one, I'm not going to lie. But I do like what's going on Shani's climb. She's looking close to getting her first top of the competition, as she does, I think. Yeah, that was the top. Awesome.
We lacked a bit of excitement from the crowd then, I think.
Yeah, I heard about one clap then.
Yeah. We've just seen someone land the coordination move for men's boulder number 2. So you can see them making their transition. Now we're back to Leo.
He might just be able to reach that. Here we go.
He's very tall.
Yeah, he's very tall.
The heel still might be necessary. Oh, no, he's good. It's really important to practice those thunder clings. That can make such a big difference to feeling secure at the top of the wall. I always think the thumb is very... it's not missing from people's thoughts in climbing, but I think so much of like getting your thumb engaged on the wall is like really important.
We have Ferren getting to the top of that black, and he sticks it, and he falls just in the last second.
He looks like he's not going fast enough. He's kind of staying too low and like leaning over.
He looks uncommitted to the move. He looks like he wants to do it slow, and he falls, and then he reacts to the falling, rather than actually from the start of the fall trying to commit to the movement.
What's really scary about the top of this climb is the element of accuracy. So I believe the hold at the top that they're going to is a pocket. So you really need your contact strength to be working for you right now. And as these athletes are channeling through this round, it's highly likely that you're just feeling generally fatigued. So everything kind of fades out a little bit.
We have 1 minute remaining of the round, and I think Ferren is going to be displeased if he doesn't top this one. He's come so close, but it's going to take a wild amount of commitment as we see Bowen in the background sticking that sick move. You did say that he's a board climber, so this is definitely going to suit his strengths a lot more.
Isn't this a sick view? This seems like it would be in some board climbing video where, I don't know, you're showcasing Aidan Roberts deep in his home board, just like crushing.
All right, so we've got Ferren making his way up the top here. Let's see if he can actually jump up and latch that in one motion this time instead of falling backwards. As he comes up, it was better committed, and he comes off.
I wonder whether you're meant to go right or you're actually meant to go over left and just kind of roll through the position, because you've got this low right hand and it feels like you kind of need to stand higher and pull over the foot and then go left.
We have a buzzer beater moment potentially about to unfold before us. We've got, nah, he's not going to make it. Oh, that would have been good.
It's like what you said before, as soon as you hear the clock ticking, your brain is just not functioning in the way it needs to, and you're like, I don't know what I'm doing, I'm just going to panic.
Well, it was his last boulder, so he may as well have burnt the energy. We're going to have 2 more competitors come out. Looks like we're going to have Kana and Joseph. Oh, what? Sorry, everyone. We do not have Kana. We have Shadia.
Shadia is a Boulder Lab Brunswick legend, crushing down in the northern suburbs over there. An absolute beast. So it'll be really interesting to see how she goes in finals. This is her first climbing competition, actually. She's made her way through to Open B finals, which I'm sure she's pumped about. So I'm looking forward to see how she goes.
We have Joel Turner on your screen right now, tackling this black boulder.
I have faith that this kind of style suits Joel. He's quite a shouldery, powerful climber, and I feel like being in these positions where you need quite a bit of like good shoulder mobility but also good tricep strength to press yourself over, I would be opting to get my left foot up like Joel's doing now.
He doesn't usually like dynos, but he doesn't need to dyno. There you go. Well, that just made it look completely different, didn't it?
He might be our oldest competitor right now. So shout out to the old guys, you know.
The old guys.
I'm one of
He's
them.
definitely going to listen back to this.
And look, we've got the beast Sin making his way up. He's already zoned. He's a gun, and that looked like he needed to pull far further right and then flip into the left.
And is this Dana on the blue one at the moment? This is the one that Shani got the top of just before.
Getting into this really intense pressing position. Again, just like kind of contorting yourself to find the right position. You can see Dana just gritting her way up the wall. She's so close in there and just like lacking that pressing power.
We saw Shani up there for a solid minute when she was going for it. I cannot imagine how much strength she had to muster to do that. It'll be interesting to see if Dana can figure that one out.
I believe that's Lucy on the second slab problem, which it seems like the female round is quite a tricky one. We just see Sin just flying through the air there. It'd be so cool if we could get a replay of that. Oh my gosh. Sin's heart rate is going to be up and about after that one. That looked like a bit of a wild fall.
Sin also likes these overhanging boulders on the pink. We do see... we're just watching Joseph, I was about to say cruise through this yellow boulder. He had quite a lot of confidence with his feet on that volume just before, but sort of just maybe rushed it. I'm not sure.
It becomes a really important tactic to brush, which he's doing now. If I was getting onto this rectangular volume, this climb with a rectangular volume, I would be brushing that thing and trying to get every single little bit of chalk off that. Angus, I'm interested to hear your take on this, but I'm telling you, man, the youth kids, they don't know how to brush. They just don't know how to brush, so I'm hoping these open athletes aren't making those same mistakes.
Do you know who wasn't brushing all last round that you were commentating for? Alyssa. She just won.
Big no. She just wins. No brushing.
Not a single brush I saw from her. And you know who her coach is at the moment as well? I'm going to blame the coach. It's Enrico.
I can see him. He's setting somewhere. He's a naughty boy.
If you're listening to this later, Enrico, you got to step up your game. You got to tell your kids to brush. That is not on. She's just leaving that boulder grotty for everyone else.
In all seriousness, though, there is something to be said about practicing brushing. And so when we're thinking about simulating the comp experience, if you're not getting your athletes to practice brushing and do it in a timely manner, I don't think we're doing it right. I don't think we're training kids in a way that actually prepares them for that experience. Like, there were so many moments on UC&D boulders today where it's like brushing the volumes can give you confidence, even if it's not actually changing anything. Knowing that you're increasing your chances of getting to that next move or getting to the zone, I think is really important.
So we have Joseph and Shadia both making really good progress on their respective boulders here. Shadia going for the zone here. She will not be awarded that zone because she did not show any control. As we see Joseph twisting his leg in to get this top. He's the only one that has committed to the top of that volume. And what do you reckon he needs to do to the top of that volume, Trent?
I think he needs to brush it. However, I think standing on the top of that volume and going into a thundercling, I actually think it's almost impossible. I don't think you can actually stand in that position and be able to press from there. The volume would need to be built much further out, which is interesting because it seems like if you're a shorter climber, you're kind of stuck in that position of being there, but maybe you just need to commit to your left foot being right on the edge, the smallest edge you have in between the volume stack there.
So let's see if Shadia can get her zone here, because I don't think she's going to have the time to get a top. I don't think she has the time for a zone either. It's a bit too late, and she falls off.
Coming out on open B-male boulder number 1. I hope I'm pronouncing this right. I believe it reads Christijan. And then we've got Christabel.
Got the Christas on the boulders.
Nice one, Angus. We love that. We just got a slight look at female boulder number 4, which is on a 50-degree overhanging wall. So it's going to be their power block. Interesting to see what energy they have to give for this boulder, given that they've been on slabby kind of vert climbing boulders, because you might not actually have your fingers primed to climb something like this.
Oh, that's actually a really good shout, because you would think that, oh yeah, they'd be ready because they've had a whole round of climbing, but yeah, they've not really had to crank on anything yet. There was that blue physical press, but finger-wise, I'm not really sure. Maybe the competitors have been bringing those tension grippers around with them, trying to warm up their fingers, which is a sponsor of the competition today.
One of the kids I coach, shout out to you, Albie. He's a 9-year-old who has the finger strength of an absolute legend.
Oh my God, what did he pull?
He pulled 27 kilos.
Oh my God, do you want to know how much I pulled?
How much?
38.
Really?
Really poor.
Wow. Well, they apparently they said to him after he pulled that, they said, we would consider sponsoring you, Albie. So if you've got strong fingers, reach out to someone who creates the hangboards or does something like tension grips. Sure. That's rude, man. I really enjoy this like honeycomb volume layout that we can see just underneath the zone hold. Very aesthetically pleasing. I like the little stack as well at the bottom with those noodles. There's this element of 3 here. There feels like there's like 3 parts everywhere to this boulder.
Very artistic of you, Trent.
Honestly though, like on this note of sort of like artistry and thinking about route setting, there is something to say about, you know, function is really important for boulders, but form, I feel like, for me as a climber, makes me so attracted to wanting to do a boulder. When I see a boulder that looks fantastic, and then I can pull onto it and it feels fantastic as well, I'm just so much more motivated to get on it. So we've got, Christabel on the female boulder out now. She's not on screen. This is Bowen right now going up this power block. Well, it's not really a power block. It's actually more of just a jumpy kind of like risk block, if you like.
Yeah, risk complexity, maybe a little bit of complexity there, maybe something harder to read, because we did see Farron not be able to execute the top of it, but then Joel figure it out in a different method. So maybe you could imply it's a little bit of a technical thing up there. But Bowen makes easy work of it.
And Bowen opts to make sure his left's on and then he jumps out of the position. We've got a zone from Christabel here and who's up to this tricky last move. I have something to say about the shoes she's wearing and whether this move would be hard or not, because these unparalleled souped ups are fantastic for smearing on these big AG holds, but when you have to go on these little tiny holds, soft shoes for me are a nightmare. And I think any time you want to set hard slab, if you can make climbers have to smear and have to stand on tiny footholds, you can catch them out really easily because they will never pick the right shoe for it.
Do you do that with your youth athletes a lot? Do you often challenge them with their shoe choice?
It's something I've been tapping into recently, which I've been really enjoying. Again, kids generally can get away with a lot in a soft shoe. They don't feel as much pressure on their toes because they are just generally lighter. But if I'm setting on the slab now and I want to make a hard slab boulder, I'm definitely going to make them smear. I'm going to make them pull hard. I'm going to make them push hard. And again, make them essentially have to question, like, do I be in my soft shoe or do I be in my hard shoe? Like, what can I get away with? What can I trust in?
Always a hard shoe for me, every day.
Well, I mean, you're a hard rock drone guy, aren't you?
Mad rock drone, yeah, that's right.
Mad rock drone. Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
No, that's all right.
Funny you say that. But what would you say they're a harder shoe? But once you wear them in, they're kind of this medium level softness, which feels really nice if you have the weight on top of them. Like,
I think so. Yeah.
Like I'm not a super heavy climber, but I'm heavier, and I feel really good in the Mad Rocks because of their thick rubber as well.
Yeah. It's usually the midsole that sort of like provides that support. These days, I opt for a few different types of shoes, but generally all in that lineup. But yeah, no, I think for me, stiffer shoes can get their feeling after you've broken them in a little bit. You just got to be a bit more patient with them. And I tend to really value the ability to stand on small edges than I do to smear more confidently on volumes.
Yeah, and I like what you're getting at, where essentially as an athlete or even just a climber in general, that you have to be making those choices and making sure that they're calculated choices that support your approach to climbing.
We might see some action on this purple boulder now. We haven't had too much focus on it yet, but we have Dana, I believe, on this boulder. It is Dana. Haven't seen too much of her around. We saw her on the first boulder and we saw glimpses of her on the second boulder. But I'm really interested to see how this purple boulder goes because we haven't really seen anyone get close yet.
I mean, 50 degrees overhanging is always a tricky bit of terrain to work with. We've had nothing over, like, I don't know. I think the females run maybe 20-degree overhanging on their boulder before this, which kind of gears them up a little bit, but they're not doing, like, sort of traditional pulling style. It was more pressing. So I genuinely think this is a great challenge to put at the end of the round, which makes me... Wow, someone was so sideways over to the left here. It's Sin. Sin's coming around the corner.
Hopefully we get the top from Sin here. Our king volunteer.
He deserves this. He's been fighting all day for this. He just wants to be in the athlete shoes and he's off. But that's all right.
Checking his skin. Holding the camera. Has been wearing it thin all day. Not holding the camera. Holding a judging sheet, actually. Paper cuts all over his fingers. Suffering from success.
We've got Shadia rocking that knee over the toe. Got to trust that foot and press. Oh,
wait,
just didn't get the
Shadia's
flip.
last name is Paul? That is
Really?
very relevant for climbing.
We like that. Well, we want to be able to pull hard on these slabby, crimpy boulders. However, there's an element of pushing that needs to take control in a lot of the transitions between the holds. So essentially, like you're pulling yourself out of those lower positions, and then there's an element of pushing that happens when your hands are getting too locked off and low from where you are.
I'd like to call that finesse. Push, pull. I don't know. There's probably all other angles. Torque. Is this our last female competitor out on the red? So we must have Renee out on the red now.
Shadia pulling back onto the red boulder. Has some really good beta remains. Oh, Sin's
Sin
topped
must have
it.
topped.
Look at him.
On the mat.
He's done. He's finished, dude. That's him done. That's his round finished. I think he ended at what? Is that... Oh, no, that's his third boulder. One more to go?
No, I think that's the zone for the third, and it's just yet to update for the fourth.
Yeah, gotcha.
So we've got 2 zones, 2 tops and a zone, which is a pretty decent round for Zin. He looks tired, though. So we've got some massive progress being made on this purple boulder here as we get really close to the zone hold here. Once again, we have a really close zone to the top. Doesn't look like maybe the move after the zone looks really hard, but it looks like after you've stuck that, the top is in reach as we see Dana fall. Oh, that's massive progress. We saw her earlier just sort of struggling with that start position. I didn't know what was going to happen, but she's already making it so close to that zone. But what a brutal place for the zone. It's like 3/4 of the way up the boulder.
Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued by those choices from the setters. I mean, so far it's actually worked really well. So having the zone situated a little bit further away on the first slab boulder for the females actually worked out really well. Not everyone actually achieved that zone because the transition between 2 of the big macros on your feet was quite tricky. And it might be the same for this purple boulder. It might be one of these boulders that you just need to get to the zone as quickly as you can, and that can put you in a good place to get you close to the podium.
What do you think? Do you think the music's going to psych her up to get up?
The music is so good. There was a Red Bull van here before that was playing tracks. And now it's Oscar, our boy Oscar.
Oscar.
We love him. Or Elliot, you can't see it on the screen right now, but Elliot's making some light work of the pink. He's a really strong climber. I feel like this style really suits him.
Absolutely.
And so if he can get this boulder, it puts him in a good position.
Whoa.
Oh, he is squeezing, dude.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know how he held on to that.
He's super strong. If we all know Renee, he's competing in the Open A's later. He always speaks about how strong Elliot is. As you can see him taking the only top of the physical boulder of the men's round.
That puts him in a really good position to do some damage. I'll be interested to see the scores. There's Jamie. Shout out to Jamie Wong.
Who's that?
So who's that? Yeah, who's that? That was the person on camera just then.
I'm kidding.
Oh, okay.
We all know Jamie.
Yeah, we all know Jamie. Oh, she's... Oh, we can see her on another screen, actually. There she is. This is a good view. I like this. I feel like I'm right in the action of a party or something like that. And I get to hang out with all my friends even though I'm not there, you know?
It'd be really interesting to get some close-ups from this running camera person, whoever it is. get them running around the situation.
Shout out to Carl on the camera. You're doing a great job, buddy. He's essentially got a camera dangling from his back and it supports him all the way around.
We got Sarah on this purple here. She falls off. That was her first try. Really promising first try, just based on what Dania did earlier.
Please post in the YouTube comments. Do you like this? We can see Josh in the background there. That's one of our broadcasting guys. He's a hero. He's a real hero, you know? So don't forget Josh. But seriously, if you're watching this, I would love to hear your preference on whether you like this kind of like live action in the moment, because when the boulders are kind of scattered around in a bit of place for these finals, oh boy, we are getting technical here. We are getting flexible.
Is this technical or is this butchery? What's going on?
I think it's maybe a safety risk. The press. I'm so intrigued to see if Richard... Is this Richard? I think this is Richard. Oh boy. He wants this top so bad.
Oh, he's in a very interesting position for this top. I don't know if it's going to look very static, is it? Here we go, here we go. Oh, nice.
Great footage from Carl. Great climbing from Richard. We love that. But back to what I was saying, I really want to get it out. Man, he's tired. Everyone's tired after that black boulder. But do we like this kind of view? I feel like it's really cool. Feels like you're in on the action. It feels like you're an actual spectator. But look over there. The spectators are behind the yellow line. They don't even get to be where you are right now. You are in the midst of the action right now.
Yeah. The broadcast is where it's at, isn't it? So we have Sarah pulling onto the purple again for a second attempt. She's actually been quite responsible with her rest there. She had her attempt. She fell off at about 4 minutes 20 seconds, 2 minutes 30 left. You'd imagine that if she was a really smart climber, she falls off there, she would only have one more attempt on this one.
Yeah, it's interesting how watching and commentating Youth B finals before, I felt like there was a lot of moments where the athletes weren't actually understanding how physically demanding some of the boulders that they were coming up against, and where they probably had like 60 more seconds to take a rest and give something one more really red hot go. Something so important is preserving that kind of energy and making sure you can channel through into your next boulders.
Someone's telling us in the chat, a few people have said that one mic is louder than the others, than the other one. And a few people in the chat have said.
The mic's what? Yeah, it is. It's Trent's.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to just put my face closer?
We're just testing out the mics at the moment, hoping that we can get the sound a little bit more accurate for you, everyone. Thanks for the comment. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Generally, I'm a very loud person, and I'm Trent, and Angus is a little bit more softly spoken. So if you can determine who is actually speaking too loud or either too soft, that would be great.
Thanks, Trent.
Sarah is a Boulder Lab local. Angus has been calling her Sarah, which is very rude of him, but he's very sorry. But Sarah is a Boulder Lab Ferntree Gully absolute legend. Shows up week after week. Surely one of the longest running memberships at the place. So this is her bread and butter. She knows all about this steep section of the gym. Really got to work for it.
These holds, right? These are very common holds that are set around Ferntree Gully. Is Sarah going to have another go? I'm not quite sure. She looks like she's gearing up to, as we focus on this red slab that has not seen a top yet, I don't believe. I'm pretty sure nobody has topped this so far.
And quite a lot of different beta options going up to the top as well. We've seen people going with the high left foot and getting up, but not quite doing it for Christabel there. That's a great view. We like that. The focus, the brushing technique, and then we refocus in the background, which I believe is Renee. Jumping over to boulder number 2.
So we have Lucy on this purple boulder over here, which is yet to see a top so far. But I believe this will be Lucy's first try, and she actually looks like she's making some really good progress on it. Moves into the hold before the zone. The Gaston looks pretty in-cut, but in such an awkward position to generate any power on.
What are your thoughts about everyone opting for the heel on that hold? Because to me, and maybe it's just because I know those holds a little bit more in that purple climb, but there's a slight edge that you have on your toe, and I feel like you can get over the top of your toe, you can pull harder into that next move to the zone.
I can see that. I can definitely see that. Well, we got Elliot just strongly topping the third boulder of his round.
Elliot looks like he's pulled off hundreds of holds off climbing walls all around Melbourne before.
That slab might let him down at the start, though.
That kind of high heel like this, my knees hate that, and I'm so jealous of this person that they can twist into that position. Sick view as well. Is that Dr. Carl? Oh no, it's not Dr. Carl, it's someone else.
You don't spend enough time in pigeon pose, Trent.
Well, funnily enough, that's actually very true.
We might see another top of this boulder as he slaps into the Gaston, and he makes the match. We got Joseph making the second ascent of this boulder of the round. Joseph's going to be in a really strong position now as well, because he did top the yellow, which Elliot did not top at the start.
There's Jamie Wong pretending like she knows how to use a camera. Trying to be like, I believe it's her father who's always at every single event taking photos. Is that right?
Maybe.
I don't know.
I know that Jenny's always here, volunteering for SCV. She's a veteran.
Shout out to Jenny, absolute
Massive shout out.
champion, like an absolute trooper. Like you need something, give Jenny a call, but don't inundate her with too many calls as well, because she kind of needs her own downtime also. We've got a new view here. You can actually see us. We're standing up. Angus, stand up. We're up the back. That's us.
Oh my gosh.
That's us. Get up, big fella. There we are. We're on. Thanks, Carl.
Turn
I
off
really
the
appreciate
camera.
you. I've been waiting this moment for a long time. Thank you.
But we're not the center of attention. Shadi is.
Correct. Let's go, Shadia. Come on. This toe hook swing might be one of my favorite moves in climbing. It's the best feeling because you get to just pull with your hips and your upper body and just like let it propel you into that next hold. Really interestingly, these holds are a different blue color. The color grading that we've got going puts them in this like really interesting light blue color, which I'm actually really enjoying. And I'm slightly sad that they're actually not this color all the time. Yeah, it does really pop.
Shadia seemed a little bit frustrated with her attempt there. Seeming a little bit tired from the round. Just going to pull on again. Not too much rest. Tactically might be a good idea just to take a little bit more rest, because this isn't such a easy section at the start here. Yeah, as she falls off again.
I mean, again, I think Shadi is done with that boulder. She's feeling really tired. It can feel like...
Oh, here we go. We've got a zone of the purple boulder by...
Opted for the toe.
Lucy. Gets the next hold. I think, as I said, this last move might be pretty easy. Yeah, she gains the top. I wonder if she's got the power endurance to actually match it, though. Oh, at this point, I might be canvassing it. No, she does it. Awesome. We've got our first top of the purple boulder. She looks stoked with that one.
I'd love to know if Lucy opted for the toe there and was able to pull over the one of the big noodle holds there and then go up to the zone. But yeah, she'll be stoked with that for sure.
We got Leo on the black boulder on the side of, what's this wall called again?
Oh, we call it the front island here, but some people call it the Titanic.
The Titanic. It does look like that,
Just
doesn't
like
it?
a bit like a boat kind of shape.
It's on the side of the boat.
Might be a good time to give the media and broadcast team a big shout out. This broadcast would not have been possible without the support of Bird Dog, Red, Angel Bird, and Netgear. The team at Blonde Robot have also generously loaned us some really essential gear that's made the setup awesome. So special thanks to Quinton over at Blonde Robot. We really appreciate it.
Oh, we see Leo just cramming into a small box there. No need to cut loose for this tall boy. Leo's a bit of a dark horse in this one, I think. He's actually doing extremely well.
Yeah, really interesting. And you know what? He's in the wrong sport. He just looks like a footy player. He actually just like halfback. Just so solid.
Halfback. I think he's fullback.
You reckon he's fullback?
Yeah, he's definitely near 200 centimeters.
That's true.
But the thing that I've always noticed about Leo is every time he competes, it looks the exact same as when he's training. As in, he just competes like he doesn't care. And I was speaking to him yesterday, actually, and he was just saying how much he loved competing. He just loves competing, but he's just so stable with his mindset. He just seems like he can just climb exactly how he wants to, and I've always seen consistent performances from him. Came second in the Youth A lead state titles, third to Jimmy and Lucas, who were his youth squad buddies, but he climbed extremely well in that as well last time I saw him compete.
So Leo's an urban climb.
He is an urban climb, yeah.
I love this view so much. It's so unique. It's not something that you would typically see at like a state level comp like this. Just obviously this cool bird's eye view. Yeah, I mean, you can see we get a sneak in isolation out the back there as well. You can see the open A males warming up on the spray wall, getting ready to do their thing.
Oh, yeah, there's Marlo back there. We've got Chris Dejan on the pink boulder, who qualified in first position, opting for a Gaston on that. Wow. I don't know about this one.
The thumb is doing so much work there, just pressing and compressing into that hole, but I don't know that this is the way.
Oh, he's aiming for the top, or like the second to last hold there, as we see Christabel on this blue climb here now. She's going to make that extremely uncomfortable looking mantle, or attempt to make it. Doesn't look like there's much chalk up there. That might just be Shani's chalk.
Really important that you get your heel as high as you can on this hole to make more space for you to rock over. It's something I'd be opting for.
Would you be opting for a heel?
On that hold, because I know it's quite thin, I know that I probably would want a heel and to rock over onto the heel. I feel like the profile of the hold that you've got in your hands, it's a little bit further out, so the heel helps you to roll into the position a little bit more.
I disagree.
Come at me.
I'm kidding.
All right, we're back on purple.
I don't use my heels very often, so.
Just not quite making solid contact with that big Gaston move. I feel like this is a really well set boulder. The physical level, the physical challenge that the females are coming up against here, I feel like is just perfect. We've only seen, I think, one zone and a top, and I believe they were both from Lucy. I don't know that we've seen anyone else get to the zone.
No, I don't think so. It's just been Lucy who's topped this one so far. But yeah, you're right. I actually think the physical level that's been set on this one is absolutely perfect. And the same thing can be said about that pink boulder as well, right? The pink men's physical boulder, we've seen one top and one person get really close to getting the top.
I have a sneaking suspicion that this climb might suit Shadia. I feel like she's got that physical power in her to really pull hard on this climb, and maybe channeling in, or we get a little slip from her there, but maybe coming in from the last climb, she's going to be climbing a little bit more frustrated, and that can send her off a bit.
And she did look really tired after that last one as well, falling off that sort of paddly move when she was making it look easy earlier. But she's definitely going to have to climb this quickly, in my opinion, if she wants to make sure that she tops it, because, power endurance and powering out is really going to come into play now.
I feel like she needs to switch to that toe, which she does, and you just need a pounce for this next one. Already we're wasting seconds, we're wasting energy. We just need to move. She's gone back to the heel. I think that smearing position is ideal, but just on the heel, it doesn't allow you to make solid contact with the rest of your body. I feel like it needs to be toe going up to that zone, and Shardy is looking a little bit upset about that attempt, although making very quick work of that. She's only been on for a bit over a minute.
If I was Shardy in this position, I would rest for a very long time, have one more go, try and learn from the last, and just absolutely go for it. We've got Joseph on this black boulder here. Joseph has had an impressive showing today. He's very strong, isn't he?
He's got this really powerful, fast twitch kind of climbing style where he's really pouncy and really explosive.
For sure.
It looks like he's got
Something
strong
tells
fingers
me he's
as well.
going to fly for this last hold.
Yeah.
Nice. There we go.
What a gun. Well done.
I think he'd be in a really good position here. It'll be interesting to see the scores update very soon, because Elliot is on top right now, but we'll see after the fourth boulder where Joseph will be sitting. Got Josh Shardy on this purple climb, taking a rest.
We're getting close to the end of this round. It'll be so interesting to see the scores. I genuinely, there's been no standout to me right now, and maybe that's just something I've sort of missed, but I just am not sure where everyone's going to be standing at the end of this.
It can be really hard when we're focusing on multiple competitors at once to know who is really in front of the round. I definitely have noticed in the men's category we've got Elliot, and who's been on top, but that might have changed. Joseph's also been really strong. In the women's, we saw Sarah make the only top of this purple, and she was on top of the table a little bit earlier, but it was really tight, I remember seeing. See if Shardy can make another push here for the top of this boulder. Trent's adamant that it should be a toe on this move, and I think she's gassed. They've put the fourth boulder as the most physical, which is very, very taxing as we see Shardy collapse to the ground. That's our third collapse for the day in our open Bs.
Interestingly, you can't really plan for it as well. I mean, you can be sneaky in this situation because when you're waiting for the second slab boulder, for example, for the females, you can actually look across and see what that boulder is. And you can kind of be planning around to think, well, how hard do I want to go on the boulders before to make sure I have some energy for that?
So we've got Renee on this blue boulder as well. We haven't seen her on this one. It'd be interesting to see how she's faring at the moment. Just slipping off that dynamic move. Back to Shardia for a last potential go. She might have one more. No, she's out for the round. I think that's a responsible decision. I don't know if it was going to go any further. Because we've got Renee sticking this move on the blue boulder. She makes her zone. I'm not sure if she'd already made the zone yet. Judging by the score, it doesn't look like she has. So this is the first time she's reached the zone. And it looks like she's going to time out on this boulder. Really hard for open Bs, I think. Unless you're having a good round, it can be really crushing because When you look at our open A's, you look at our junior athletes, they are training specifically for these situations. With open Bs, they're usually very talented climbers who sort of just decide to do a comp and then they're thrown into a 5-on-5-off format, which I've felt personally before. I remember the first time I did a 5-on-5-off. No matter what I did by the last boulder, I was just pumped. Just constantly pumped. And unless you're having a really good round and you've been able to like have less attempts, it's really hard to stay fit the entire round when you're not sort of training for these situations frequently.
Great shout, Angus. Turning our attention to the screen right now, it seems that the females had quite a tricky round. We have Lucy at the top with 54.6. Second place is Shani at 25, and then third, 24.6. Over to the men, Elliot's on 83.9, Joel's at 75, and then Oren's on 74.9. So really close at second and third. Those athletes are done now, though, so we've only got a couple more to go. So it can change a little bit of what's going up at the top, I think.
I think we've just got the one male competitor left. We have Christian on the black boulder at the moment. I didn't see his score. Will his... No. I don't know if his score will affect the podium. I missed that one. But we have Christabel on the purple boulder at the moment. We'll see how she fares on this one. Still seen only one top so far of the competition. Oh, he topped it. I missed it. Christian just topped the black. We'll see how that affects the results in the end.
I just, the whole time people are doing that move, I'm just looking at the feet, the right foot, and it's not engaged in the way that you need it to. And even if you start with it slightly disengaged, as soon as you start pulling over the foot, you need to really apply a whole lot of pressure, and it's just missing out on that. So a really tricky move. Got to be fast, got to be aggressive, and being really tight at this point is making that really tricky.
Definitely. So Christabella jumping back on this purple. I would say she's taken quite a responsible rest for this one. She has sat on the mat for at least 2 minutes here, which is, I think, really smart, especially judging by how close she got on that attempt. She just knows that, she knows the boulder a lot better on this attempt, and she can really put some more ferocity into the movement this time.
Please get that toe on. Once she gets out of this position and matches, the toe needs to get right on the edge of that hold, like right on the edge of it, because there's a tiny lip. And she's just struggling to find the tension on that, and she's just collapsed.
I think she's
to the
tired.
floor.
We got our fourth collapse of the day. Fourth collapse of the open Bs.
Luckily, we've got the first aider close and ready to assist.
Got some athletes hitting the wall. At the start of this, just before she jumped on the boulder, I did notice Christabella pumping her forearms before she even got on, so I think she is extremely pumped. If she look at her, she's rubbing her forearms. Just before she jumped on, I saw her punching her forearms, not in a menacing way, just in like kind of a I'm not recovering kind of way. So she is tired.
Climbing at this level, or even at any level, I feel like I see this on the World Cup circuit as well. It's one of the only sports where you can fall off and feel really defeated, but just be laughing about it at the same time.
Absolutely.
I have faith that she can zone. I actually do have faith.
I do too.
It's-
She's
it's
really
on.
determined. No. All right, Trent. Thanks for that.
The faith is there, and the outcome is not.
You can definitely tell with these athletes, like they're using so much strength, and yeah, as I said, they're not necessarily training for these scenarios, so you can really see a sort of linear regression in their sort of attempts on something like this physical boulder. Really, like, if I've learnt anything from this, like, a lot of these competitors should only have 2 tries. 1 try, fall off, and you get 1 more. That's it, and that's your entire round on this purple boulder.
I mean, and going back to the point that you were saying before, Angus, about how athletes in the Open A or even the Youth A categories, these people are literally training multiple times per week, preparing for these exact situations. So it's really cool to see the Open B climbers fighting for their chance to get on the podium. And even though you want them to be better prepared, there's an element of the crowd like really enjoying someone just fighting their way up the wall, and that making it a really like fun thing to watch.
So despite Renee not making any tops yet, she seems extremely focused in her to this boulder. She's giving a really good read. She's, spending a lot of time trying to get in the zone to climb this boulder. And who knows, like, it has been a really hard round for the women's. And I think, like, a top on this boulder could definitely change. Well, a top on any boulder really changes the ranking. She's the last person out. She can kind of focus a little bit more. There's less sort of, like, clapping and cheering going on for the other climbers. So if she can really, like, make something of this boulder, it could really heavily change her result.
I think in second place we had that person at 25. So Renee's got a zone. So she's got 10 points. Or maybe it's a little bit shy of 10
so
points.
if she does this, she actually could be...
So a top gets you, I believe, in second place.
There you go. Or she gets that toe on like Trent's been talking about. Or she sort of transitions it to a heel again. Let's see if she can prove Trent wrong. She's sort of got a big smear going on. There's the toe. There we go. Wow.
That's the spot I'm talking about.
Stuck that with so much power. If she makes this top, this dramatically changes everything.
Oh
She
my gosh.
sticks
Oh,
the
she's
volume.
good.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
That
so
was
exciting.
amazing. That completely changes everything about the ranking, doesn't it? Wow, awesome stuff by Renee. I bet she doesn't even realize. So
I don't think she even knows. She just flashed that as well. She made light work of that.
yeah, she doesn't look like she cares, but I don't think she realized that due to how hard that round was, that changes a lot that she just did that. So the fact that she kept in touch, or like she didn't like get frustrated the entire round, she just kept going on about her business, and then to get that top right at the end, that might have just given her some silverware.
She must have heard me talking about that toe position, how important it was, because that was no one had put it in the spot, and there's the tiniest little lip on that hold that you need your foot to be on. You almost like roll your foot back off the hold and then like push into that spot, and Renee did that perfectly there. So I'll be looking forward to seeing the scores. I hope that does it for her. Even if it's not second, I think it puts her on the podium.
We will see the scores come up shortly, I believe. Here we go. So, for the women, we have Renee in second. So, Lucy in first position, Renee in second, and Shani in third before appeals. Shauna just missing out with a couple of attempts. And in the men's side of things, we have Christijan in first position. I didn't see that coming. Elliot Tay in second, and Joel Turner in third position. Super strong climbing from the three of them, and the three women who made it to the podium. Awesome job by all the other competitors. I thoroughly enjoyed watching this finals event. The fight by all these competitors was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that it feels like there was such a disparity for the female round. I feel like the split in the female round is like really right on. It's not to say we didn't get a good split with the men's as well, but it was certainly much closer. Like everyone topped 2 boulders at least. So yeah, that was super exciting. I really enjoyed commentating with you today, Angus, as well.
Me too. I really enjoyed having you in the box. We've been talking about this day for a really long time. It's never really come around. You did the commentary for Lab Masters a few years ago. I've been commentating lately for the state titles event, and finally, Finally, I got you in the commentary box. You've really been running the show, though.
Hey, maybe I'll have to get you down for Lab Masters later this year.
I would be extremely excited for that.
Yeah, we'll bring the hype. On the screen right now, you can see at the top, it's the last female boulder for the Open B round. And then we divert our attention to the mega comp wall at Boulder Lab Ferntree Gully, which is going to be hosting the Open A and Open B finals, which is going to be super exciting. So, Angus, you're going to be commentating. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling excited. Opens are always a great competition. It always gets me extremely excited watching them. We have probably the most stacked field I've ever seen for the Open category this year. It looks like nationals, honestly.
And you've got one of your young up-and-coming legends that you coach in the competition. Yeah. How do you think he's feeling coming off his performance yesterday?
So yesterday he had some sort of like doubt around his performance and how he felt, but today he just keeps telling me how he feels really good. And when he feels good, he'll climb his best. And I'm extremely excited to see how he's going to fare on some really high-level boulders. He qualified in second, which is... I could not believe that when I heard it. I didn't see him climb, but he came over and he was like, yeah, qualified in second. I was like, what? Anyway, he'll be out next. I'm going to try not to get too... involved watching his climbing, but I probably will. I'm going to get involved watching everyone because everyone in the Open category we've seen before. They're super experienced and they're such good climbers. Yeah, it's going to be a really good round to come.
I'm psyched. Well, I guess we'll leave it there for a little bit. We can get some B-roll maybe up on the screen soon. We'll be welcoming you all back on the live stream soon enough. The crowd's kind of gearing up for a big performance now. So thanks once again, Angus. And thanks again to our sponsors, to the volunteers, and of course to the broadcast team bringing it to you at home.
Thanks, Trent.
Been volunteering for the last 6 years.
I've been volunteering for about 10 years, so there's lots of roles I've had.
I tend to volunteer as a role of a judge or just any other roles that need to be done.
Yeah, so generally first aid and physiotherapy, otherwise sometimes general dog sporting.
I've done a bit of ISO stewarding, looking after the kids before they go into their final climbs, making sure that they've got everything they need. Seeing kids at their first comp and they're so excited and like nervous, but and they're also supportive of each other. It's really nice to see.
I started off just being around and being an usher, helping with timing, being assistant judge. But now, yeah, belaying's my favourite role.
We need the volunteers to kind of just be seamlessly float in and out and help us execute it as best as possible.
Just, getting used to that comp vibe and settling in and doing your job well.
Whether it's a timer or just a isolation manager, whatever it happens to be, I'll be there just to help out and make sure everything goes smoothly.
Judging at a climbing competition is a learning curve, but there's excellent resources to help and also help with other volunteers that are more experienced than you in most cases.
As an athlete, it teaches me the things that I should be looking out for myself when I'm actually competing.
Oh, it's such an exciting day. Yeah, turning up and meeting all the new people, finding out your role and where you're going to be.
Dean will run around, bring snacks to you. That's fantastic.
Usually there's a bit of like social catch up with all your friends that you see at these competitions.
The things I enjoy most about volunteering is probably the people that you get to meet.
I enjoy that there's that whole social community around the volunteering part.
I love the friendships that I've got from volunteering. I've got some friends that I've had for over 10 years now.
I just enjoy being in the thick of it, I guess. Like the comps are so much fun and just the vibe and the enthusiasm and just feeling like you're a part of something.
You know, and you meet coaches, you meet route setters, you meet a huge cross-section of an industry that is still growing.
And I love that
we can take this to another level. So you can do your state volunteering, but you can go right through the IFSC on that World Cup level, which would be amazing.
All the events I've done have been like really excellent experiences.
It's a way that I can really contribute with my skill set, so I can give back to the community and use my skills to the best of my ability.
I think the big thing for me when it comes to volunteering is giving back to the sport that gives me so much.
Adaptive Climbing Victoria is a group that was formed originally under Sport Climbing Victoria to promote adaptive climbing, to give opportunities to people with disability to participate in climbing, and to advocate for paraclimbing with gyms, with outdoor agencies, and through competitions.
Climbing's for everybody, like anyone who is a mover can climb. Because there's no one way to climb, it's freeform, you can do it however suits you best.
There is a specific dopamine, I guess, that comes from, like, I think a lot of people with disabilities, you don't often get to be in the from the perspective of like being up really high and being able to look down on people. You're often looking up. So like that's a really unique perspective that you don't really get a lot of the time.
So being a below knee amputee, I guess, you know, feel a little bit wobbly sometimes on the ground, and walking is sometimes really difficult, but being able to move with my entire body, it's a really kind of freeing experience for me. I just love the movement of it.
I got into paraclimbing through a friend. I met everyone in the para community and I just got hooked.
A friend of mine said to me one day, "Hey, will you come climbing with me?" And I was like, "Oh, I don't know, it sounds hard." She was like, "What if we get cake after?" And I was like, "Okay, I'll come." So I went, I came down, couldn't feel my arms. She was like, "This is great, let's do that again." And then it just became like a regular part of my, I guess, personality.
I love the physical aspect of climbing. It's just really, really fun.
Adaptive climbing more often refers to, it's more of an umbrella term for any sort of rock climbing for people with disabilities, and paraclimbing is often used more specifically to refer to the competitive sport.
Internationally, we've just hit the Paralympics, so there will be paraclimbing at LA 2028, which is very exciting.
My goals for climbing is just competing at World Cups. I've already done 2 World Cups and I'm aiming for silver or gold next.
More locally, there are national events and state events as well. So plenty of comps for everybody. So Adaptive Climbing Victoria run quarterly come and try days, and anyone's welcome. And we also run casual Mondays. So if people just want to go for a climb and have been before and are keen to continue with that, we're aiming to give them the opportunity more frequently.
So if anyone's looking for more information on paraclimbing and adaptive climbing, it's pretty easy. Obviously, you come to Adaptive Climbing Victoria. We're on social, so you can look us up on Facebook with Adaptive Climbing Victoria. Instagram is at Adaptive Climbing Vic.
Or the Sport Climbing Victoria website has our webpage, and they're also very welcome to email.
Climbing is fun, even if you're not very good at it. It's fun to just try. It's fun to fall off. So I think it's really great for everybody to try.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2025 La Sportiva Sport Climbing Victoria State Titles. We were joking yesterday about how that was a mouthful. I'm your host Angus and I am joined by Sarah again in the commentary box. How are you going, Sarah?
Yeah, good. How's the bouldering been going today?
It's been really cool. It's been a massive day. We've had our youth C and D competitors come out and we had our youth B do their 5-on-5 off earlier, and then we just finished up with our open Bs, and this is our open A field. We've just jumped on a little bit late. How's the field looking for today?
It's looking pretty stacked, honestly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like we're seeing some familiar faces, but also some new ones. So I'm pretty excited to see how they fare up against each other.
For sure. Yeah, you say some new faces, some familiar ones. A lot of the new ones we've heard of before. We've seen it maybe some other competitions. It's a very, very experienced field we have on our hands here. And it's also a larger field. Why is that?
Why is that?
The rules have changed.
Oh yeah, the rules changed.
Yeah, so based on the size of the pool, more competitors get into finals because we have 2 climbers climbing at any given time. So a little bit more action going on, a little bit more split screen action going on as well. So what are the climbers doing at the moment?
So we've got our presentation going on at the moment. The climbers are viewing each of the 4 finals boulders. They're essentially viewing them, trying to figure out, what their beta is going to be. They're talking to each other, working through some of the sequences. They're allowed to touch the holds that they can reach from the ground. They're not allowed to leave the ground. But yeah, essentially they've got this very short amount of time to look through what they're going to be climbing, and then they're back into ISO before they come back out and get back on them.
Yeah, do you think it's a hard thing to remember a lot of these boulders when you go into ISO? Do you think these athletes know what they're doing and will remember what they kind of looked at?
I mean, for sure, the more experienced athletes know what they're doing. That doesn't mean that, the emotions and all of the other crazy stuff going on with being in finals and being in ISO is not going to cloud their memory.
For sure.
Yeah.
Actually, I just noticed something. We've got 2 climbers up the front there who have Japanese residency. We always joke you always see in the World Cups, Matt Groom jokes about how they might be trying to keep a lot of the sort of ideas to themselves. You can see those 2 communicating with one another here.
That's true. They've got
Renee's trying to get involved here though, I think.
Renee looks like he's a bit of a lone wolf out there. He's got a friend. That's nice.
He was telling me before the round started that both Kotaro and Akira were both looking at the holds before they went up on the wall to suss out which ones they think would be on it and know how they would hold them.
Interesting.
Gee, that's some deep strategy there.
Yeah, I'm not sure about Kotaro, but I know that Akira at least is also a route setter, so
yes.
I think he'd have a pretty intimate knowledge of a lot of these holds.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. I do believe that they route set together a little bit at
awesome.
up climbing sometimes.
Yep, I've been on some of Akira's boulders at La Rocca as well.
Yes,
and they're pretty gnarly.
Yeah, they can be.
I actually first met Akira in Italy because he also works as a site guide for the vision impaired climbers on the Japanese paraclimbing team.
Oh wow, I did not know that.
Yeah, very multi-talented man.
Yeah. He's a super, super nice person. I feel like he'd be a really good guidance figure for that kind of stuff.
Absolutely. So what do you think of the boulders so far that we've seen?
To be honest, I haven't had a really deep read of them. Whenever you bring on open A boulders, though, especially now that we're looking at the slab, I couldn't tell you a single thing about how I would go about it.
Once they kind of start approaching the boulders, the beta starts to make a little more sense, and you can read them.
Once we've seen at least 3 competitors come out, and we really know what's going on.
You don't really need to make any guesses at that point. But yeah, looks like we've got most of the slab wall is for the female 2 climb, and we've kind of crammed the men in the corner there.
Yeah, I really love those space absorbing slabs, and I really like, it looks to me like it's going to be a very foot dominant slab.
Yeah, definitely. There's not a lot of hands up there, so this is, 99% balancy footwork, really super controlled, super steady. They're gonna have to stay so calm.
Yeah, I think I can read this one actually.
Oh, yeah?
Maybe this is the only one. I think the men's one is a little too complex and volumey for me, but with these jibs it looks like there's a little bit of a cross with the feet into a dynamic step over with a bit of a catch, maybe in a Gaston position.
Yep.
Rest of it don't know.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. And then the men's, it's super 3D in the corner there. It is actually really hard, at least from the angle we're looking at it from, to actually tell what's going on.
Yeah, there's some hidden jibs.
Yeah, there are some jibs there. They're super hard to see from where we are. I think they're green on the blue volume, so not super visible. I'm sure that they are to the climbers though.
Yeah. All right, I just got to mention it because it looks epic. How's Dylan's hair?
Oh, yep, very cute.
Oh, it's so cool. I cannot wait to see that hair in action on the coordination boulder.
Actually, I do really want to see that hair flying. That's amazing. So it looks like both groups are looking at pretty powerful style boulders at the moment. We also had a yellow and purple in that kind of cave section for female youth A yesterday. That was pretty hard for a lot of the climbers.
Yeah.
It looks like they've kind of tried to set something similar, but, stepped it up a few notches.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they've reused a lot of those holds in those positions, which if you were an athlete, I guess observing the other rounds, it certainly would have given you an advantage because you would have noticed the pattern of the Youth B qualifiers. They use the same hold for the Youth A qualifiers, and I guess it's the same wall that they've reset, and they've used the exact same holds for the same positions again. So if you were into your pattern recognition, you could have assumed that those holds were there, going to be used again. Although the first thing I noticed is that the red dual text, there was a red dual text qualifier for the Youth B males and the Youth A males, slightly tweaked differently, that had sort of like a dual text mantle. This one over here, and they've flipped them, thank God. They've got the texture up the top, which okay, doesn't look like anyone's going to be slapping around on dual text today, but we'll see. It is an upside down top hold.
Yeah. It's funny, I was after our conversation on yesterday's live stream about how boulders, especially these days, are just expected to know how to climb on no-tex, especially feet.
For sure, yeah.
And then I was scrolling through Instagram this morning, and Alison Vest put up a post of her climbing a boulder with no-tex holds.
Oh no.
Making a joke about her comeback to competition climbing.
There we go.
It's literally just everywhere.
She would do really well at Vic State titles. There's been dual text everywhere.
Oh yeah, she would crush us all.
So Samantha was another competitor from yesterday's competition, so she'd be feeling a little bit tired. Right now on screen we have a South Australian competitor, Neve. It's actually her 21st birthday today, which happy birthday to her.
Happy birthday, Neve.
Good birthday present, bad birthday present? I feel like being in finals is pretty good.
It's pretty good, but maybe it's going to depend on her ranking.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
She tends to be pretty consistent making finals in a lot of the competitions around Australia.
Yep.
She spends her time in the Open A circuit.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be interesting to see how she goes. I've never seen her climb live.
That's super exciting then. Yeah, I guess at the end of the day, I think how happy you are at the end of a competition, it's fully dependent on your expectations of yourself.
Definitely.
So, look, I hope that they're all out here to just try their best and have fun and climb some pretty sick boulders, and, whatever happens at the end of the day happens. I know Maya, at least, she's out there to win every single time.
Definitely.
So I'm excited to see what she's got. She's qualified in second today.
Yeah, we had Ravleen jump in ahead for the qualifiers. Not the qualifiers really mean anything to do with what the final results are going to be, but Ravleen's certainly stamping herself as a dangerous competitor for Maya to defend the title she continuously wins.
Yeah, and I mean, we've definitely seen Ravleen kind of moving up the ranks, and she's done pretty well at Youth World Championships previously as well, but yeah, to see her qualifying ahead of Maya. Maya is, probably one of our biggest resident crushers in Victoria.
Absolutely.
And has been for quite a while. So, yeah, it's pretty exciting to see someone challenging that top spot.
For sure, for sure. And the athletes are back into the den of isolation that they have been sitting in for so many hours. Look at their sad faces walking back in. They do not want to be in there, except for Renee, who's bouncing around
he looks
in the
pretty
background.
happy. Yeah, and I mean, after Renee's first place...
Still jumping around.
Yeah, he had a big day yesterday. I'm like pretty excited to see that he's made finals again in Open A. So
yeah,
to see if he's got any gas left in the tank, I guess.
I'm going to pre-apologise to everyone. I might get really vocal when he's on the wall. I feel very excited about the fact that he's in the finals today and that he's qualified in such a strong position.
Yep.
But yes, I'm excited about all these competitors, really.
Yep. Is this Renee's first year in Opens?
Yeah, first time trying to make Opens, Open finals. The goalpost kind of shifted as soon as he made finals. He was like, oh my gosh, I could actually make the Open team this year. And so, I mean, the Open team for nationals.
Yep.
And so he's really keen to sort of like, see how far he can push
Yep.
himself. And I think he's proved to himself already that he can sort of stand up against these competitors, at least in a qualifying level.
So was he not expecting to make Open A finals today?
No.
Wow.
No.
Wow, and he qualified
He sort of
in
just
second position.
went into the qualifiers with a I've got nothing to lose sort of mentality.
Hell yeah.
And look at him coming
I love
in
that.
second place so far.
That's so good. Excited to see what he's got. When I say that, I'm wondering if he's got gas left in the tank, but he was bouncing off those walls and mats, so...
I reckon he's ready.
Yeah, I
reckon they're all ready. I'm
yeah.
super excited. There's a number of athletes that I've been keeping my eye on throughout the year, like that we've been seeing in the competitions, and I'm super excited to watch them. A lot of these athletes have been attending more training camps as well, so the professionalism of the training of these athletes has certainly increased recently as well, so that's going to be exciting to see.
Yeah, the Boulder team especially this year has had a lot of training camps, a lot of support going behind the development of the Australian Boulder team, and that invitation has also been extended to a lot of youth athletes, which is really exciting to see.
Okay, so to start with, we're going to have Lachlan Rickett and Renna Park coming out for their first boulders. Lachlan is a Victorian resident and Renna is international.
Yeah, we don't know Renna, I don't think.
Not seen her before.
Not sure where she's from. So if anyone knows, feel free to let us know in the YouTube chat and see if we can get her out there. Oh, so Renna Park is from Hamilton, New Zealand. That's super exciting. Apparently
she's making really good
their
progress on this
coaches are
red.
watching on the live stream. So
Awesome.
hi to everyone from New Zealand watching.
Super powerful first boulder for Renna. She's going to make sure that her warm-up was on point for this one. As we see Lachlan stick the dyno of his first boulder, going to be wrapping these massive diamonds off to the side of your screen here as he just slides off. Oh, those diamonds are brutal.
They are brutal.
Yeah.
I'm assuming, I can see a couple of holds on them, but he's just grabbing the edge of the volume, right?
Yeah, basically. They're so sharp. So this is a super physical boulder
It really is.
for Renna, as I mentioned.
And just getting
starts with a
into that start
massive
position.
press. Yeah.
Super physical, super shouldery move as well. So you'd want to be feeling like pretty good in your body.
Totally.
To like really want to commit to that press.
We're going to assume that the open competitors have like done their due diligence in warming up. A lot of the time I was talking to Trent earlier about how a lot of the youth climbers just sort of swing their arms around, kick their legs, and then jump onto the hardest boulder they can find.
But they can get away with it.
They can. They're like rubber, aren't they?
Yeah, we assume that if you're in Open A finals, you are probably a pretty experienced climber. You know what you're doing. You know how to prepare for a boulder like this. So, we're not looking for any injuries.
So Lockie off to the back, just stuck that first move, and now he's back onto the diamonds here. Didn't take a huge rest, maybe didn't waste too much energy.
No.
Or as he slips down. Something I noticed about those diamonds, they are very sharp. And what I mean by sharp is that 3 attempts and your skin is destroyed.
Good to know. Is it the angle on the edge? Is it the friction?
The friction.
Yeah.
It's very fine, but very, very grippy. So if you've got really bad
Interesting.
skin, it's probably not really going to stick very well. But if you've come into the round with really good skin, you might have a better chance on it. I've certainly been battling with sweaty skin on those before.
So pretty full on to have this as the first boulder for the men, because they're just going to absolutely get shredded and then go into the next 3 boulders with no skin. Sick.
Yeah. Going But Ren is still struggling with this first physical move. She's come close a couple of times, but it's definitely going to be gassing out the shoulders here.
Yeah, thought I was starting to see her look a little bit more comfortable in that like first couple of moves, but it looks like maybe she's fatiguing a little bit now.
Yeah. Do you know who was here today?
Who was here today?
Mika.
Ah.
Don't know if he's here anymore, but
did he get on commentary?
Yeah, if we get enough shout outs in the chat, he might end up on commentary again.
I haven't seen him, but yeah, if we spot him downstairs, we'll bring him back up. You know, he loves a chat.
Lachlan's super focused in this red.
Yeah, he's looking
he's
way
made
better.
it.
Oh, how?
Did he just break it?
I think he did. He went straight up.
Oh, no.
That would have been amazing. That would have been the best buzzer beater. I think.
No.
I think that was a beta break.
That was a huge beta break.
Yeah.
Wonder if we're going to see that a few times.
I would love to. That would be amazing. I mean, it really seemed like he was struggling, kind of moving up the edge on that volume, and so he just bypassed it.
So out now we have Beth Bowman and Bailey Silvato. Bailey is a Boulder Lab worker, so this is definitely a bit of a home ground advantage. And Beth actually works out of Urban Climb.
Yeah. So we've got two people who, I guess, spend a lot of time in climbing gyms. I mean, you'd expect that from an open A competitor anyway, but even more so potentially, and a lot of time around holds.
Yeah, they spend their time training, and they also spend their time looking at holds all day, every day. They must be pretty committed.
Yep.
Beth is absolutely contorting into this position.
This is some kind of circus nightmare. This is amazing.
Oh my gosh, what a fight. She's having a bit of a giggle.
I think she's having fun at least.
I think looking at the crowd would take you out of it as she sticks the zone. Oh my God.
That was fantastic. Nice one, Beth. Now that was pretty physical. Like, how many times do you think you can do that in a row?
She's already done.
Yeah, she might be cooked.
She's almost collapsed. For anyone who has been interested in the collapse count in the open Bs, she sort of almost fell to her side, but no, she's on her knees. But we'll see what happens after her second attempt. Bailey made the first dyno, but he didn't fare as well onto those red diamonds.
See if he figures out the beta break as well.
Bailey straight back on, no worries.
Bailey's got a fan in the YouTube chat, so hopefully he's feeling that energy.
To you. That's Bailey's girlfriend, obviously watching from home. Got another shout out to George from Chile watching Maya, who qualified in third position. She'll be out soon as Beth tries to cram herself back into that position.
And speaking of...
the break just keeps happening.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe. He looked like he wanted it.
He couldn't quite get into that drop knee that Lachlan looked like he was pretty comfy in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lachlan really sort of like pressed his way into it, sort of used the holds as chimneys. Bailey looks like he's trying to pull a little bit harder on that left-hand hold.
Beth attempting this boulder again. Let's see if she goes for the same kind of contortionist method.
Or how many times can you do that?
I know, it's so full on.
What do you reckon the intended beta is for that? Because something tells me it's not meant to be a face-out spin around. Unless it is, it's hard to say.
I mean, I think that if you can it's super shouldery, but like reaching up and pressing into that volume that's above your head, if you can commit to that really shouldering move, then you should kind of be able to stand up into it. Yeah. But it's a little bit hard to tell what the other side of the hold is from the angle that we're looking at.
Yeah.
So I don't actually know what their hand is on.
Yeah. Bailey is absolutely fighting with these holds as he comes down again. Beth looks tired.
Yeah, she does. She looks pretty gassed.
I think that's definitely responsible to take a rest from here on out.
100%. Yeah, that's a really full-on start to a boulder, and, you know, for the first boulder, that's you do have to kind of pace yourself throughout these rounds. Try and figure out how much energy you want to spend on each boulder because, yeah, obviously that's the first one. They've still got 3 more to attempt. They need to save something for those.
For sure. All right, we're going to see our 2 athletes exit, and we will have another 2 brand new athletes on in Indiana Buchanan and Marlo Gilly.
That's it.
So Indy's somebody, Trent and I were chatting a little bit before about youth athletes transitioning to the open circuit. She's made a smooth transition to be making finals, hey?
She has, yeah. She's been really moving up in the past few years. I mean, I've been watching her climb since she was very small.
Yeah.
And super impressive. Really happy to see her in opens.
Marlo's making some interesting work of this red boulder. Something tells me he's climbing it the way he was supposed to climb it.
Yeah, I'm getting that impression because he's coming up the holds along the volume, and so we assume that that's the intended beta.
As he flashes
Beautiful.
the top. Oh my gosh.
What is that?
Some tea drinking. I don't know what
Cute.
that's in reference to.
We love it. I'd love to see more celebrations in Boulder.
Well, if we see a Renee top, he's got one loaded up. So
Okay, I can't wait. Is it going to be dropping from the sky like Mr. Bean again?
yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
Straight onto his back. Indy's making light work of this
Yeah,
boulder. This
Indy
must be a
looking really
flash go. I
good.
missed how she did the start.
Yeah, I don't think it was shown. So yeah, she looks surprised.
As we get our first 2 tops of the round.
That's so
She's like, oh my
good.
gosh, I didn't expect that. She looks completely in awe that she just topped it herself.
Yeah,
but it was
she
her
looked
that
really
did it.
surprised. I'm not sure if people have noticed this update in the IFSC rules and guidelines, but speaking of celebrations, there's updated wording for how you can top a boulder or you can top a route.
Oh, really?
And it includes not just matching and controlling, but any action common to the sport, I think is the wording. And then in another section of the guidelines, it specifies what any action common to the sport means, and one of those things is a celebration.
Oh, what?
So you can top a boulder by getting to the top of it and celebrating.
So if you were Marlo then and you drank that tea, he could have just let go then, and then he could have made an appeal because probably the judges wouldn't have realised that matching was...
Yeah.
Yeah, but you wouldn't risk that, would you?
I don't think we've seen, I guess, that rule be like fully interpreted in a World Cup or World Championships level yet. So it is interesting to see kind of how that goes, because it's there to give, I guess, room for the climbers to, I guess, have those celebrations at the top of the boulder, and for there not to be any kind of question around whether they controlled or topped it.
Okay, yeah.
So if you get to the top of the boulder and you do a fist pump or you do a pull up on it, that's the top. That counts now.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I think it does make sense.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because you are showing control in the fact that you're on the top hold and you're doing some kind of action, you know?
Well, okay, so how about this? Oh, by the way, I'll just shout out our competitors. We have Noemi and we've got Akira out on the mats now. I do need to ask, though, what happens if you get one hand on the top, you celebrate, and then your foot slips? Is that going to count?
I feel like I have no idea. It would be really interesting to see how the rule is interpreted in a thing like that.
Yeah.
I guess it's all about control still, and that includes mostly like hip stability is what the boulder judges are looking for.
Yeah.
And I guess if you can show that before you slip off, I mean, we've seen that in boulder comps before where somebody shows control and then has a slip and falls.
Yeah. Well, we see some very interesting beta here from Noemi.
Yeah.
That seems like it could work for sure.
That's super interesting. Yeah, I'm keen to see if that'll work for her. We also saw her in Boulder finals last year.
Yeah.
So another repeat. Looking pretty good so
Kira's
far.
really struggling with the height of this dyno here.
So Noemi going for another attempt. See if she goes for that heel hook beta again. So she's going for the outside of that hold, where the first 2 climbers were going for the inside as a press.
Yeah, I wonder how Indy did it in the end. She was up there so quickly.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I think we may have completely missed the bottom section of that boulder for Indy on the live stream, unfortunately.
Oh, we
a
see
great
stick
catch by
there from
Akira.
Now, Akira is very notorious for creating just weird beta. Like,
Yep.
he's super interesting with the way he goes about climbing things. Very, very flexible climber and very
Yep.
good at slab. Self-proclaimed,
Yeah,
very
he's
good at slab.
incredibly creative.
Yeah,
Did I hear that he's the new head setter at Up?
he sure is. That's why he's got his up climbing.
Up climbing comp team.
Yeah,
Love
there you
it.
go. I'll be setting under Akira soon, which is super exciting.
That's very cool.
Just gaining some inspo watching him today.
So good. So Noemi is in that heel hook position again. And she's going straight up for that crimp. Akira going for the dyno again.
Sticking it with his one hand in the background there.
Perfect.
Just ups to camps it out.
Oh, is he going for a knee bar?
Oh, wow.
Come on, Akira.
That is so smart.
Looking really good. Really committing to the edge of that volume. He's not worried about his skin.
No, gosh, this looks painful.
He's working his way up.
Oh, my gosh.
big
Akira
wrap
always
on that
tells me
top
that
dip.
he's not very strong.
Ah, okay.
He always tries to tech things out, and I think that's really on full display right now.
Oh, come on, buzzer beater.
Oh, no. Oh.
Oh, that would have been fantastic.
That's a bugger. He
but
looked like he was in such a stable position he actually could have
he
worked it
was.
out.
I think that if he probably had another 10 seconds and could have maintained a bit more composure, then he could have definitely worked that out.
Sure. So we have Kate and Dylan coming out. Dylan's another youth competitor who's transitioned onto the open stage.
There he is. See that hair flying.
Yeah. Well, this is the perfect boulder for it. It looks conditioned, I'm not going to lie.
So I think I've also seen Dylan working as a speed climbing coach.
Yeah, he sure is.
Yeah.
He's an avid speed climber himself too, but he still maintains his bouldering ability, as you can see.
Super impressive.
Very, very powerful climber. He's
Yep.
got so much power.
Now, he was in Boulder finals last year as well,
He
wasn't
was,
he?
yeah.
Did he win?
Came, I
He was on
believe
the
he
podium.
podiumed, but
Yeah.
he didn't win.
Oh my God,
he's
look
gonna
at
go
him
for the
go.
palm.
He's also gone for a bit of a beta break. Well, let's see if he's got the flexibility to get his leg up and
Well, I'm
stabilize that
absolutely
position.
gripped with this position here. Oh, he just needs to get that hand-foot match here.
Yep, he does.
Oh, and he does it. Wow.
That was a flash, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's amazing work from Dylan.
So good.
Here's our replay of Dylan getting that hand-foot match in. Awesome stuff from Dylan.
Really good.
Just maintain that. That position up there looked so awkward.
It did, yeah. I wasn't sure if he was going to, if his hip flexor was going to get him there, but... All right,
another
and
top
Kate
of
at the
women's
top
one.
of women's one. We, again, missed the
Missed
bottom
the start.
section of that, but hopefully we'll see somebody do it, and then we can get our heads around it too.
Something tells me that even if I see it get done, I still won't be able to get my head around it.
No,
It looks so
that's
complicated.
true. Especially that first press move. Like, I'm not sure if Noemi's beta would go, but if the press move at the start is the go, then man, the shoulder mobility and strength for that and stability, it's pretty gnarly.
For sure. So we've got our birthday girl coming out in Neve from South Australia, and we also we're going to have our two climbers climbing simultaneously, I believe, for each category.
Mm-hmm.
In Renner from New Zealand over on the women's slab that we were talking about a little bit earlier, that looks like there's a little bit of a cross through and a dynamic step over.
Yeah, they've really taken a lot of wall space for this slab, so it's interesting to see what they're intending here.
We'll also have Lachlan Rickard on the blue complex slab boulder with all those smears. And we will have Amar Hassan coming out next for the first boulder.
Okay, sorry. So we've got Uni on round one. Birthday girl.
Neve's also one of the South Australian head coach, one of the South Australian coaches. She spends a lot of time coaching the athletes, and she's been here coaching the athletes, the youth athletes,
Wow.
this whole weekend. So massive weekend for Neve.
Seriously, yeah.
She's made it through the first section as well, but we're focused on Hassan right now.
Looks like he made easy work of that dyno, and now he's trying to figure out how to get onto that volume. He's gone for the heel hook method. He's moving across now.
I meant Amar, sorry, not Hassan. It's Amar. Got Neve going for that second last hold,
Looking pretty comfy.
going for that top position. She cruises the first boulder.
All right, well, we finally saw the bottom section, and she didn't go for the press. She was using the outside of that hold underneath.
Did she
the
heel hook
volume.
and then match it? Is that right?
I didn't see that part.
Yeah, I
no,
missed
I
it
don't.
again.
I don't think I saw a heel hook. She was like pretty like locked off in that first position, and I
Okay.
think maybe she just matched and moved across.
Oh, so just getting right underneath the sloper. Okay, cool.
I was too focused on what her hands were doing to look at her feet.
Yeah. So we get a little bit of a showing of these slab boulders for the first time of the competition.
Yep. So we've got Renna contemplating how to establish on F2.
These eggs are really annoying. You
Yep.
could just hold them in so many different positions. Got to make sure she establishes,
Yep,
and there we
so,
go.
Yep. So she's on it now, and has to stand up into it with no hands.
Lachlan's on this blue. Oh, it's a dynamic boulder. There we go.
Yep.
Makes sense now. I didn't see those green holds at the start. Really cool start position. Really cool jump, I reckon.
Pretty interesting to see, again, that kind of pace change as well within the one boulder. So you've got like a more dynamic start, and then you really have to kind of bring yourself down for that kind of more delicate slabby finish.
For sure.
So Amar, we've seen him in this position before. He wasn't quite able to get over. Looking good, working up his way onto that volume. The shredder. And Renna over there in the corner looking pretty good on the slab.
Yeah, she makes that dynamic step over look really easy on her first try. Usually that's a move that a lot of people have to learn, but you can tell she's definitely practiced that in the past.
Sure, yeah. That is a pretty far zone. Like, you have to be pretty far into the boulder to get that zone. The zone is actually almost right underneath the top.
Yeah. Do you think that slopey blue hold is there just to block the zone, or like you'll use it after you grab the zone? Like, she looked like she just didn't want to have a bar of that blue hold.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that maybe you're using the blue hold once you're on the other side of it.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, just based on where the friction is on that hold and where the chalk is.
Oh, we got 5 seconds
Let's go,
remaining
buzzer
for him to
beater,
make
come
the match, and he
on.
does.
So good from Emma.
Does that count? He's shaking
He's
his
shaking
head.
his head.
Oh, I think he's missed it. What a bummer.
I think I would give that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to tell because our screen is slightly out of sync with the buzzers
clock,
going on as
okay.
well. So we've got Bailey and Beth on the slab boulders. We'll have 2 more athletes out, 2 more brand new athletes in Harper and Samantha.
So we clearly know that Beth is incredibly creative.
Yeah, definitely. And motivated.
Yeah, for sure.
So Harper on our screen right now is another climber transitioning from the youth circuit, trying to make his way in the opens. He's qualified in quite a high position. Youth nationals for
attempt.
Oh, as he falls off, maybe just didn't have that left hand in a great position.
Yep. What do you think about that heel hook rock over that he was attempting?
Looks trusting.
Yeah.
That's all I got to say. As both slab climbers sort of struggle to find their position on their strap boulders, they sort of fall off. Couldn't quite find their balance points, but slab is something that sometimes you have to learn, especially if you don't spend too much time training it.
Yeah, Beth seems to be establishing the start position pretty well, but she's starting from a much lower position than Renna was. So Renna was pretty much, standing up on those holds when she established, which puts her in a good position to kind of start moving to the left. But I don't know, we've got Beth up there now, starting to work out the traverse.
Oh, so
Very
close by Beth.
Yeah.
Just needs a little bit more commitment onto that left foot.
Yep. Which is so hard to do, so hard to kind of trust that you can use your momentum but then stabilize and not fall off.
Yeah, I say that's what it needed, but I don't know how to use my feet at all. Harper sort of struggling with that top position still.
Yeah.
We have 1 minute 49 seconds left on the clock until the round is over. Plenty of time for all these athletes to top, but they're going to have to figure it out quick. Harper looks the closest in this round to getting a top.
Yep.
But Beth has now made it past that move. She kept falling off. She's got this dynamic crossover to go. How trusting is she of her feet in this position?
Very nice.
We also have Harper off screen going for the top. There he is. The minute.
He's got the hand-foot
10
match.
seconds left. He gets his hand-foot match and he makes the
perfect.
top. There we go. Harper's in touch with the people who have topped that boulder. He took a few more attempts than the other two, but it keeps him in touch.
Yeah. And Bailey in the corner seems to be struggling with that first dynamic move.
For sure.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen him nail that quite yet.
Bailey and I were having a joke earlier about how he just doesn't want to compete because he doesn't want to climb slab anymore. So
fair.
Maybe this is not his strength of the competition.
Maybe not.
We have Beth making her way on that slab again after we see the replay of Harper. She's now in this split position again, which I'm quite perplexed by.
Yeah, I do kind of think that at least this stage of the boulder, that blue hold is simply just blocking you from the zone, which she gets anyway. Absolutely nailed that move. And then you're probably going to want to use that as you move up into the top hold.
She's going to have some serious time pressure here, though. She's going to have 10 seconds to go.
Let's
she's
go,
probably
buzzer
just
beater.
seen the time as she's turned her head. She's really going to have to work this out quickly as she tries to transition, but there's nothing she can do.
Not quite there.
It's unfortunate, but I do think that top few moves had a bit more complexity than you could just work out in 10 seconds.
For sure,
So at least she got the zone, I would say.
Absolutely. I mean, she maybe, could have worked it out from that position if she had more time. It doesn't seem terribly complex, at least. I think it's kind of one of those things where you look at it and you know what you're supposed to do, but then actually executing that is a whole other thing.
Finding the body position. We have two new competitors coming out in Claire and Kotaro. Marlo's on the blue slab and he's spanning it instead of opting to do that sort of jump over beta.
Kotaro nailed that dyno on his first attempt. Looking pretty good. Looking pretty comfy on that volume so far. Do you think anybody likes the shredder volume?
No. I mean, it's a very interesting feature to climb, I've got to say. Kotaro goes up. He's the only one to not have wrapped his way up that volume. Claire's got a knee bar going on. Really smart climbing from Claire. Make sure she can recover and gain her composure back.
That's it.
Oh, Kotaro did do the rock over.
He did,
We were talking about as he just racks the... Oh my gosh.
Almost had a bit of a toe hook underneath.
That is trust.
And
Claire topped off screen.
Tops, yep.
We got Marlo looking quite close in this blue as he spins off. Furthest I've seen anyone make it though so far.
Yeah. But I wasn't quite sure on men's boulder 1 if the rock over foot position would work for, I guess, establishing the top. I would have thought you'd have to come further across and get one of your feet back on that that jug. But no, he seemed to stabilize himself pretty well with the kind of left toe hook.
Yeah, something I noticed a lot about Kotaro is he's very flexible, but he's also got crazy amounts of foot tension.
Yeah, that's
he just seemed like he was squeezing it.
Totally, because there was nothing to hook there. That was all tension.
Not at all.
Yeah. So Indy starting the traverse on female 2. Looking pretty good, taking her time. And Marlowe goes for the span again. Does not want to do the dyno.
So Indy's found herself in this position with a fair bit of time. If she really slows down and wants to think about it, she'll maybe have the time to sort of figure out this position here. She just misses the zone, and Marlowe falls off as well.
Both of them looking pretty good, though. They still have a little bit of time to kind of work out the kinks in the position that they're in.
Yeah. I think we can sort of expect one more attempt from the both of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of think if they're not getting it on the next attempt, then maybe that's it.
Both these competitors are extremely experienced, so I think they understand what they need to do here. I think Marlowe looks like he's climbing quite fast to give himself a lot of time by the time he gets to the top to maybe think about it a little bit more. But it does seem
I guess
like
that
quite
makes
powerful.
sense. If he feels like he's unlocked the beta for the bottom half, he can kind of speed through it a little bit easier without thinking too much and using too much energy. Take his time figuring out that top part.
Oh, Indy goes for the stick, but just had her body coming out by the time she grabbed the hold. And
Marlowe trying so hard on that volume,
he holds
really
on.
Wrapping it. Wow, that was an amazing save.
You tell how important that was to him if he tops it after that.
Oh
my
no.
gosh.
Oh, that would have been.
Oh, that's brutal.
Oh my
Doesn't seem like
god.
he cares too much. But oh my gosh.
That was such an impressive save. Yeah, that would have been an amazing top, but such a good effort from him on that boulder.
We had Stan the headsetter just come up saying that was crazy.
So clearly the route setters are loving it too. Love to see that.
Which part? The fact that he fell off the top, or the fact that he just held onto a single-handed meat wrap?
Either way, I think they're very proud of themselves.
Yeah. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was so cool.
Oh, we've got Renee out. And so we've got Renee out for the first time for the women, and we have Maya Vasquez out for the women's.
All right, looks like we've got Akira back out as well on men's 2.
So Renee flashes that dyno.
That's it.
And as he moves into this pinchy section of the climb.
Looking really good.
See how he fares with these shredding volumes.
That's it. He's committing to it.
Whoa, as he slips down.
Not quite there. We've got Maya. She also used the knee bar on women's Boulder 1. Looking pretty comfy moving up those Dual-Tex holds. Beautiful top from Maya.
That's a flash from Maya.
She's feeling the energy all the way from Chile. Got her dad watching on the live stream. And we've got Noemi over in the corner, still working out the slab on female Boulder 2.
So Akira, who is a self-proclaimed slab master. No, that's not what he said, but he does fancy himself as quite a good slab climber.
Okay. He's also gone for the static method.
Yeah.
Seems to work just fine.
Got Noemi on the right-hand side of the wall on this slow static part of the women's climb. He has made some very good progress for his second attempt. He does have just under 2 minutes remaining.
That's it. Renee still working out those volumes. He's got that top hold now that he didn't quite get on his first attempt, and he's going for that heel hook rock over.
Oh my god, I'm holding my breath. This is crazy.
His hands are on the top hold. Can he stabilize himself? And he does.
Wow, and he gets
Beautiful
the top. And he gives us the Leighton Hewitt again.
Beautiful. And Akira going for the top hold as well. I think on his second attempt. He's trying to work out that. Oh, what is that?
Wow, he's figured it out. There we go. I called it when I said he was the slab master.
That was fantastic. That was a heel hook on just the tiniest edge I've ever seen.
Yeah. Awesome stuff. Naomi seemed to have made that foot stick out to the left, but seemed to fall off going for the zone there.
Mm-hmm.
So also getting really close to completing this boulder.
That's it.
Oh, this was a bit of a moment by Renee. A lot of trust in that Gaston.
Well, the Leighton Hewitt, come on. That's, according to IFSC rulebook.
Yeah, he
that's
probably
the
didn't
top.
need to match it.
Yeah. Just grab it with one hand and, yeah.
Naomi looks like she's focusing for this attempt. It needs to be good because she's got 25 seconds remaining.
That's it. I think at this point, she'd just be going for the zone, but potentially doesn't have enough time now.
She's going to go again, though.
Let's
15
go.
seconds. Will that be enough? She doesn't have time to really feel out those body positions.
She
Kind of just
doesn't.
has to go perfectly.
And not quite there. Runs out of time, so no zone for Noemi on F2, unfortunately.
So we've got two new competitors coming out in Maya Stasic and Riley Thurstons. Have some new competitors out on all the other boulders as well, so the slabs. What's that pad down sitting right under Maya's feet for?
So I'm assuming Maya's using that pad to clean her shoes because that mat is incredibly chalky.
For sure.
And she wants to maximize the grip and the friction that she's getting out of the rubber on her climbing shoes. So she's making sure that they're as clean as possible right before she gets on the boulder.
Yeah.
You see a lot of that at a World Cup level for sure, less so, at local and domestic comps.
See Josh in the background there. Off in the high vis.
Maya cruising to the top.
Really calm
Easy
and
work.
composed by Maya on that attempt. Got Riley up the top of this red boulder. He's going to opt for that rock over as well. It honestly makes my hands sweat watching people do that rock over. It's so scary looking.
But at least the foot swap after the rock over makes more sense to me than what I think Kotaro did.
Yeah,
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 So-
absolutely. Just mincing it with your thighs and just
Exactly.
matching over with your left
Yeah.
hand. Shakes out his left before he comes down.
Nice. We've already got Kate going for the zone hold on female 2. So it looks like she's made pretty good progress. So Dylan establishing on men's 2, also going for the static beta, big span across, big press, drop knee. He's a socks and climbing shoes kind of guy, I guess.
Yeah, yeah, he always has been.
Yeah.
Love when you see that in a finals for a competition, like at
Yeah.
the top level, you're still seeing socks and climbing shoes.
Absolutely.
No feeling needed.
It's a very individual choice.
He's got quite the outfit on.
He does indeed.
Oh, Kate is opting to just lean as much as she can.
Yeah, she
You could
doesn't-
imagine a taller competitor could actually make use of that, I think.
Potentially, yeah. I guess it depends on how easy it is to reach around that blue dual tex. But she's probably just going to have to commit to the little pop across. And she goes. Oh, it almost looked like she went for the wrong hold.
Yeah, yeah.
She went for the blocker instead of the crimp.
Yeah, she did. Like the Gaston. Very
Mhm.
interesting. Dylan's straight back on the boulder. He hasn't taken much rest on this one.
Yeah, no, I guess he's feeling the time pressure and perhaps isn't feeling that gust on it, so straight back on. I mean, I guess that's the thing about the slab boulders. They're not that physically exhausting.
Yeah.
So you do tend to get a few more attempts out of a boulder like this compared to something more powerful. But yeah, let's see if he can work it out.
He's a speed climber like we mentioned before, and I can imagine a lot of the speed training and like his pressing, his physical training, his athleticism training would probably have something to do with his stamina on a slab like this, where it's a lot of pushing and pressing and squatting, and he's probably quite physically capable of handling these movements for a long time.
That is very true. We know for sure that the speed climbers have better cardio fitness than the rest of us.
Jeez, if speed climbers have better cardio fitness than regular climbers, then I don't want to know how much fitness regular climbers have. Not much.
No. None of them are doing cardio training.
Oh, I think Dylan's going to run out of time, which is an absolute bummer. He looked like he was working this one out. Wants to stay up the top there.
Yeah.
What's he going to do? 4 minutes is over.
It looked like he felt like he had really worked it out that time, and yeah, letting go must have been a little bit hard.
So we've got the lone competitor now coming out for women's one is Ravleen. No men's number 11 for the men's boulder. So we're going to see some new boulders coming out now. Currently focused on the slab, but yeah, just over here we see Lachlan Rickard on boulder number 3 for the men's. Super pockety boulder. Bit of a Houdini match going on situation. This thing looks super physical and super long.
Yes.
Powerful, extremely powerful.
It took me a second to even figure out which direction it was going in.
Yeah. Oh, you can see that coordination boulder with the black and yellows coming up a little bit later. That is imposing.
How are they going to have energy for that?
Yeah. Right at the end of the competition.
Yep.
Ravleen's making work of this red. She's been on for 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Yeah, wow.
But she is a lead climber. Got capacity for days, and she is an absolute fighter when it comes to climbing.
That's it. She's probably feeling just fine up there. She's able to literally rest and chalk up on a boulder, think through the moves a little bit more perhaps than a non-lead climber. And she's just sitting in that knee bar, shaking out both hands. Beautiful. Making easy work of the top of that boulder.
She hugs the top of that red.
She had so much patience on that boulder. It seemed like she was pretty comfortable. She knew what she was doing, but she took her time doing it. She knew that she had it in her to really rest and make sure she got it right the first time.
Lachlan pulls on for another attempt. He'd be having to rest quite a bit for this boulder. Super powerful on the pockets. He opts for the undercling this time. Ooh, slipping on pockets.
Good save.
Not something you want to see, but trying to get his 2 fingers as deep as he can in here. It looks like a very powerful move out onto this sloper. He's trying to do it a little bit slower. I really do think that you just kind of have to get 3 fingers into that pocket and twist your entire body over to that sloper as powerfully as you can instead of trying to take it slowly.
Potentially. I haven't quite visualized, I guess, how he's catching that sloper yet. What do you think the next move is from there?
Oh, I need to see the boulder again.
Yeah.
But I do think we're going to see a lot of the top competitors stick that move. This is obviously Lachlan's first time in open A's. This is a super powerful move, but definitely something capable of a lot of these climbers. And I do think Lachlan's quite close to doing it. I just think he needs to change his approach. The rest looks so powerful.
Yeah.
Coming into that undercling on the volume.
And it kind of seems like those are not the type of slopers that you really want to be hanging out on.
No, absolutely not. On that angle as well.
Absolutely.
I think really you're just going to be hanging on the pockets with support from the slopers, really.
Potentially, yeah. So Renner moving through the roof section of female 3.
Yeah, this is one of the boulders we haven't seen yet. Very, very complex boulder, this one.
Definitely.
If I saw this in a competition, I'd be screaming.
Absolutely burly.
Just so much going on, so much like wrapping, so much twisting, just trying to get your hands to that zone hold. Seems like it gets a bit simpler up there, but yeah, from the bottom, So complicated.
It looks like we have everyone timing out, unfortunately. So as you can see from the scoreboard, quite a few flashes on female 1 boulder. A lot of competitors on 25.
It's kind of set the standard for the competition is to have flashed that first boulder.
Yep.
With the men's, we've seen a bit of a split going on with the slab boulder and the first boulder. We have sort of set the standard with doing the first boulder, but then Akira, who didn't do the first boulder, managed to do that slab boulder, which has kept him in touch, which has provided a lot of trouble for the people that did do the first boulder.
Yeah, so it's kind of evened the playing field a little bit. It's nice to see that split across the board. Keep things interesting.
So we've got Samantha on the slab boulder. We've got Harper on the men's slab boulder and Beth on this complex boulder. She's not going feet first, though. She's trying to figure out a different sequence.
It's just crazy, though. Like, there's 3 holds on that roof.
How do you go about climbing them?
Moves, like how many individual moves you have to do to actually move across those 3 holds?
Absolutely.
Incredibly complex.
Beth had a really good fight just then. She nearly made it to that zone hold. So we got Bailey sticking the zone hold of the pockety climb. Bailey notoriously has very strong fingers. I've seen them in action on the kilter board.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can imagine his pocket strength on this kind of a boulder is really good. But he did seem to struggle on that sloper after he twisted around.
How's his open grip strength?
Yeah, not quite sure.
Yeah, he needs to get on the tension board, perhaps.
Yeah, for sure. He was also saying to me today that he enjoys the feeling of sending a kilter board climb than he does sending a comp climb in a competition. Wow. So we'll see if that comes into play on this boulder.
I love a kilter board sesh, so I kind of get it.
Yeah, he really trusts that 2-finger pocket there. Into the zone hold he goes. This move looks powerful. Into the undercling.
Yeah.
Can't quite trust his feet enough to move his hips over to really engage on that undercling.
That's it. Yeah, I think you really need to do that to make that undercling usable at all.
For sure. He looked like he wanted to just trust his arms, but couldn't really stand up on that small jib.
That's it.
I don't know how bad it is. I'm sure it's awful.
It looks awful.
Bailey probably only has one more attempt at this boulder. Oh, he's jumping on right away. No more rest. Maybe he has 2, but...
That's full on.
Yeah, maybe he's feeling okay.
Yeah, maybe he just feels like he's unlocked the beta and just wants to smash it out.
This is attempt number 3. He does seem pretty strong in these moves. He really needs to stand on that foot. He did, but he just didn't
not quite there.
Trust it enough. He sort of opened his hip up, stood up, and then reclosed it and sort of fell back.
Yeah. So yeah, hopefully he takes a rest on this one and gives us one stellar attempt.
Yeah. So we have the other 3 competitors still over in this corner here, all kind of bunched up together as Samantha slips down. Back to Bailey again for this boulder. This will have to be his last go.
He's just non-stop.
Yeah, he just doesn't rest.
No.
Got to really stand on this foot. Oh, no, he's just not standing on it.
I mean, that one looked a little bit more controlled. Going for the undercling, it wasn't as, I think, desperate as the other attempts. But, yeah, just the hips weren't quite there. The foot tension wasn't quite there.
It seemed like that time he was trying to dangle off the sloper a lot more and then come in above his head. But I still don't know if that's the correct method.
Yeah.
Harper's in the same position as Dylan where he's figured it out. But just not enough time to get to the top there. So we have Kotaro and Claire on the slab boulders. We have Indiana on the complex-looking boulder off to the left. And we'll have Marlo on the powerful pockety boulder.
Do you think this type of boulder suits Marlo?
Oh, I don't know Marlowe's climbing enough. He's very good at dynamic stuff and he's very poppy. But he was national champion last year, so you'd just like to assume that any boulder would suit him.
Yeah, you'd hope so. He's looking pretty controlled on it. He moved across to that slope of very controlled.
See if he can trust. See how he stood up there?
Right up
Stood
into that
right into
undercling.
it. I think this section doesn't relent any more than the last section, though.
No,
I think it really gets
wow.
powerful up there.
Yep. But he's worked that out incredibly fast.
Yeah.
He's got time to do this for sure.
Absolutely. We've got Kotaro in that corner and Indy just working out that starting sequence of the yellow climb. Kind of went for another dynamic movement towards the right-hand volume.
And Indy trying to keep her feet up, almost ending up campusing.
Yeah. Foot first for Indy this time. Claire has made it to that kickover extremely quickly.
Yep, Claire is
really
looking
good news for her.
really good.
We have not seen a top of this boulder yet.
We're just going to have to see her commit to that pop. And you really have to be precise on the hands for this one because obviously you've got a big hold blocking you. And then you've got that other hold to the left of the zone that's blocking you from the other direction. But she's looking really good. Well,
oh, no.
as I say that, she falls off the boulder.
It's all right. She's got 2 minutes, 11 seconds. That is a lot of time. To have gotten to where she got, I think she's got a lot of time to sort of unravel this
For
boulder.
sure. Yep, she's unlocked it. She's got it in the bag.
Kotaro has made better progress, but he's kind of opting for a bit of a weird sort of like rock over. We have Marlowe off screen just making that sloper move and then falls off. Gee, that section, it literally, this boulder ramps up more and more as you get closer to the top.
Yeah, there's no victory jug at the top of that.
Heck no.
Every single move is super hard,
Yeah.
super physical, and then you have to lock them, like put them all together, execute it perfectly. It's incredibly difficult.
Oh, Indy went for a double clutch dyno. So Kotaro has steadily made progress on this boulder as he presses dynamically into that left hand.
Both Claire and Kotaro in their top positions.
Yeah, eyeing off the top. They're
Very
kind of
close.
very close to one
Yeah.
another.
Ooh.
Oh, hopefully we don't get any obstruction going on here. As Claire sort of eyes off the top here. It seems like quite a dynamic or powerful pistol squat. She
Yeah.
can't quite get up on that foot. She doesn't, she falls.
Like being able to have the power to stand up on that from such deep flexion.
Yeah.
That's super hard.
Insanely hard. Oh, Marlo
Oh.
sticks the... I was going to say dyno, but more of the compression jump. Then he jumps
was-
into the top hold,
yeah.
makes it with 28 seconds.
So good. So glad we caught that.
Topping a physical boulder right at the end of a round, that's... Yeah.
Really impressive.
It's extremely hard. He made steady progress on every single attempt all the way to the top.
Yep.
We'll see if Claire can sort of... Oh, no, she's off the boulder. We missed it. That's going to be a bit gutting for Claire.
Yeah.
This slab is very difficult.
Incredibly difficult. And women's boulder 3, have we even seen a zone on that yet?
I don't think so.
No. Super hard.
So on the slabs, we have Renee and Maya. We're also going to see women's boulder number 4, I believe, in a moment. Oh, no, we're not. We're still on women's boulder number 3. I made a mistake.
Well, we saw Maya make really easy work of women's boulder 1. I think she was potentially the first one to come out and just absolutely smash it.
Yeah.
So let's see if her slab game matches what she's shown us already.
So we have Akira here on men's number 3. He campused into the left-hand pocket, didn't like it, switched back to using his foot. Akira doesn't seem to want to use his upper body strength with that move either. He's looking like he wants to take it a bit slower like Lachlan earlier.
Yep.
Try to like sort of match the pocket on top to gain some friction, but I think he really needs to flick his whole body over if he wants to stick that move.
Renee establishing on the slab. We've seen Noemi fall off the roof there. It looks like Renee doesn't quite know what he wants to do, but he's working it out as he goes.
They seem to unravel it in a very interesting way here. Be a bit low on chalk by this section already.
Yeah, I know. Might be one that you want to take your chalk bag onto. See Maya go for the zone.
Maya sticks the zone
Beautiful.
with a bit of desperation there.
It kind of looks like she wants to go for the top from the right side, but she's moving across.
Let's see if Maya's got the pistol squat in her. It's quite powerful. Renee's also making steady progress on this men's boulder, trying to make his way around that blue volume. This is a very long attempt by Renee. This is quite a fight.
Yeah, you did say that he was a thinker
Oh, he slipped off.
and that potentially climbing slower was better for him. Do you think that's going to pay off on this boulder?
We'll see.
Yeah.
The timing for this, I think, outweighs how much sort of like... I feel like you need to climb this boulder 3 times to kind of unravel it. It doesn't seem like anyone's been able to figure it out super quickly. Wait, did Akira flash it?
Potentially.
Yeah. I think unless you're a master slab climber, you've got to do a bit of thinking.
Noemi making incredible progress on female
We haven't
3.
seen anyone get that far yet.
No, so I think she's our first zone.
Be interesting to see how that was done. I missed that.
I did see her reach across for the zone hold, but yeah, what she was doing up until that point, I'm not quite sure. Maya's back on the traverse for the slab. She's making easy work of the first half of that boulder now. She knows exactly what she's doing. But seemed like she didn't quite know what she wanted to do in terms of moving up to the top hold. She wasn't sure if she wanted to just bypass moving left and using the blue hold, which is what she's doing now.
Oh.
So perhaps next time she gets on it, see if she kind of commits to moving across and using the blue hold.
Yeah, for sure. She's got one more go realistically.
Yeah.
See if she can execute this section quickly. She looks like she's got it dialed.
Yeah.
And that's something that was interesting about the first boulder. The way she climbed it was that she had it dialed.
Yeah, absolutely. She looked really comfortable on it. So she seems like she's a climber who learns a move quickly.
So I think Renee is going to time out on that boulder, and she just slides off the top there.
Yeah, 15 seconds left on the clock, I think. Oh no, May is getting back on it. Go for a speed run on the
10
slab.
seconds. I don't think it's such a bad idea. She's quite dialed.
Yep, that's it.
Definitely could happen. Oh, I don't know.
Oh,
no.
not quite. Maybe if she had an extra 5 seconds.
Yeah. Looks a bit disappointed with that one. Akira also didn't manage a zone on that blue boulder with the pockets.
So a replay of Maya's attempt to the top.
Oh,
She
that's
was trying
so
to go straight off
frustrating.
the zone hold, whereas I think Claire really rocked over onto her left foot and had a right hand on that Dual-Tex blue hold. Was going for a more of like a straight up kind of pistol squat as opposed to trying to come over from the right hand side.
Yeah.
So let's see how Maya Stazik attempts this now.
We've got the psych trance playing in the building now.
It's going
getting
pretty
even
hard
more
in here,
intense.
honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can hear it on the stream, but Jesus. See if Maya can show us how this top move is done. She makes that zone move look really relaxed. Riley is making his way up this blue boulder. We've got Kate, who's stuck the zone as well on female 3. So as the ranking has gone higher, the climbers have gotten closer to doing it.
Yep. And Maya's working out this top move. She seems to want to control this kind of pistol squat a little bit more. She's trying to get a lot of height on it, but she's coming very far to the left.
Oh, she's powerfully pistol squatting up.
That was beautiful.
She makes that top.
And that's a flash.
Yeah, wow. Did look like it provided some struggle. And Kate
Potentially
just
a
got
flash
that.
on F3
Yeah,
and a
Kate-
flash on
all
male
done.
2. That was 3 beautiful tops in a row. Oh my God.
Wowee.
So let's see a
Oh, wow, look
replay
at
of
the
that.
synchronization.
So there's Maya.
Top.
And there's
Top.
Kate. That was amazing.
We got Carl, the cameraman, in shot right now.
Shout out to Carl.
Shout out to Carl. He's been working hard all day. We got Dylan, the speed climber, on the pockety climb.
Mm-hmm. He's got the power for it, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's got the fast hair as well.
Yeah, he does.
It's like a My Little Pony. It's so good.
He's thinking about it. He knows all eyes are on him now. Every other climber is off the mat.
Yeah, and he's just taking a massive rest.
Yep.
I don't. If I was in Dylan's shoes, I don't think I'd be looking at the crowd. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. He seems to be really kind of
Making
soaking
eye
up their
contact with
energy, though.
everyone.
Yeah.
Having some chats.
Yeah, he's having a little yap. Wonder what they're talking about. He's getting some beta. We hope not. All right, 1 minute on the
communicating with his
clock.
eyes.
Let's go.
I was waiting for the beep, and he's absolutely psyched now.
Well, he's a speed climber, so beep means go.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. He's in tune with the beep. That's a good call. Oh, he's going for a heel hook to move into the undercling. Wow.
And the precision of his movements so far look really good. Like, he really knows what he wants to do.
Oh, that was
not
so
quite
close.
getting
What a
that.
good last attempt.
That was fantastic.
And we have a number 5 for the collapse count. Anyone who has been watching the open Bs, we had 4 collapses in the opens. We had Beth nearly collapse, and now we've got a 5th collapse.
Oh, he's getting back on it.
No.
He just chalked up.
Wait, what?
10 seconds on the clock.
I don't know about this. No, that's unrealistic. He looks back. He's got 5
Why
seconds.
does he keep hesitating?
What's he doing?
He's going to go for a dyno. Wow.
Oh, my God.
Who let a speed climber in the building?
Yeah. Put him back where he belongs.
So good, Dylan.
Awesome showmanship from Dylan.
Like,
Would
if
love
anyone
see
had to
it.
be out there on their own, I'm glad it was Dylan.
Yeah, honestly.
So we're seeing a little bit more of a split over on the women's side now, a little bit more separation, but still have 2 climbers with 50 points. So that's 2 flashes on their first 2 boulders.
Got so many competitors in these rounds, it's really hard to tell how the ranking's actually going to turn out, but you can get an understanding with these points about who is in touch with the top. If you've topped one of your first boulders, one of the first 2 boulders, you'd look like that you're doing quite well for the males category. A lot of the women that top the first boulder, it's sort of coming down to who's zoning on the 3rd boulder, because that second boulder, it seems like there's a few people zoning, but not many people getting near the top other than Maya.
Yeah, only seen a few zones on the slab and only 1 zone and a top for Noemi, I think, on F3.
Yeah. We've got Neve on...
oh, no, sorry. We did
moment.
have the last climber top that as well. So I think that was Kate. We've got Neve.
Sticking the zone.
Sticks the zone.
Oh, just misses that crimp. She looked like she had all the power in the world to drain, but just missed it.
Yeah, it looked like
Off with a smile.
she almost went for the wrong one. Not sure if that was intentional or just didn't quite get there.
Got him here on the green and blue pocket boulder. He looks really solid on these holds.
Yeah, so this is Amar Hassan.
Oh my gosh.
Looking solid on those green slopers.
Someone's been training. Oh, just comes off. He did look really solid on that attempt, though. Marlo in his first attempt didn't quite get that distance. He kind of had to learn the boulder. Seemed like Marlo had to cut loose on that move. He sort of like popped with a lot more power.
Ravleen sticking the zone on F2, taking her time. We know that she's so good at doing. She's super patient.
Oh,
moving up
what
statically.
a lock off. Wow, Ravleen's going to be in touch with Maya. This is an interesting competition.
Impressive.
Took her 2 attempts though, so she is going to be a little bit behind Maya. But I'm sure a lot of these boulders coming up are going to stump one of the two.
Yep. Definitely got a lot more power on the last two boulders for the women, or for the men too, actually. Yeah, it is absolutely going hard in here.
The music is just...
Shout out to, I think we've got Bun from Boulder Lab, who
I think Oscar's
is...
on the music at the
Oscar,
moment.
okay, yeah. So we had Andrew Chen's comp playlist running earlier.
yeah.
So now I guess we've just got a cycle of Boulder Lab staff that are DJing for us tonight.
Yeah, and
so
it's just,
good.
it's unapologetic psych trance.
It is
As
very
Neve
good.
makes the top.
Beautiful.
A female 3.
Vibes in here are actually so good. I said this last night, but this is such a good venue for comp climbing, such a good
Absolutely.
venue for spectating.
Absolutely.
If you're not here, like, you're missing out. I think, like, look, we're doing a fine job on the live stream, but you really want to be here watching this in person.
And then
it's
to
so good.
watch the live stream again when you get home,
Yeah,
just because
that's
it was
true.
such a good experience.
That's it. Or watch the live stream while you're watching it in person.
Yeah, honestly, get the stats up. So this is the first time we're seeing men's 4 and women's 4, I believe.
Yep.
Which I haven't seen any of women's 4 yet. This men's 4 boulder looks really interesting. We've got a dyno into a press.
Yeah, I
very
can't quite
uncomfortable.
see what's going on yet. Let's hope that Lachlan can unlock some of this for us.
Oh, he's back up there. I didn't see what happened. He must have dropped on his second attempt.
He must have.
Oh, we've got the cameraman dancing.
Cameraman's going hard. I'm assuming that's Carl. A replay of the top from Neve.
I really, really hope that you guys can hear the music on the live stream. Like, seriously. Let us know if you can. The only word I have is unapologetic. It's just,
Yeah,
I've never
it
heard
is.
psytrance at a Victorian state title event before, but
This should be the new standard, honestly.
absolutely.
Even beyond competitions, actually. If we can just have this playing
I
in
just
all
wanna
gyms at all
walk
times.
into the gym on a 8 a.m. on a Sunday morning to the psytrance.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
exactly
I
what
was in a
want.
gym training the other day and they were playing like soft jazz and it was not the vibe.
Not enough.
I wasn't getting hyped for my training session at all. This would have been way better.
Yeah. Depends what you're doing. Kilterboard session? Yeah. Bring the
yeah.
psych trance.
Yeah, yeah,
Slab
yeah.
session? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I'm never doing a slab session, so, you know.
Yeah. So always bring the psych trance.
Absolutely.
Thank God all our athletes are... Oh, wait, no. I was about to say that we're all off the slab, but we've still got people on the slab. We've got Bailey tackling this lâché here. As I said, Bailey and I had a bit of a chat before this. Can you guess the other thing that he doesn't like doing?
Is it dynamic coordination?
Lâchés. He
Yeah,
hates
lâchés specifically.
Specifically lâchés. But you see them in comps all the time now,
Yeah.
so...
Yep. Yeah, it's another move that's just, you know, pretty expected to see in a Boulder World Cup.
Yeah.
At least one, probably per round at this point.
We've got Waiata in the chat saying, tell Oscar to turn it up.
Oh, well, we've got requests for Andrew's playlist,
Yeah, I guess we'll have to put it in
yeah,
so
we'll
you
see if
guys
we can get a
listen
link
at
to
home.
that. If we can't get it up on the Sport Climbing Victoria Instagram page, we'll either Angus or I will get it up on our Instagram.
Actually, our operators are trying to turn up the music at the moment. Don't know if there's going to be some copyright problems.
All
with
right,
that,
we turned up the music.
Should be able to hear it now.
Yep. I actually want to link to this playlist too. This is so sick.
Yeah, honestly. Someone is just turning it up with their cue right now. Anyway, enough of the music from me.
Yeah, okay, yeah, back to the bouldering.
Focus on Bailey and Beth.
See Bailey committing to this lâché. He goes one-handed, but he misses that foothold on the second volume.
Seems to be focusing more on his hands than
Yeah.
the feet.
Might be
Beth's
psyching
doing
himself
some
out a
interesting
bit.
heel stuff to reach this sloper over
She is,
to the
it's
right.
almost...
Oh, Harper nearly sticks that second to last hold. Definitely in for a chance to send that boulder.
That's it. I'm not quite sure if Beth's right heel hook is going to work because it seems like it's kind of getting in the way of her moving right to the zone hold. But her throw for it at that point when she just fell off, that actually looked pretty good. If she
Yeah.
can commit to that, I think that'll stick.
For sure. She just spent so much energy locking off on that, though.
Yep. Seems like she's getting straight back on it, though. She looks psyched for it. Oh, my God.
Right, now that you can hear the music, you can hear us just laughing.
If the climbers on the mats right now aren't so psyched,
Yeah, honestly,
I don't
like
know
everyone's
what.
bopping.
Like, this is so sick.
It's willing the climbers to have more attempts, I think.
Yeah, they're all
Just
going
kept
hard out
jumping
there.
on. I don't know how you can keep your composure here.
No, 15 seconds left on the clock and everybody is getting back on the wall.
Oh my god, just irresponsible.
Yeah, no. We're all having
Bailey
fun
just
now.
needs that zone here.
Oh,
it was his
so
best attempt yet.
close.
All right, so we've got our scores up on the screen right now. Once again, some of these athletes are a bit further ahead than the others, so it's not an indication of who is winning, but more so who is in touch with that podium position. We've got Claire on the mats bopping her head on that top screen there. She's psyched. Cottereau looks completely focused as ever. Do we even need to say anything with this music going on?
Claire looking really good, sticking the zone on F3, moving easy to the crimp and to the other crimp, moving up the volumes, just looking super controlled.
Claire's cruising this one.
Cruising.
Sticks that top hold.
Who needs
Takes the
footholds?
match. Was that a flash by Claire?
Looking so good. I'm not sure.
It's got 2 minutes 49 left. Probably either she fell off the first section or
Yep.
it was. So we've got Cottereau on this undercling move here.
Looking
Super
pretty
powerful on that
solid.
right hand. Oh, as he slips.
We do know he's got crazy foot tension though, so...
Oh my god. Did you see how he was trying to place that heel?
Yep.
It looked like there was tension going through before it was even on.
Seriously. So maybe if he places the heel properly first and then
For
pulls
sure.
the tension in,
He'll have it.
absolutely nail it.
Maybe we'll get some more action on this black and yellow boulder as we
Yeah.
see the replay from Claire just finishing off that female 3 boulder.
Looking so solid on it. Whoa!
Marlo finishing a boulder off screen. We just missed that.
Oh, that was fantastic.
Super
That
psyched.
happened right in front of our faces. I watched that over the top of the computer screen in front of us.
He just
Oh my
dynoed
god.
above us.
He literally just flew into my vision. That was fantastic.
Super psyched. That's going to put
Yeah.
Marlo in a great position. He's got
He
3
looks-
tops now.
Yeah, he looks stoked about that. Throwing his shoes away.
Don't know if we might be able to get a replay on that one to watch the other competitors just
Yeah.
resting for their next attempt on these powerful boulders.
While they're contemplating life, can somebody please DM me on Instagram the link to the playlist? And I'm going to try and get it in the YouTube chat. We have a lot of requests.
So Cottereau's back on the powerful boulder now, seemingly unaffected by the music.
Looking so solid. Let's see, he's gone for a toe.
Oh, as he just wraps his hands
Oh,
around. No.
not quite there. Indy looking solid, moving easily to
Mismade
the
the
zone on
zone.
that.
Oh, not enough power. We've got a 6th collapse for the competition.
That was a good one too.
That was good.
That was a
It's like
full
she
body
knew.
flop. Yeah. That is such a hard move. Like really powerful, like up, but also kind of traversing like that.
Yeah.
And that wall angle.
Yeah.
There's so many factors that just make that so gnarly.
Oh, what do you think about this? 12 seconds left.
Let's go, Katara, if anyone can do it.
I feel like he should forget the heel and try and use a bit of dynamism for this move.
Something else.
He's not gonna.
Gumba.
Wraps it? No.
Oh, not
just
quite.
doesn't have the power for that top position.
And I mean, that final hold is not really one that you want to be throwing for. That's like, what, max
Nah.
2-finger pocket?
No, yeah. Right, he walks off.
Solid way to do a pulley.
Yeah.
Yeah, throwing for that.
All right, now we got Renee on the pocket boulder. Doesn't love his pockets, gotta say. But we'll see how he fares. We've got Maya on the purple and yellow female 3 boulder. We've got Akira on the dynamic boulder and Noemi on the black and yellow female 4 boulder. So her last chance to gain some points.
So getting a left heel hook in as she goes up for the zone and nails that. You can see Renee off to the right-hand side, moving up into those top pockets. And Noemi comes off, Akira comes off. Maya is fighting on the purple and yellow boulder, but looking so good.
Oh, absolutely stretching
So what
two
about that's a
fingers
2-finger
for that
drag
crimp,
right up into
using
a full
all of her
crimp.
power. Had Renee fall off that second last hold off screen.
And Maya gets the top on that. Really good fight there. Looked like those crimps were a little tenuous, but she was able to get 2 fingers on and come up into a full crimp.
Yeah.
That was bomber.
Maya just seems so unfazed by what is happening.
Yeah.
Just very relaxed just before she gets on the wall, every time she gets on, and then as she comes off, she's just ready for the next boulder.
Really calm and collected. So Akira going for the lâché again.
Just makes that look easy, hey?
He's done that quite a bit less dynamically than some of the other climbers.
He's climbing like a root setter.
That's true.
He's trying to break our boulders.
Did he just pull on a foothold? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know what that little black jib was meant to be, but he pulled on it.
Before he jumped on this boulder, he was very, very... Like, he thought a lot. He got into the position and he just stood and stared at it.
Yeah.
And I think that has something to do with the fact that he's taking so much time and climbing so slowly.
Yep.
He's climbing like a root setter, like forerunning, I guess. He's
really
really
is,
trying
yeah.
to break this boulder, trying to figure out the easiest way up it instead of just climbing it the way that he thinks that somebody wants him to.
He's not getting sucked in to the root setters' tricks.
No, not at all.
Because we know that the root setters are trying to trick us, especially in a competition setting.
Yep.
He's really looking at this boulder and figuring out what is the best way for me to climb this, not how are the root setters intending me to climb it, or
He's trying
what
to trick
beta are
them
they
back.
forcing me into.
Well, he rushed that one.
Probably feeling the time pressure at this point, a minute left on the clock.
Almost needs to slow himself back down as he did on that other attempt. Renee's just been prowling on the mats for his second attempt. See if he has anything special in store for this attempt.
Yep, so Renee getting back on the pocket boulder. Akira back into the position we saw him in before. See if he can make that next move.
Oh my gosh. Renee just cranking on that pocket we saw for a moment as he comes into the undercling with an absolute scream. What do we make of this?
He looks like he's fighting,
really
that's
got
for
to
sure.
use a lot of power here.
Yeah,
No,
oh
he
no.
hasn't got it in him.
Seems like his foot slipped on that.
Yeah. I think that second last move must be really difficult.
Yeah.
I don't know where Marlo pulled that out of to be able to stick that.
That was so impressive.
Oh, Akira just runs out of time.
Such
Awesome
a good
work by
fight, though.
Akira. This men's side of the comp's definitely going to come down to attempts.
Yep.
And it seems like Marlo's the only one to have topped more than one boulder so far. No, we have Kotaro topping 2 boulders, actually, and Akira.
Yep.
Oh, no, they would be from zones. Those points would be from zones.
Because they're... So Akira's done. We've got Katara still to get on M4.
He is, yeah. So we've got Kate and Dylan on our screens right now. We haven't seen much progress on this black boulder. We've seen Indiana make it past the zone, but we haven't seen anyone make it anywhere near the top yet. So I'm very keen to see how that boulder goes up there.
That's it. Dylan seems to be having a lot of fun still. He's
absolutely
had his first attempt at that dynamic move and didn't quite make it, but getting straight back on.
Oh, actually, Riley does have 2 tops. I did forget about him. He did qualify in first, so he's coming around. May just made speedy work of that. She finished it in quicker than a minute.
Wow.
It's an easy top for Maya.
You don't need to worry so much about energy and skin when you just flash all the boulders.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's some strategy
no
for you.
tactics needed when
Flash
you're so
all
good
the
to do them all first try. Oh my gosh, Riley's going into into the green hold here.
Wow.
I have not seen this yet, but he looks like he's in a good position to produce some power here.
That's it, with his feet.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
He made that boulder look easy. Well, not easy, but just like, it's so crazy when a climber jumps on a boulder and makes it look completely different to how everyone else
That's
did.
it. I think he unlocked something a little bit different there to what the other climbers were doing and was able to use his body positioning a lot more to stabilize himself at the top.
Dylan's eyeing up the second dyno of this black climb here. He goes and Jesus. Falls onto his back. This was so crazy. It's just the way he's holding that left hand as well. Like it didn't look like it was very hard to hold.
Yeah.
Like I don't know how he just changed the way the boulder looked like it was supposed to be climbed.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to tell in terms of wall angles and everything watching from the live stream, but yeah, I think he really just had his body in the right position and obviously just like crazy contact strength to be holding on to that.
But yeah, no, his body position was just so different to everyone else. He's got Kate making her way through this boulder, through the female 4 boulder, so she's going to try and give it her all because she doesn't have much time left.
No. And that move off the zone hold just looks pretty hard. I don't think... Have we seen anybody do that move yet?
No, we haven't seen anyone do it. Indy was like having her goes at it.
Yep. So Dylan going for the second dyno again. Come on, show us that speed climber dynamism. Oh, so close. He's getting the height. He's just not quite hitting the hold. Yeah.
This dyno is really scary.
Yep.
It's like a head whacker.
For real.
Do you think you can stop on the press? Like, do you think you can just stand up and double press?
I don't know. Maybe somebody could, but he doesn't look super comfy right now. He's kind of like holding his body like, if his shoulder is sore or his lat or something, but...
I missed how Marlowe did it. We didn't get to see that replay. Did Marlowe just launch all the way to the top?
I think so, because I literally saw him over my monitor just
floating.
flying into the air
Yeah.
and catching that top hold. That was so impressive to watch. And I wasn't even trying to watch it. He just, flew into my vision.
Yeah, I just saw him as well, just like floating and go vertical on that top hold. I really want to see that happen again, to be honest.
Oh!
Just misses
He
it.
had both of his hands on the hold, but just slips off. That would be a bit of a heartbreaker for Dylan.
Yeah.
He came so close on that.
He also got really close on that slab boulder earlier
He
too,
did,
remember?
yeah. So he had 2 like very near tops.
Dylan's so animated.
That's
Great
it.
to commentate
Yeah,
over.
he is a really fun climber to watch as well. So we're just waiting for our timer to reset. Do we maybe have a cleaning job to do? So maybe we've got some blood on the mats or something.
Dylan.
Yeah, Dylan's had a little bleed.
Maybe some of his hairs
Scraped
ended
a
up on
knee,
the mats.
maybe. Either way, we have processes and procedures to go through. Obviously, that's a biohazard. We need to clean that up before the next climbers can come out. I hope everybody at home watching found that enthralling. A little behind the scenes into the cleaning procedures at a climbing comp.
Yeah. He was loving the music.
Yeah.
I think everyone is. Amir's loving the music.
Yeah. Amar is fanging to get on this boulder.
Oh, we got a collapse count 6 in the chat.
Count 6. There you go. Still waiting for the link to this playlist.
I did forget. Yes, we've got 6 collapses for the competition so far. We've got Ravleen off to the side climbing already. Interesting to see how she fares on this.
Yeah, she's
Maya
been
got the flash on this, so Ravleen.
She's been keeping up with Maya pretty well. So
do you think that she's listening out for Maya's like cheers and things because she's like hungry to like keep on her heels?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if Ravleen is the type of climber that should be actively kind of trying to figure that out from ISO.
I don't know if it's very helpful for your performance, but it's definitely quite interesting having Ravleen performing this well at this state title, so close to somebody who's been so dominant for so long.
Totally.
Ravleen's going to love these crimps. She's so good on them.
She's moving through them really nicely. She looks super comfy.
This is going to be her second flash.
So good, Ravleen.
Second flash, and then her other boulder was in 2 attempts, so she's only 1 attempt behind Maya at the moment.
So what's that? 0.1.
0.1 behind. It's all going to come down to the last boulder. Super interesting
That's
for
super
on the
exciting.
female side of things.
And so MR moving into that dyno, not quite sticking it.
Sticks that without a hand.
Look
no
good.
need. So this is such an interesting boulder, I think.
Mhm.
Like the way that the holds are all like aligned and set, it just looks so complicated. And then what it ends up just being is just a massive dyno to the top hold.
Absolutely. It's another one of those ones that really like messes with pacing.
For sure.
Yeah, because you have to go fast and then you have to go slow and then you have to go fast again.
Yeah. It's quite an awesome boulder.
It's really cool. Yeah, shout out to Stan, who was the head setter for Open A at this comp. It's his first comp where he's been lone head setter.
Yeah.
So massive achievement for him.
Yeah.
The boulders have been fantastic.
I think he's put a great decision to put an epic dyno right at the end of the competition.
Yeah, it's super fun.
And yeah, it's been interesting on both sides of the male and female. There hasn't been so much coordination, but there's been dynamic movement.
That's true, yeah.
In a few of the boulders. So
Haven't
it's
seen
not-
any paddles.
No paddle.
No paddle.
No paddle, I guess.
Yeah.
Got Neve keeping her cool for her next attempt. See what she's got left in the tank for her 4th boulder. She looks exhausted.
She looks absolutely cooked, but still stoked. Sometimes all you need is the stoke.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can drag your body through the mud if you've got enough stoke.
Through the chalk.
Absolutely.
All right, we got her jumping back on. Every time the bass drops, I just can't help but to
so
giggle.
good.
Oh, Neve has seemingly gotten the closest out of anyone on that move.
Yeah.
Namar hasn't really made it close to where he was on his first attempt. He's almost rushing his next attempts, maybe.
I mean, this is it for him.
This
He's
is
got to
it.
really
Let's go. Come
smash
on.
out this
Oh,
dyno.
no, he's going to run out of time.
Oh, that's
Could
too
you
bad.
imagine sticking that with 2 seconds left, just floating through the air like Superman? So out now we have Samantha on our screen for female 4. We're going to have Harper on men's 4. Harper's a taller competitor, just similar to Marlowe. So again, I'm still not fully convinced that the dyno to the top is the way it was meant to be.
So you think it was a press into the bottom of that
Maybe.
volume?
There's like an extra foot that none of the competitors have used yet. I don't know if you've seen
That
it, but it's
is
on the
true.
volume. Anyway, we're focused on Samantha at the moment. We'll see how she fares on this boulder, which we have not seen much progress past the zone.
I mean, she's moved up to the zone pretty easily, but we clearly seen that the next move is quite a bit bigger, quite a bit more powerful.
Yeah, see what she's got left, and she slips off.
Yeah.
Harper's on the other climb. Oh, I was about to say flash the lash move, but it just fell off.
He kind of stuck it and then lost his balance and fell backwards.
So we're back on Harper. He's gone straight back onto the boulder. See what he can do. He sticks it.
Oh,
just a bit of a foot slip.
Similar thing to what happened last time. So
yeah,
he's sticking this lâcher, but yeah, not quite able to move out of it. All right. So similar method to Akira.
Oh, very, very clean on the start,
Yep.
but a lot, like struggling a lot more with this section here.
Okay. So we've got some news from the head route setter. This final boulder is intended to be a press at the top. So we've seen all of the tops on this boulder so far, or all the attempts to top, have been a big dyno.
Yeah.
None of them are reading the press. Or do you think they're reading the press and they don't want to do it?
Yeah, no, like I think the dyno's easier.
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely there to be done because it's a jug up the top.
Yep.
Oh. Harper's just really struggling to get out of this position after the lâcher, which I find really interesting because I think Akira was just sort of like lurching over to the crimp to the right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was
Harper's-
kind of pulling on what I'm pretty sure was the foothold.
Yeah. Harper's a tall competitor. He can definitely, I think, reach those holds over to the right.
Mhm.
He just might be overcomplicating it a little bit.
Yep.
Samantha's off our screen at the moment. She's still resting. We're waiting for her to have another attempt. She's making sure that she has all the energy she can for this boulder.
That's it. It's an incredibly powerful boulder, so it makes sense for her to take a really good rest between attempts. She probably only got one good one.
There we go. We get Harper standing up finally into that position. See if Harper opts for the dyno. He's a tall competitor like I mentioned. Oh, he did go for the dyno. Oh, I really want to see someone else stick that.
Me too. But
Samantha's
his
still
attempt to the dyno looked a little bit uncoordinated, a little bit wonky. Didn't seem like he was super committed to it.
See if he changes his method. We've got Samantha pulling back on. Harper's off screen, but we'll keep you updated as to how that goes. Samantha's just taken all her rest and she just falls off. She knew she was tired.
Yeah, she fell off
Harper's
the
back
zone that
on. This is
time.
probably the last attempt he's going to get for the competition. Oh, and he got really close. He's got 20 seconds. He's chalking
he's
up for
getting
another
back
go.
on.
He may as well, but this is going to have to be very, very quick. No mistakes from here on out. 10 seconds. He can execute this. Oh, I don't know. This is going to get really tight.
Let's go, buzzer beater. Come on. Oh.
You'll love to see it. He gave it his best. He's got blood on his shins.
Is that another collapse?
Another collapse.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 7 on the collapse count.
There's
for
a
the
replay on his
2025
last
Boulder
attempt
state
to top.
titles. Just to confirm, we got number 7 on the floor right there. Always love watching Harper compete. He's got textbook technique.
Mm-hmm.
He's just been getting a little bit unlucky in the competitions lately. He's obviously performing really well. He seems to zone very quickly.
Yeah.
And yeah, just been just off getting a lot of those tops.
So Kotaro going for the lâcher. Ooh, hesitates there. Misses that right foot, so kind of overshot it a little bit. Claire's moved up easily into that zone though.
Yeah. Claire's super strong with these kinds of climbs, so I'm interested to see how she goes. What an angle.
Ooh, that was
So
actually a
close.
fantastic angle of that hold. You could really see it's kind of in cut on both sides, so it
Yeah.
seems like you can pinch it,
Yeah.
but it's a wide grip,
Yeah,
really
yeah.
slopey.
It's going to be absolutely mega when someone sticks that.
Yeah,
It's
and
gonna
at
be
that
shoulders
wall
out.
angle, not
Yeah.
surprised she's brushing that because you need a lot of friction on that hold to stick it.
But I reckon Claire's walking away thinking I can do that.
I
'cause
think
she
so
was
too.
very close. The amount of time she had her hand on that hold.
Yep. And for her to do that on what I'm assuming is her first attempt,
Yeah.
pretty good. So we've got Kotaro off screen. There he is. Just gone for that lâché and stuck it this time. Not
Also
quite
struggling with the
nailing
bump
that.
over.
Yeah, that moving towards the zone that seems to really be undoing a lot of climbers. She's gotten back onto this boulder pretty quickly.
Yeah. Oh, I
Ooh.
do think she has multiple attempts in her though. Her
Yep.
power, her capacity on this boulder looks good enough to have maybe 3 goes.
Yep.
So we see Kotaro look at for the top, or just
Also
not
going
really
for
the
the
height
dono.
there.
It looked like Claire maybe a little bit too much momentum that time. She
Yeah.
kind of almost swung past the hold.
For sure.
Didn't quite stick it.
Maybe committed too hard.
Yeah.
Kotaro had a little smile after that one. I don't know if that was
Okay.
a smile of like, what is this move? Do I have to jump all the way to that?
Yeah.
Or I can do that and I'm really scared? Or
I'm keen to see now what he's got in store for us on this next attempt.
hey, we were speaking yesterday about athlete safety, hey?
Yep. Yeah.
we are seeing a move that
Oh.
is very intense.
That's it. Claire almost stuck that move that time. She swung across and even got like a bit of a right foot stab onto that volume over to the right, and it kind of looked like that would have been enough to control the momentum.
Yeah.
But doesn't quite stick it.
I really want to see this move get done. Kotaro slides. Oh, and he gets his hands around. He's got 40 seconds. I think he goes for another one.
He goes for another one,
He
100%.
has to.
He tried to catch that with one hand.
Oh, he's got the smile on his face. We'll see what happens here.
I think he's having fun. There's a lot of people in the crowd shouting his name. Everyone's super stoked.
Oh, he still has time.
The crowd
Claire
goes
stuck
wild.
the pinch. As the music has dropped, we have 20 seconds remaining for Claire to make
See if we
that
can
top.
Finally. She can't believe it.
Wait, we still have Kotaro at the top of the wall and he misses. We saw it off screen.
Kotaro just misses the
6
top.
Seconds.
6 seconds.
We reckon?
No way.
No, surely not. Get out of it.
He's having fun
Wow.
though. That was fantastic. Such a good attempt from both of them. But oh my God, Claire on that boulder. That was
Awesome to
insane.
watch.
So strong. So we've got the dark horse Maya Vasquez out now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm keen to see what she pulls out on this. And our boy Renee.
And Renee on the coordination boulder. Oh God, I don't want to see Renee flying up that high. Worry about him.
Sure, he'll have a lot of fun.
Did a bit of plyometrics training recently, so we'll
Oh, yeah?
see if that's
Just
paid
a
off.
bit?
A lot.
Yeah, okay, a lot. That's good.
It's not really his style to be jumping that high.
Yeah, that's fair. So he was trying to do that lâché with his hand still on the left hold.
Yeah. He didn't really seem to commit very much
Yeah.
with his hips. But he's a learner.
He's a learner.
Figure that move out. And he's
See if
off
he
screen
changes
right
it up.
now. We'll see what Renee has to do. Or just missing that left foot. Taking his
Resting
time to
doesn't
understand the
exist in
boulder.
Renee's universe.
No.
Well, he's
So he's
committing to
changing
the
it up a
two
little
hands on
bit.
the lâché. Whoa.
Oh, okay.
He wants to go all the way in one
Yeah.
go.
And then he wants to toe hook the bottom
Yeah.
of the other volume. I mean, I think it will work if the toe hook goes, but I do think there's an easier way to do it.
Yeah. Like super impressive and like stylish beta.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe not
he's going
the
back.
most simple way.
Doesn't quite understand that he can just sort of stick without a hand. I think he really thinks he needs something.
He's thinking about it though. He's trying to work it out.
So May is back onto that. Oh, Renee nearly stuck it off screen. May's into that zone. See what she can make of this pinch. Has to use heaps of power here. She sticks it with a foot.
The pinch.
Got to rock into this Gaston so hard here.
Really gnarly Gaston, but looking pretty comfortable. Her hand is on
she might
the
be
top
the first one to
hold.
make the top here. And she does. Awesome stuff by Maya. That's going to put her in a definitive third position.
Absolutely.
As Renee sticks the zone off screen. He's got 1 minute to make do of that last hold, though.
All
See
right,
what he can do with that.
Seems like he's not sure about it.
Oh. All right, I think we got one more attempt in the tank.
I think so.
We'll
He's
see what
looking at
happens.
it. He's keen.
Oh, he's back into that position.
Mm-hmm.
See what he can make of this last move. What do you think he's going to do? Just go for the straight dyno again?
He's going for the dyno.
He's got
he's
7
looked at the
seconds.
clock. He's in a rush. Oh, what? He sticks it! Come on, Renee!
What?
That was the top of the night.
No
for
way.
Sure. Oh my god.
Just so everybody knows, Sarah just shook the entire commentary desk.
I almost knocked it over again. I
to
did
be
that
honest,
yesterday
when
too.
I was watching, I was like, I don't know if that's going to happen.
No, but he looked back, he saw the clock, and he went for it. That was so
amazing.
sick.
Absolutely amazing.
I nearly knocked over our
Look
cups
at
of
that
tea.
replay.
Hell yeah, Renee.
That's amazing.
So good.
What a moment.
He's got to be so happy with that performance.
Wow.
That's his first Open A Boulder finals. So sick. Two
All right, we
tops,
got
2
Maya.
zones.
Oh, looks like she's going to cruise this boulder.
Oh, she's just smashed that. That's a flash from
Maya,
Maya.
I'm pretty sure is in first. That's it. Because
Yeah,
we
that
took
was
one
4
extra.
flashes, right?
Yeah, that's 4 flashes. Raveline took that extra attempt on the slab, which
She
cost
did.
her
Yeah.
in the end.
And she just looks just
Chill about it.
so chill, so relaxed. So impressive. And what we expect from Maya, honestly.
Yeah. So we
Which
got
is
Riley.
honestly like a lot of pressure.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Oh, we've got to see Renee's top one more time. Let's go for the replay.
So awesome.
Come on.
Gave us the come on.
I love it.
That was unbelievable. Oh. Riley's having a little bit of trouble on this move here. I think it took Renee a whole 2 minutes to do the first move, and then
Yeah.
only took 2 to do the second move.
Yeah. He was really committing to like the full kind of like run across.
Yeah.
He really wanted to get to the zone in one go.
Yeah.
Whereas we saw a lot of the other climbers do it like slightly more statically. They'd kind of get like that first dynamic move and then pull across to the zone.
Yeah.
He just did not want to do that.
Oh,
and
he
Riley,
sticks it.
same thing, sticks
I didn't
it.
think he was going to stick it on that go. It looked really marginal. Kept himself in with a press.
Whoa!
That is definitely a thing.
That's a thing. I'd like to see that.
God, Riley just breaking all the beta.
So good, so
I think
impressive.
the thing I find really interesting about Riley is that he's breaking the beta, but he breaks it with confidence.
Oh, 100%.
Like he just does it that way without sort of second guessing what he's
Yeah.
about to do.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Okay.
The beat just dropped. And
plenty of
Riley
jumpers in the crowd.
Yeah, Riley is moving on this boulder.
What's he going to do this time? Oh.
Pressing into what?
Wow. No way.
So we're seeing the intended beta now with the press into the top of the volume, and he sticks the top.
That was unbelievable.
That was so fantastic.
With the music.
So here's a replay. One hand catch on that top jug. That was so solid.
Unbelievable. What a great last two tops on that boulder.
Seriously.
Just so amazing. So that's it for the men's field. We do have one more competitor come out, and that is Ravleen. So I'm pretty sure it's just some backyard math here that I think Ravleen has already been guaranteed second place, but I'm not 100% sure. It's going to come down to how many attempts Maya Vasquez took on a lot of the other boulders, but those three are definitely guaranteed medals, and Maya is definitely guaranteed first position
100%.
because we did see Ravleen fall off the first slab.
Yep. So Ravleen pulling on for her last boulder. She's not quite sure what hand she wants to go up with. That's all right. Ravleen is the type of climber who can change her mind mid-boulder and just keep on moving, not stress about it.
I reckon she'll opt to try and stick this with her heel still in, right? Whoa, comes down. It would be a bit funny being the only climber on the mats at the moment, hey?
Yeah,
after
pressure's
such
on.
Loud and powerful round.
It is,
You're
but
just out there alone.
I think she's pretty good at shutting out the noise and the nonsense. It
For
seems
sure.
like she's super focused on the boulder.
The only competitor not bopping.
That's it, yeah. She's got work to do. Still looking really solid. A little bit more commitment to this next push. Just readjusting her foot. Oh, just falls off there. Maybe getting in her head a little bit on this one.
Yeah, she can definitely stick that move.
100%. Breathe and believe, Ravleen. You got this.
Such a focused competitor.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to spend her time now to actually really slow herself down and go for maybe 1 to 2 more attempts. She's already had 2.
Yep.
I would normally say that is maybe 1 too many for the time that she's at now, but I think she's such a good, she's so good with her efficiency and her attempts, and she's a lead climber, so she spends a lot of time on the boulder.
Yep.
She
Yeah, I
just
was
doesn't look that
surprised she got
affected.
back on so quickly, but it still seems like she's using her energy pretty efficiently.
Just misses it again.
So looking at her body positioning and her movement in that particular sequence, do you think that this is a position issue? Is it a power issue? Where do you think she's going wrong on this particular
That's
move?
hard. I don't think it's either.
Yeah.
Maybe it's I felt like she's hiking up a little bit too high before she actually goes for it, but that is also Ravleen's style, and it tends to work out for her a lot of the time.
Yep.
She seems to kind of bend her arms up before she actually commits to the move, but she does that all the time, and if that works for her, that's great. It seems like the boulder's more so getting in her head than anything else.
Yep.
Let's see what happens. She's super... just fingertips away from hitting that hold. Just shaking her head.
She was gritting her way through that one. You can tell she's trying really, really hard at this point.
She's going to have one more go. As her parents are in the back. Let's see.
Yep. She's back on the wall. She's fighting.
All right, this is the last one. She's really got to put everything into this. Come on, Ravleen. She sticks it.
She sticks it.
Got 10 seconds remaining.
See if she can get her way through the rest of this. She's still got quite a bit of hard climbing to go.
She's really going to speed it up here. 2 seconds left. It doesn't look like she's going to make it.
Oh.
She's going to top it anyway because she
the
wants
boulder
to.
anyway. Oh, beautiful work, Ravleen.
Wow.
That's a
Showmanship for
bittersweet
doing it.
top.
Yeah. I like that she stayed on and tried to do the boulder.
Me too.
It was more about the boulder than it was about winning.
That's it. She knows in her heart that she could do it, and she did it. She pulled it out. She fought her way through that whole boulder. Looked so good doing it, honestly. Super strong.
Now she's with her coach, chatting, Enrico.
Yep.
And that's going to do it for all the climbing today.
Yep, that's
That
it.
has been an epic round.
That was so fantastic to watch. I hope everybody really enjoyed watching the climbing tonight, whether you were here in the building watching with us or watching from home. Yeah, they put on a hell of a show.
Yeah. So many moments where everything just got turned up a notch, I would say. I'm just going to do a quick shout out to the sponsors. So we've got our main sponsor, La Sportiva, for this competition. And then our second tier, we've got Bogong and Stack. So Bogong is an equipment supplier. They supply La Sportiva. Stacks is a great hold brand that we've been seeing pop up all around Australia. Then in our third tier, we've got Happy Beaner, 5 Foot, Cliff Bar, Chalk Up, Climbing Gym, Gems, Tension Grips. And for our broadcast sponsors, we couldn't do it without them. They've given us a bunch of equipment to be able to put on such a good broadcast. We've got Bird Dog, Red Cameras, Netgear, and Angel Bird. So yeah, thank all those sponsors for like helping us put on such a good event. We thank our entire media team. We thank
the whole
all
media
the volunteers.
team. Yeah, all the volunteers. The media team are also volunteers. So everyone behind the scenes, working the cameras, us in commentary, the people putting the scores in, doing the graphics, and there's so much other very, very complicated technical stuff happening back here.
For sure.
Constantly people running around behind us doing things. There's a lot of wires and computers and
Yeah. A lot of fires to put out, not literally, metaphorically.
well, there were some sparks earlier.
There was?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Something short-circuited and blew
Oh
up.
no, we've
but,
got us in the commentary box. I'm not
yep.
going to be able to pinpoint the camera. There it
Oh,
is.
hey.
Thanks everybody for watching the live stream today. I've had an absolute blast.
Yeah, super fun.
We're going to have some podiums come on soon. And yeah, thanks everybody for watching. And I guess we'll see you in the next Sport Climbing Victoria event.
Yeah, see you next time. Bye.
Y'all ready for this?
Been volunteering for the last 6 years.
I've been volunteering for about 10 years, so there's lots of roles I've had.
I tend to volunteer as a role of a judge or just any other roles that need to be done.
Yeah, so generally first aid and physiotherapy, otherwise sometimes general dog sporting.
I've done a bit of ISO stewarding, looking after the kids before they go into their final climbs, making sure that they've got everything they need. Seeing kids at their first comp and they're so excited and like nervous, but and they're also supportive of each other. It's really nice to see.
I started off just being around and being an usher, helping with timing, being assistant judge. But now, yeah, belaying's my favourite role.
We need the volunteers to kind of just be seamlessly float in and out and help us execute it as best as possible.
Just, getting used to that comp vibe and settling in and doing your job well.
Whether it's a timer or just a isolation manager, whatever it happens to be, I'll be there just to help out and make sure everything goes smoothly.
Judging at a climbing competition is a learning curve, but there's excellent resources to help and also help with other volunteers that are more experienced than you in most cases.
As an athlete, it teaches me the things that I should be looking out for myself when I'm actually competing.
Oh, it's such an exciting day. Yeah, turning up and meeting all the new people, finding out your role and where you're going to be.
Dean will run around, bring snacks to you. That's fantastic.
Usually there's a bit of like social catch up with all your friends that you see at these competitions.
The things I enjoy most about volunteering is probably the people that you get to meet.
I enjoy that there's that whole social community around the volunteering part.
I love the friendships that I've got from volunteering. I've got some friends that I've had for over 10 years now.
I just enjoy being in the thick of it, I guess. Like the comps are so much fun and just the vibe and the enthusiasm and just feeling like you're a part of something.
You know, and you meet coaches, you meet route setters, you meet a huge cross-section of an industry that is still growing.
And I love that we can take this to another level. So you can do your state volunteering, but you can go right through the IFSC on that World Cup level, which would be amazing.
All the events I've done have been like really excellent experiences.
It's a way that I can really contribute with my skill set, so I can give back to the community and use my skills to the best of my ability.
I think the big thing for me when it comes to volunteering is giving back to the sport that gives me so much.
Who are we and what do we do? We study walls, we train, we dance, we climb, we fall, we laugh, we fall, we celebrate. No matter how small or tall the wall is, we all live and breathe this process. How are we able to keep trying again and again? Because of you. We gain courage, psych, and energy from the people around us that empowers us to be better. This is who we are, and this is what we do.
I'm obviously a paraclimber and a member of Adaptive Climbing Victoria.
I'm Glenn Todd. I'm a 23-year-old paraclimbing athlete.
I'm Sarah Larcombe. I'm a member of the Australian paraclimbing team and a board member of Adaptive Climbing Victoria.
I'm Katie. I'm the National Physiotherapy Lead with Sport Climbing Australia, and I'm the founder of Adaptive Climbing Victoria.
Adaptive Climbing Victoria is a group that was formed originally under Sport Climbing Victoria to promote adaptive climbing, to give opportunities to people with disability to participate in climbing and to advocate for paraclimbing with gyms, with outdoor agencies and through competitions.
Climbing's for everybody, like anyone who is a mover can climb. Because there's no one way to climb, it's freeform, you can do it however suits you best.
There is a specific dopamine, I guess, that comes from, like, I think a lot of people with disabilities, you don't often get to be in the, from the perspective of like being up really high and being able to look down on people, you're often looking up. So like that's a really unique perspective that you don't really get a lot of the time.
So being a below knee amputee, I guess, you know, feel a little bit wobbly sometimes on the ground, and walking is sometimes really difficult, but being able to move with my entire body, it's a really kind of freeing experience for me. I just love the movement of it.
It's like I feel really powerful sitting up here, having got myself up here, even though like I have a body that functions differently to like the average person.
Climbing's very variable, very diverse. You know, that's the human existence.
I got into paraclimbing through a friend. I met everyone in the para community and I just got hooked.
I was not that excited about it as a concept, and a friend of mine said to me one day, hey, will you come climbing with me? And I was like, oh, I don't know, it sounds hard. She was like, what if we get cake after? And I was like, okay, I'll come. So I went, I came down, couldn't feel my arms. She was like, this is great, let's do that again. And then it just became like a regular part of my, I guess, personality.
I love the physical aspect of climbing, getting better and better. It's just really, really fun.
Adaptive climbing more often refers to, it's more of an umbrella term for any sort of rock climbing for people with disabilities, and paraclimbing is often used more specifically to refer to the competitive sport.
Internationally, we've just hit the Paralympics, so there will be paraclimbing at LA 2028, which is very exciting.
My new big goal is to qualify and compete at the LA 2028 Paralympics.
My goals for climbing is just competing at World Cups. I've already done 2 World Cups and I'm aiming for silver or gold next.
More locally, there are national events and state events as well. So plenty of comps for everybody. So Adaptive Climbing Victoria run quarterly come and try days, and anyone's welcome. We also run casual Mondays. So if people just want to go for a climb and have been before and are keen to continue with that, we're aiming to give them the opportunity more frequently.
So if anyone's looking for more information on paraclimbing and adaptive climbing, it's pretty easy. Obviously, you come to Adaptive Climbing Victoria. We're on social, so you can look us up on Facebook. I think it's Adaptive Climbing Victoria. Instagram is at Adaptive Climbing Vic.
Or the Sport Climbing Victoria website has our webpage, and they're also very welcome to email.
And there's also loads of paraclimbing Instagrams. A great one that I love is at Paraclimbs, and that's actually run by athletes for athletes, so you can get a really like first-person view of what it's like to train, to compete, but from all over the world.
Climbing is fun, even if you're not very good at it. It's fun to just try, it's fun to fall off, so I think it's really great for everybody to try.
Okay.
Have we already done the open bees?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Thanks. And they're all just the one price.
Yeah.
Yep. Open. Okay, I'm going to just get to start with the long version of the presentation, so please bear with me. We would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land, Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Thank you for being here for the 2025 La Sportiva Vic Boulder titles, proudly brought to you by Sports Climbing Victoria. Now, we couldn't run these events without generous support of our sponsors, so feel free to give a round of applause as we go through, but our major sponsor, La Sportiva, thank you. Bogon Equipment, Stacks, Happy Beaner, keep clapping, 5 Foot, Cliff Bar, Climbing Gems, Chalk Up, and Tension Grips. And a big thanks to our media sponsors, Bird Dog, Red, Angel Bird, and Netgear Business. And please support our sponsors because they are here supporting you, so when you go to buy something next, thank them. A huge thanks to Boulder Lab, our host gym. Woo! Come on. Look, Boulder Lab, thank you always for the support of the sport and providing the incredible facilities and walls for our climbers to challenge themselves. Volunteers, big one, come, this is the biggest clap. Volunteers, you're the best. You all right? Yeah, just leave that there. Look, we just really see all of the hours that you put in, the effort and the love that you put into the sport. You guys make the comp happen, and it doesn't run without you. The media team, so all of the media team that have been here, thank you everything for you doing to showcase our competitors so professionally on the live stream. Josh, give us a wave from up there, buddy. Media team. The events like this, they do take a mountain of effort and time and commitment behind the scenes. So our event organiser, and he's given me the phonetic pronunciation of his surname, Alex Poberezovsky. Easy as. So for everyone that doesn't know Alex, he has just absolutely worked tirelessly for months to make today happen and yesterday happen. He's the one that's here responsible for everything we've been able to do. So thank you, Alex. Yeah, you're allowed to sleep tonight. Yep, okay. Right, Michelle, where are you, Michelle? Michelle Fan, come on, stand up. Huge thanks to Michelle. She stepped up and did an amazing job, rounding up, organising all of our volunteers. And again, the comp wouldn't be able to run simply without you. So thank you so much, Michelle. Okay. Oh, well, okay, do you want me to do that in the next one? Okay, I've just been told I've got to read my next line. So Emily, where's Emily? Emily Cleary, our JP, doesn't want to show her face. Emily, thank you so much again. And Yuki Wen, our head judge, flown interstate to come here and make sure that the competitions run fairly. and all competitors were scored right. To our incredible route setting team. Yeah, routes were awesome. Spectacular problems, and thank you so much for the creativity and making it awesome. And thank you to the SCV board. Thank you to my team, and for the many hours, late night board meetings we have, and everything you do. Jenny, you're on the board, so you can get... Okay, I can do that. Yeah, for everything the board does to make the sport happen and events like this. So thank you so much to the board. Apparently I need to bring the route setters out. I know that you don't really like to come out. Come on, route setters, come up and show yourselves. Come on. So this is the board route setters. Come up. Get in front of the camera. This is a team that has made it such a great event.